Chapter 759. Meng Yi swallowed his saliva. He even felt that his eyes were blurring. The formation formed by the four Shakyamuni was so powerful that it could even trap an primitive emperor powerhouse within it. However, the four of them had been slapped to death by Li Zhongjiu. They looked like the corpses of four cockroaches. Meng Yi was unable to react. Was this Li Zhongjiu's doing? You killed the four guardian kings. Meng Yi pointed at Li Zhongjiu and said in a trembling voice. If that was the case, Li Zhongjiu's strength would be terrifying. In a panic, Meng Yi grabbed Tian Fei. Don't act recklessly. Otherwise I will kill him. Meng Yi roared and retreated quickly. He knew that Li Zhongjiu was vicious and merciless. He would definitely not let him go. When Meng Yi turned around and wanted to escape, he just happened to see the flying knife flying towards him. Chi! The flying knife instantly pierced through Meng Yi's forehead. His body, which was still grabbing onto Tian Fei, fell to the ground with a thud. His eyes were wide open. However, he was still unable to avoid Li Zhongjiu's flying knife. Meng Yi had just escaped from the cave. When his body fell, he saw the mountain of corpses in front of him. When he saw the sky full of corpses piled up here, only then did Meng Yi truly realize how terrifying Li Zhongjiu and the others were. No, it was mainly because of Li Zhongjiu. What a terrifying demon! Meng Yi originally thought that he had a chance to avenge his son's death. However, when he fell, he realized how stupid and regretful he was. He could still have another son. There was no need to sacrifice his life. However, it was too late to regret now. There was no chance for him to come back to life. Tian Fei and San Tong were both seriously injured. Clearly, the strength of the two of them was only enough to reach this point. The two of you go back to Luoxia City to recuperate. I will look for you after I am done. Li Zhongjiu said to the two of them. Although San Tong was extremely unwilling, he knew that if he continued, he would definitely become a burden to Li Zhongjiu. If that was the case, it would be better for him to leave. Young master, you must be careful. San Tong looked at Li Zhongjiu and said. However, San Tong was thinking that if the young master died, he would definitely find the people of Qingyuan Manor to settle the score. Even if he had to kill one a day, there would be a day when he would wipe out all the people of Qingyuan Manor. Tian Fei was ashamed of himself. However, he was only a disciple of the mystic Yuan sect. It was not easy for him to make it this far. Young master, your safety is the most important thing. Tian Fei coughed a few times. It seemed that he would have to recuperate for a while. Meng Yi was much stronger than him. However, in front of Li Zhongjiu, Meng Yi was really scared out of his wits. Therefore, there was no way he could compete with Li Zhongjiu and was instantly killed. This kind of thing happened frequently. This was because after seeing some of the things that Li Zhongjiu had done, they would overlook an objective fact. How strong was Li Zhongjiu? They only knew that since Li Zhongjiu could kill them, he could naturally kill them too. The two of them left the dragon vein alone. Li Zhongjiu wandered around the vicinity and found that there was indeed a huge amount of luck in this cave. What a strong luck! Li Zhongjiu could clearly feel a wave of energy that seemed to be gushing out from this place. This kind of terrifying yuan qi was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. No wonder the people of the Qing Yuan mountain villa used so many gold and jewels to suppress the luck. Li Zhongjiu came to the deep valley. At the bottom of the valley there was actually a cliff. On both sides of the cliff, there were countless gold and jewels piled up. This was because they needed to suppress this huge amount of yuan qi. In a situation where they were unable to directly absorb this yuan qi, they needed to first guard this aura. This way, when their cultivation reached a certain level and they had confidence in their own strength, they would come to this place where the yuan qi gathered and absorbed this yuan qi in order to break through. This place was equivalent to a natural elixir. Li Zhongjiu grinned as he sensed the terrifying yuan energy that was about to hit him. Li Zhongjiu felt the yuan energy that was about to hit him. Such a good place, it's my lucky day. Li Zhongjiu's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu had also experienced the baptism of such a place where yuan qi erupted, allowing him to have a strong foundation. Li Zhongjiu had also tried any method that could increase his strength. Such an excellent place to increase one's strength was something that Li Zhongjiu yearned for even in his dreams. It just so happens that I can also use this yuan qi dragon vein to reforge my blood soul hell. Reforging the blood soul hell required a large amount of yuan qi. The amount of yuan qi was far from what he could achieve now. At the very least, Li Zhongjiu needed to reach the Yuan Emperor realm before it was possible. However, in this yuan qi dragon vein, it was not difficult for Li Zhongjiu to reforge his blood soul hell. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu took away all the jewelry and jade that covered the long golden road. He enriched his southern kingdom ring. Even the things inside could be used in the future. Moreover, Du Lianyi did not open a pawnshop. In order to do it thoroughly, there must be enough treasures in the pawnshop. In addition to pawning other people's things, there were times when the pawnshop also needed to pawn their own things in exchange for a higher value. This was the case. Therefore, these items could be stored away. No matter how useless they could still be used to expand the warehouse. Li Zhongjiu took off his shirt directly. Because the following situation would be very brutal. Li Zhongjiu's muscular body was on full display, but it was a pity that there was no one in the wilderness to appreciate it. Young people still needed to have some muscles. Even if you didn't cultivate your yuan qi, you could still develop such muscles with a little exercise. The most important thing was perseverance. When the surrounding golden jade qi used to suppress the yuan qi dragon vein disappeared, the yuan qi of the dragon vein would gradually be released. At this moment, what Li Zhongjiu needed to do was to absorb this yuan qi dragon vein. To be able to form an entire dragon vein with this yuan qi, one could see how terrifyingly rich the yuan qi was. Even if an yuan emperor released all his yuan qi, it would be far less than 1/10 of the yuan qi dragon vein in front of him. Absorbing the yuan qi dragon vein was an extremely provocative act for the yuan qi dragon vein. His essence qi dragon vein had already gathered to such a peak level. How could it be that it would be absorbed by a puny human like you? Therefore, it must be an extremely terrifying battle. Everything had spirituality, not to mention this yuan qi dragon vein. If he were to absorb the dragon vein, it would be equivalent to depriving the dragon vein of all the energy it had accumulated over its lifetime. Similarly, the dragon vein would not surrender so easily. It would have to struggle for a while before it would surrender. Come on. Li Zhongjiu sat down on the edge of the cliff and opened his cultivation state. An aura formed around him and immediately attracted the yuan qi dragon vein. 1. Chapter 760. This vitality dragon vein had been formed for at least 10,000 years. Some time ago, it could have broken free and even formed its own spiritual wisdom. However, it was suppressed in place by someone's means. Now that it was free, there was a weak human who wanted to refine it. How could it tolerate this? The dragon vein was already filled with anger. Now, there was someone who was not afraid of death and wanted to refine it. To the essence qi dragon vein, this was simply a suicidal act. Immediately, the dragon vein rose into the air, as if it carried a thunderous force, and suddenly rushed down towards Li Zhongjiu. Boom! In an instant, Li Zhongjiu's entire being seemed to be crushed by this force. The surging force seemed to want to swallow Li Zhongjiu. Like a waterfall of vitality that came down from the sky, it directly smashed onto Li Zhongjiu's body. Buzz! Like a huge mountain, it smashed onto Li Zhongjiu's body. If it weren't for the ancient golden body art that had tempered his body for a long time, it would have been extremely hard under such circumstances. He barely resisted the first wave. All of you shall return to my hell. The vitality gathered around Li Zhongjiu, forming a vortex around him. It was like a huge dragon hundreds of meters long, entrenched Li Zhongjiu, and at the same time, constantly squeezing Li Zhongjiu in front of it, squeezing Li Zhongjiu's body. If Li Zhongjiu didn't have enough experience in his previous life, he would have been extremely flustered in the face of such a situation. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu stabilized his body. Then, he methodically poured the vitality into his own infernal realm, as if he was peeling silk from a cocoon. With the influx of Yuan power, the blood-soul hell, which had originally collapsed, seemed to gradually recover at this moment. His powerful mental strength manipulated the primordial qi. Part of it was used to refine his body, while the other part was used to temper his body. My primordial spirits, you can devour without restraint. Li Zhongjiu bellowed in his heart. From the Yuan bead, 3 dragon souls immediately leapt out. Like incomparably greedy ghosts, they continuously absorbed the energy of the Yuan Qi dragon vein. The power of the Yuan energy dragon vein was constantly being gnawed away. Although the Yuan energy dragon vein was also constantly rioting, Li Zhongjiu and his Yuan spirits were like towering trees in the gale. Like a boulder under the raging waves, he remained motionless. Li Zhongjiu was able to forcefully suppress him, allowing him to rampage as he pleased. However, Li Zhongjiu remained unperturbed. Qingyuan Mountain, Qingyuan Villa. Not good. Above the villa, someone immediately felt the changes in the dragon vein. This person was the array grandmaster of Qingyuan Villa, Zhan Tian. Qingyuan Villa was divided into left and right villas. The left villas were responsible for the logistics, as well as the management and overall planning of the villa. For example, the 4 big workshops were under the management of the left villas. The people of the right villas were basically responsible for killing and fighting, settling matters outside, and attacking cities. For example, the 8 banner troops and the blood strike guards were under the management of the right villas. Qingyuan Villa was the number 1 villa in the world. Apart from the signboard of King Qingyuan, it also possessed great power. They themselves also possessed great power. Experts from all over the world had gathered here. Zhan Tian stood up from the 8 trigrams array and immediately summoned the commander of the right villas. Boom! And primitive emperor expert came from afar. Elder Zhan, why are you so panicked? Feng Hui's residence was the closest to Zhan Tian, and he was also one of the 5 giants of the right villas. 5 giants, which meant that there were at least 5 primitive emperors. Not good. Villa Master's vital qi dragon vein is fluctuating, and it's showing signs of going berserk. Previously, Zhan Tian had set up a detection array near the vital qi dragon vein. If there was any movement, Zhan Tian would be the first to know. After all, this vital qi dragon vein was here, and he had been paying attention to it for a long time. Even after the Villa Master's cultivation had broken through, he would need this vital qi dragon vein. How could this be? Let's go and check it out quickly. Feng Hui was shocked when he heard that. However, what Master Zhan said couldn't be wrong. Someone must have done something. Someone actually dared to have ideas about Qingyuan Villa. This was a little too arrogant. The vital qi dragon vein was right under the eyes of Qingyuan Villa. Many experts were guarding here, and not just anyone dared to approach. Let's go. Zhan Tian didn't dare to be careless. If something really went wrong, then he would have to bear the greatest responsibility. Therefore, Zhan Tian didn't dare to be careless. Time was of the essence, and Feng Hui did not even have time to explain. He directly brought the sky occupying heaven to the dragon vein, disregarding the time of 10 breaths. When the 2 of them arrived at the dragon vein, they immediately felt a terrifying force surging out from the dragon vein. It instantly stirred the surrounding Yuan energy, turning it into a chaotic place. Stay away. Feng Hui immediately grabbed the sky occupying heaven and retreated. If one were to be sucked in by this Yuan energy turbulence, one would definitely be struck by this energy. Not everyone could withstand this kind of Yuan energy turbulence. It was even more powerful than an ordinary storm. Although your own Yuan Li was refined by you, when you encounter this Yuan Li, it will also be included in it and more or less be affected. Feng Hui and Zhan Tian immediately retreated to a distance of nearly 50 meters. At the center of the dragon vein, a Yuan energy whirlpool with a radius of 50 meters had appeared. No one was able to approach this whirlpool. Even an elite like Feng Hui would be crushed by this Yuan energy if he were to approach. How could this be? Feng Hui and Zhan Tian's faces were filled with shock. Someone is absorbing the dragon vein. Zhan Tian's eyes immediately saw a faintly discernible figure in the center of the whirlpool, absorbing the Yuan energy dragon vein. Such a terrifying Yuan energy dragon vein, and he's actually using such a direct method to absorb it. Does this person not want to live anymore? Zhan Tian exclaimed. In the face of such a powerful dragon's slumber, directly absorbing it was like swallowing an energy ball that one couldn't withstand. It could explode in one's body at any time, blowing one into countless pieces. The correct refining method required a sufficient number of elites to trap the Yuan energy dragon vein, then disperse the latter's energy and absorb it. Alternatively, multiple elites would be able to absorb the Yuan energy dragon vein at the same time. If such a person directly charged in, it was basically an act of seeking death. But now, even if this person died, it would be difficult to make up for this dragon vein. The energy of the dragon vein would definitely escape. Just this Yuan energy dragon vein alone was even more powerful than a peak origin emperor expert. Such power wasn't something that could be easily captured. Previously, he was able to trap it because the latter had yet to fully awaken, so he used some materials to suppress it. That was why they were able to achieve such an effect. But now that the dragon vein had awakened, whoever approached it would die. Once one died, the Yuan bead in one's body would also become a part of the Yuan Qi dragon vein and be completely assimilated. Now that the Yuan Qi dragon vein has been activated, the chances of suppressing the dragon vein back are very slim. Zhan Tian frowned and said. Even his hands had begun to tremble. This was an extremely serious mistake. No matter what, we can't let the dragon vein escape. Feng Hui said in a deep voice. I'll ask them to come over. Feng Hui immediately sent a signal to the sky. There were a total of 5 giants in the right manner, each of them could be called a commander. Some time ago, Bai Shiyan also went out with the team to make arrangements outside, but there were still 4 people in the manor. When they received Feng Hui's summon, in the sky, a few glorious auras immediately swept over. One. Feng Hui, what's the matter? Why did you summon all of us? 3 terrifying auras directly descended from the manor. Recommended Friends Masterpiece. Sacred Martial Divine Venerable, must be Fire Fantasy. Chapter 761. The other 3 were Yin Shengwu, Guan Zhu and Tai Su. All 3 of them were at the primitive emperor realm. Feng Hui was the strongest among them, having reached the 2nd grade primitive emperor realm. The other 3 were also at the 1st grade primitive emperor realm. According to the rules of the continent, primitive emperors couldn't act rashly. Otherwise, they would offend the rules of the continent and get into some very troublesome matters. It wasn't necessary at all. Therefore, most of the primitive emperors stayed in the manor. Only Bai Shiyan was outside. Logically speaking, when Bai Shiyan received this signal, he should have rushed back. Fuck. What's going on? Yin Shengwu, who was originally asking questions, immediately shut his mouth after seeing the situation in front of him. He thought that something had appeared in the vicinity of Qingyuan Mountain Villa, so they were all summoned here to join in the fun and so on. But when they saw the dragon vein, they were completely stunned. To think that someone would want to absorb the dragon vein. Wasn't this just courting death? If we let this person take away the dragon vein, we'll end up in a miserable state. Guan Zhu said in a deep voice. No matter what, they couldn't let Li Zongju walk out of here unscathed. Otherwise, the manor master would blame them and they would all be finished. Master Zhan, What should we do now? Feng Hui asked the sky occupying heavens beside him. Only the sky occupying heavens could solve this problem. They didn't know much about the origin chi dragon vein. The four of you will form a formation and trap this yuan energy dragon vein. Once the people below are devoured by this yuan energy dragon vein, this yuan energy dragon vein will definitely soar into the sky. At this time, if the four of you can join forces to block this yuan energy dragon vein, I will have a way to suppress it, Zhang Tian said in a deep voice. However, the impact you will have to bear at that moment is equivalent to the full blow of a 9th-grade primitive emperor. When he said that, the four of them who were full of information had a drastic change in expression. Which idiot came here to court death? Taishu said coldly. It was impossible for a single person to refine such a huge dragon vein. Unless the person refining the dragon vein was a 9th-grade origin emperor, it would be impossible for him to refine such a huge dragon vein. Otherwise, the only outcome would be death. Now, not only did that guy cause his own death, he even dragged them down with him. No matter what, I have to try, Feng Hui said. It was better to have a chance than to have no hope at all. However, there was no doubt that these people hated the person below to the bone. No matter what method that person used to survive, he would still be hunted down by these people. Immediately, the four great primitive emperors were ready to welcome the impact. Just thinking about the impact of a 9th-grade primitive emperor made them excited. As for Zhang Tian, he was also doing his best to set up an origin inscription array. If he wanted to suppress the power of the origin chi dragon vein, he would need to put in more effort. Unless he was a 6th-grade array master, he would be able to set up an array to suppress the origin chi dragon vein. However, his current strength was far from enough, but he could only give it a try. At this moment, Li Zongjiu, who was below the origin chi vortex, naturally knew that the five of them were approaching. The existence of the four primitive emperors also made Li Zongjiu's heart move. Under the terrifying refinement of the Yuan Qi dragon vein, Li Zongjiu's Yuan Qi cultivation and physical body cultivation were rapidly increasing. It was as if a switch had been turned on to speed up. Under this cleansing, his cultivation was constantly making breakthroughs. 6th-grade Yuan Monarch, 7th-grade Yuan Monarch, 8th-grade Yuan Monarch. Obstacles in terms of cultivation level were nothing to Li Zongjiu, as if they did not exist at all. As long as there was enough origin chi, Li Zongjiu's cultivation level would be able to continuously make breakthroughs. However, Li Zongjiu was also suppressing himself. If he were to rush forward directly, it would not be good for him. First of all, his body needed to keep up with the speed. Otherwise, if the ancient golden tyrant body art was left behind, he did not know how long it would take for him to recover his strength. Once his body was damaged, there would definitely be some damage. It would be even more troublesome to recover in the future. Therefore, it was better to fight steadily and surely for now. The biggest gain was the reconstruction of the Blood-Soul Hell. Then, the Blood-Soul Hell was reformed. Li Zongjiu was shocked to discover that the toughness of the Blood-Soul Hell was 10 times greater than before. Under such circumstances, Li Zongjiu was extremely pleasantly surprised. Today's origin chi dragon vein cannot be completely refined. In that case, I will use this origin chi dragon vein to create a second hell. The Hell Prajna technique itself carried such a terrifying ability. The first hell, the Blood-Soul Hell, had just been stabilized. However, it was impossible to refine such a huge origin chi dragon vein directly. It had to be eaten slowly. If the power of the origin chi dragon vein was allowed to escape, it was not Li Zongjiu's style. In that case, I will create a origin chi hell for the second hell. Li Zongjiu was already mentally prepared. When he opened up this origin chi hell, the amount of energy consumed was not much. As long as the origin chi hell existed, it would be equivalent to Li Zongjiu having another place to store origin chi. However, it would not have any offensive effects. It would be of great use when assisting or helping others to break through. Li Zhongjiu immediately operated the infernal prajna art, opened the second layer of hell, and poured all of his vital energy into it. Boom! Like a floodgate being opened, the surging origin qi immediately gushed into the hell created by Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu's cultivation base was also fixed at the grade 9 Yuan monarch realm. An imposing aura pervaded the air as a new monarch was born. Although Li Zhongjiu was only a grade 9 Yuan monarch, because he had 4 great Yuan spirits, the strength of the origin qi in his body was 4 times or more than that of a powerhouse of the same level. In the outside world, Feng Hui and the rest, who had made ample preparations, were waiting for the Yuan energy dragon vein to soar into the sky. However, who would have expected that the Yuan energy dragon vein would actually wither at this moment? Like a balloon that had been inflated, it instantly withered away. It was as if it had deflated. How could this be? The 4 of them were shocked because the Yuan qi seemed to have disappeared on the spot. They couldn't believe it. They looked at each other and finally looked at sky occupying heaven's body. Zhang Tian himself was also dumbfounded. Logically speaking, such a situation should not have happened. All the origin qi seemed to have lost its power at this moment. Even the origin qi vortex was rapidly weakening. Let's go. The 5 of them immediately walked towards the center of the vortex. From the looks of it, that person must have used some unknown method to collect the dragon vein. In that case, we just need to make that person hand over the thing. Li Zhongjiu happened to be withdrawing the origin qi from his body. Previously, because the origin qi vortex was too powerful, the mountain wall above his head had been destroyed. It seemed like a sinkhole had appeared and below his feet was a bottomless abyss. A Yuan monarch? Quickly hand over the origin qi dragon vein, and we will not kill you. They would not kill him, but they would definitely not let him leave alive. Chapter 762. Li Zhongjiu stood where he was. His Yuan qi cultivation had already reached the level of a grade 9 Yuan monarch, but his physical body cultivation was slightly weaker. It seemed to be around the level of a grade 7 Yuan monarch. As for his mind power, it was even more ordinary. He had not made any breakthroughs during this period of time. Seems like the next step is to strengthen my mind power cultivation. Li Zhongjiu thought to himself. It had to be an all-round and balanced development. Only then would it be possible to make a breakthrough in the future. He had to be fully prepared to break through to the absolute saint realm. He could not be greedy for a breakthrough in a short period of time. Li Zhongjiu sensed the changes in his body. Then, he lifted his head and looked at the people in front of him. Each and every one of them looked at Li Zhongjiu as if they wanted to eat him alive. With such a look in their eyes, they actually said that they would not kill Li Zhongjiu. Could it be that these people did not need to act anymore after their realm had increased? Do you want the Yuan qi dragon vein? Sure, how much are you willing to pay? Li Zhongjiu said very calmly. He was not nervous at all even though he was surrounded by so many people. His tone was also very calm as he said that. Courting death. They heard Li Zhongjiu's arrogant words. This was clearly their dragon vein. How dare he ask for money from them? How shameless! Feng Hui's mouth twitched when he heard that. He exchanged glances with the rest of the people. They had not expected a fool to come. At this moment, they had already sensed Li Zhongjiu's Yuan monarch realm cultivation base. In front of these 4 Yuan monarchs, it was like catching a turtle in a jar. There was no suspense at all. They guessed that Li Zhongjiu must have had the help of some divine weapon to be able to survive in this Yuan qi vortex. Only in this way could it be said that everything made sense. Therefore, they did not take Li Zhongjiu seriously at all. Since he wants money, which one of you is willing to give him the money? Feng Hui glanced at the 3 of them, implying that someone should teach Li Zhongjiu a lesson and let him know what kind of situation Li Zhongjiu was in. Let me do it. I recently made a fortune. Brat, you have to catch it. Guan Zhu volunteered himself, and a long black saber appeared in his hand. "Take a look and see if my soul-severing saber is enough," Guan Zhu coldly snorted. Then, he leaped forward and charged towards Li Zongjiu. As he swooped down, he mobilized all the Yuan power in his body and gathered it on the soul-severing saber. Guan Zhu held back a little bit of his strength, and it was only at the peak of the Yuan King realm. He thought that he only needed to seriously injure Li Zongjiu. After all, he still had to explain where the Yuan Qi dragon vein was hidden by this brat. He did not dare to kill Li Zongjiu without knowing what the divine weapon was. This was because some things were mysterious. If the owner died, it would be very complicated to open it again. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he only needed to seriously injure Li Zongjiu. When Guan Zhu swooped down with the soul-severing saber and arrived in front of Li Zongjiu looked at Guan Zhu with a slight smile. Guan Zhu's eyes were filled with disdain at first, but when Li Zongjiu raised his hand, his expression changed instantly. Shit! He knew that something was wrong, but it was too late. Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and his 5 fingers formed a sharp claw, grabbing Guan Zhu's neck. Guan Zhu did not know how he did it. When Li Zongjiu's fingers closed around his neck, Guan Zhu knew that he was done for. A sense of fear arose spontaneously. Boom! Li Zongjiu grabbed Guan Zhu and threw him over his shoulder to the ground behind him. When Guan Zhu's body fell, Li Zongjiu's force, which was more than 1,000,000 kilograms, was all used on Guan Zhu's body. The Yuan Qi defense that Guan Zhu had automatically released collapsed instantly. This was because the force that had suddenly erupted was too strong. At the same time, the bones in Guan Zhu's body were directly shattered. No one could withstand such a huge impact. Clang! The soul-severing saber fell to the side. Guan Zhu was pressed to the ground by Li Zongjiu, unable to move. However, Feng Hui and the rest were able to sense that Guan Zhu's aura seemed to be rapidly declining. Dead. Dead, Li Zongjiu had already stopped his action and took out a gray robe from the Southern Empire ring. He was still half naked. As an expert, he naturally had to pay attention to his image. After picking up the soul-severing saber, Li Zongjiu looked at the others. "This saber is not enough," Li Zongjiu said faintly to the people in front of him. "Old Guan. Dead." "Dead?" Guan Zhu, who was lying on the ground, did not get up again because he could no longer move. In just one move, Li Zongjiu had slain Guan Zhu with his physical strength. An primitive emperor powerhouse had been smashed to death by Li Zongjiu. This, the few of them had yet to react, as they could not believe what they had just seen. How could such a thing happen just like that? This kid's cultivation is strange. Let's take him down first. Zhang Tian shouted as he threw out a scroll from his hand. There were also yuan stones around the scroll, giving off a feeling of complementing each other. When the scroll was unfolded, a terrifying power was immediately released. It seemed as if hundreds of origin beasts had rushed out from the scroll and were charging towards Li Zongjiu. Zhang Tian had long noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with Li Zongjiu, but he was not sure at the beginning. Now that he had seen Li Zongjiu kill Guan Zhu in one move, how could he be careless with such a fierce and powerful strength? Defeat this person first. Feng Hui also let out a low roar, taking the lead to release his primordial spirit. The power of an primitive emperor expert was like a force that could move unhindered between heaven and earth. The origin spirit behind Feng Hui was a 6-eared fire monkey. The monkey's ears were burning with blue flames. Feng Hui reached out and grabbed the flames on the 6-eared fire monkey's ears. Then, he threw it towards Li Zongjiu. A green-blue flame appeared, and the surrounding vegetation seemed to be ignited because of it. Boom! Grand Moon Sword. A purple sword appeared in Yin Shengwu's hand. As he waved his hand, the Grand Moon Sword immediately coiled towards Li Zongjiu like a terrifying purple python. Yin Shengwu's origin spirit was a purple python. However, this purple python had already become the weapon spirit of the Grand Moon Sword. Heavenly illusionary sun mirror. Fix it. A bronze mirror appeared in Yin Shengwu's hand. The bronze mirror seemed to be flashing with turbid light. When the power of the mirror emerged, it was like rays of divine light that fell on Li Zongjiu's body. Li Zongjiu's body was bound by the golden light. This metal-based weapon actually had the effect of fixing one's body. The four experts took action together. It seemed that Li Zongjiu would not be able to escape alive. Chapter 763. Boom! When the flames and the Grand Moon sword landed, a terrifying explosive force was set off. Dust filled the air and soared into the sky. The four of them looked at Tai Su. With Tai Su's sun reflection mirror, Li Zongjiu would have nowhere to hide once he was locked on by the sun reflection mirror. Even an Origin Emperor expert would hesitate for a moment if he was locked on by the sun reflection mirror. The few of them had already formed a tacit cooperation. Boom! A ray of light shot out from the dust and swept towards the picture scroll that Zhangtian had released. A ray of light directly blasted onto the picture scroll, shattering the surrounding yuan stones. At the same time, the picture scroll emitted a swoosh sound as it lost its luster and fell to the ground. My Thousand Beast picture. When Zhangtian saw his Thousand Beast portrait falling, he suddenly became nervous. He subconsciously wanted to grab the Thousand Beast portrait. This was a treasure that he had obtained with great difficulty. If it fell into the abyss, he did not know when he would be able to find it again. However, just as Zhangtian's figure was about to fall, he saw a hand grab the Thousand Beast picture first. This thing is not bad. If you have any other good things, just take them out. Li Zongjiu held the desolate heaven essence in one hand and grabbed the Thousand Beast picture with one hand. When he looked at Zhangtian, Zhangtian was immediately frightened and retreated. How is this kid still alive? Extreme Yin kill, Yin Shengwu roared. He had been paying attention to Li Zongjiu's situation. When he saw Li Zongjiu rushing out, he immediately drew his sword and attacked with the Grand Moon's sword in his hand. The terrifying power immediately surged out and swept towards Li Zongjiu. This purple python is still underage. Li Zongjiu looked at the sword python that was swooping down. The purple boa python was a type of evolved meta-beast. This kind of meta-beast needed to continuously feed on human souls in its later stages. In other words, the more humans it ate, the stronger the purple boa python would be. However, the purple boa python in front of him was obviously malnourished. Since it had yet to reach adulthood, its power was naturally ordinary. At most, it was at the early primitive emperor level. If it was an adult purple body python that appeared today, then Li Zongjiu would have to think twice. Nonsense. If it was an adult purple boa python, it would be at least a 7th stage primitive emperor. Therefore, it could be said that Yin Shengwu had great potential. Li Zongjiu threw out the desolate heaven essence in his hand, clashing with the Grand Moon's sword. Immediately, Yin Shengwu felt a crushing pain in his body. How is this possible? My Tai Yin sword! Yin Shengwu immediately exclaimed. A crack had actually appeared on his Grand Moon sword. How is this not possible? Li Zongjiu sneered as he smashed out the desolate heaven essence once again. The terrifying power immediately surged out and shattered the Grand Moon sword with a loud boom. Puff! Yin Shengwu spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The Grand Moon sword was refined by Yin Shengwu using his own blood essence. Now that the Grand Moon sword was severely damaged, it almost shattered half of Yin Shengwu's blood essence. The impact caused Yin Shengwu's body to tremble like raging waves. No. My Grand Moon sword! Following the shattering of the Grand Moon sword, the purple boa python naturally collapsed as well. It was killed by the power of the void. Damn it! Feng Hui and Tai Su exchanged glances. It had only been a few rounds, and yet another person had been crippled. How shocking was that! Great Void quickly activated his sun reflection mirror again. A golden light that was filled with penetrating power blasted towards Li Zongjiu. The golden light seemed to transform into thousands of golden arrows. Feng Hui also moved in an instant. The six-eared fire monkey protected him from behind. Li Zongjiu's body disappeared from the spot. He used the hidden dragon skill. The sun reflection mirror could not keep up with Li Zongjiu's speed. The golden arrows landed in the air and shattered a large part of the mountain wall. Although it was ferocious, it could not hit Li Zongjiu. Where is that kid? Feng Hui originally wanted to take advantage of the moment Li Zongjiu was hit and use another killing move. However, he realized that Li Zongjiu's body had disappeared. He was able to escape from the sun reflection mirror. How amazing was that fatty's technique! Is your mirror hard? Li Zongjiu's voice rang in Great Void's ears. Great Void was shocked when he heard this. He quickly changed the direction of his sun reflection mirror. As long as the sun reflection mirror shone on Li Zongjiu would definitely die. However, it was too late now. When the sun reflection mirror turned, it met Li Zongjiu's fist. Boom! Although his body was at the level of a grade 7 Yuan monarch, the power that he could unleash was not limited to this level after being tempered by the ancient golden body technique. Boom! The sun reflection mirror was instantly shattered. My sun reflection mirror! Great Void's eyes were like those of a frog. He screamed and met Li Zongjiu's fist. Boom! Li Zongjiu's punch landed on Tai Su's face, causing blood to spurt out from Tai Su's nose. Then, Tai Su was sent flying backwards. Clang! Great Void's face was completely destroyed. Although the sun reflection mirror had been destroyed, it was not a Yuan artifact that Great Void had painstakingly refined. Therefore, his body was not damaged. However, Li Zongjiu's fist made Great Void understand why Guanju had been killed in an instant. Li Zongjiu's strength was like that of a humanoid Yuan beast. Fortunately, Great Void's protective Yuan Qi had blocked the blow and prevented him from fainting. This brat! Seeing that Li Zongjiu had actually bypassed him to attack Absolute Void, Feng Hui was enraged. What a crafty fellow! Based on the commotion, it was clear that Li Zongjiu was picking on the weak ones. He avoided Feng Hui and turned to take down the rest. Fight me head-on if you have the ability, Feng Hui muttered to himself. At this moment, Li Zongjiu turned around and looked at Feng Hui with a disdainful smile. Bring it on then. Li Zongjiu immediately put away the desolate heaven essence. Then, he crossed his hands in front of him, and a dazzling golden seal shot out from his hands and blasted towards Feng Hui. A mere golden seal. Eat my fist. Feng Hui once again borrowed flames from the six-eared fire monkey behind him. He twisted his hands and the flames turned into a fist that blasted forward and collided with Li Zongjiu's golden seal. Feng Hui had borrowed the power of the six-eared fire monkey's flames. The power of the six-eared fire monkey's flames could easily burn a Yuan monarch elite to death. However, this invincible flaming fist was shattered into pieces by Li Zongjiu's golden seal. What? The overturning mountain golden seal blasted in front of Feng Hui. Fortunately, Feng Hui used his Yuan Qi to form a protective barrier. Bang! Even so, Feng Hui's body was still pushed back a few hundred meters and finally stopped on a treetop. It was 1 against 5. It was a complete suppression. Immediately, these people understood Li Zongjiu's strength. It was too terrifying. You, who exactly are you? Zhan Tian stared at Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu had taken away his 1000-beast portrait, which was his ultimate treasure. You still don't know who I am? It seems like you really don't take me seriously. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but laugh. These people were really interesting. However, it seemed like Qingyuan Manor was really arrogant. They had casually taken out 5 Yuan monarchs and countless Yuan monarchs. Therefore, he naturally did not take Li Zongjiu, who was in the Sacred Flame Royal City, seriously. Some information about Li Zongjiu was that he had reached the Yuan monarch realm. Even Bai Shiyan only knew about Li Zongjiu because he was secretly protecting Lei Gong. However, he also didn't take Li Zongjiu seriously. Otherwise, he would have killed Li Zongjiu a long time ago. Chapter 764. However, looking at their expressions, it seemed like they really didn't know who Li Zongjiu was. Zhang Tian moved his fingers and stared at Li Zongjiu with his eyes wide open. You are Li Zongjiu," Zhang Tian said in horror. The rest of the people finally reacted. The young man in front of them was actually Li Zongjiu. In fact, the reason why they had an impression of Li Zongjiu was because they knew that there was someone in the sacred Flame Royal City who wanted to make an enemy out of their Qingyuan villa. At first, they didn't care, but later on, Li Zongjiu became a level 6 alchemist. Even though the Heavenly Pill Pavilion tried their best to suppress the news to prevent it from leaking out, many people still found out about it. Later on, after investigating, they found out that Li Zongjiu seemed to have quite a bit of conflict with their Qingyuan villa. Originally, he thought that, if there was a chance, he would try to win over a 6th-grade alchemist. However, who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the person who had threatened to destroy the Qingyuan villa actually came. Although he was only one person, he was able to beat them to such a state. Perhaps Li Zongjiu really had the ability to do so. Leave your last words. Since you are so good at counting, I will start with you. Li Zongjiu pointed at Zhang Tian and said. Zhang Tian suddenly felt his body stiffen. Arrogant brat, I will definitely tear you to pieces. Yin Xingwu's eyes were red as he stared at Li Zongjiu and said coldly. He couldn't wait to kill Li Zongjiu because Li Zongjiu destroyed his lunar sword. Once it was destroyed, it was basically half of his life's work. It was impossible to cultivate it back. Now that Li Zongjiu had made a move, it could be said that his entire life was ruined. You don't mess around. Our Qingyuan villa accepts talents from all over the world. If there is anything, we can sit down and discuss it. Zhang Tian wanted to appease Li Zongjiu's emotions. Based on the current situation, they didn't seem to be Li Zongjiu's opponent. Therefore, it was better to calm Li Zongjiu down first. Once Li Zongjiu was brought into the Qingyuan villa, it would be completely under Zhang Tian's control. After all, Zhang Tian was an array master. The Qingyuan villa's array was all designed by Zhang Tian was. As long as Li Zongjiu walked in, he was dead meat was dead, Zhang Tian's was dead. In reality, Zhang Tian had already very rarely left the Qingyuan mountain villa. As a formation master, staying within his own formation was the safest thing to do. Zhang Tian's that person was a person was a person's was a person's was a person's he was, st's arse or is? You want to bring me into your array, right? Instead of kneeling down and surrendering, you want to kill me. You deserve to die. Li Zongjiu's eyes were filled with mockery. He had killed so many people in the Qingyuan villa. How could he sit down and chat? Was he an idiot? Li Zongjiu immediately rushed towards Zhang Tian. Damn it! Zhang Tian cursed. He turned around and ran towards Feng Hui. When Feng Hui blocked Li Zongjiu, he would find an opportunity to escape back into the villa. Feng Hui, save me! However, Zhang Tian was surprised that Feng Hui saw that the situation was not good. He immediately called for everyone to retreat. Zhang Tian turned around and ran after calling for help. Zhang Tian didn't expect that in such a critical situation. As his companion, Feng Hui was actually the first to abandon him. Feng Hui, you betrayed your companion. You will die a horrible death. Zhang Tian said coldly. This time, Li Zongjiu didn't disappoint everyone. He directly smashed Zhang Tian's head with a punch. Li Zongjiu sneered. Feng Hui and the other two looked at Li Zongjiu with lingering fear. Li Zongjiu was simply a berserk battle meta beast. He had easily killed the two of them. Moreover, Yin Xingwu was currently in a half-crippled state. If there was no good way to deal with him, Yin Xingwu would probably be crippled. He would be crippled from now on. Looking at the three of them running away, Li Zongjiu wasn't in a hurry to chase after them. Instead, he turned around and ran towards the mountain path leading to the entrance of the Qingyuan villa. Since I, Li Zhongjiu, have promised to destroy your entire family, I will definitely destroy your entire family. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu directly started from the entrance. When Li Zhongjiu's figure appeared in front of the mountain gate of the Qingyuan villa, he gathered his yuan power and shouted towards the top of the Qingyuan villa. I, Li Zhongjiu, am here to destroy the entire Qingyuan villa. If you don't want to die, hurry down the mountain. Li Zhongjiu's shout was like a thunderclap. It resounded in the sky above the Qingyuan villa. Since the Qingyuan villa was a place where countless experts, and celebrities worked together, when these people heard that someone had come to create a ruckus and wanted to destroy the entire Qingyuan villa, they were all enraged. All of them were instantly furious. Some of them didn't even care who this Li Zhongjiu was. However, this kind of person actually dared to come to the Qingyuan villa and behave atrociously. He was either a madman or a fool. Feng Hui and the others naturally heard Li Zhongjiu's warning. However, they were in a hurry to return and form the Yuan Rune Array to form a defensive force. At the same time, they also needed to recover from their injuries and report this matter to King Qin Yuan so that he could make a decision. In response to Li Zhongjiu's warning, Feng Hui and the others could only speed up and didn't come forward to stop him. If they came forward and said something, wouldn't it weaken the prestige of the Qingyuan villa? Most importantly, they had just abandoned the sky-occupying sect. To them, this was also because they were extremely afraid of being discovered. Everything could wait until after they killed Li Zhongjiu. At the mountain gate, a large number of experts had already rushed out of the villa's residence. After these people were recruited to the Qingyuan villa, it was said that they would stay together and discuss with each other. However, in reality, it was equivalent to being recruited by King Qin Yuan to become his hired thugs when necessary. As the existence of a villa, it naturally had to raise some of these people. If they encountered some ignorant people, they would directly and easily settle these matters without making it too troublesome. Where did this fool come from? How dare you bark at the entrance of my Qingyuan villa? Watch me, Dajiang overturning staff, personally teach you how to behave. Immediately, a man with a crew cut appeared. He held a mahogany staff in his hand and jumped down from the mountain. As soon as his front foot landed, he was still 5 steps away from Li Zhongjiu. He saw Li Zhongjiu take a step forward and punch out with all his strength. The crew-cut man's upper and lower body, along with the staff in his hand, were directly sent flying. Chapter 765. This man, who was known as the Great River Turnaround Stick, was once quite famous. Moreover, the staff in his hand was a unique staff technique. It had been passed down from generation to generation, and it was already very good that it could be passed down to the present day. When the Great River Reversal Staff was slightly studied, he directly recruited people to this Qingyuan villa. Looking at the Qingyuan villa, it was clear that they wanted to establish their own martial arts empire. They had wantonly recruited all kinds of martial artists from various sects and copied their martial arts in the Qing Yuan Mountain Villa. Everything had a price. How many people could resist the temptation of money? Sometimes, the price that moved you was not money, but something else. The Great River Reversal Staff was directly killed in one move, and his head was separated from his body. This made everyone vigilant, but the anger and killing intent towards Li Zhongjiu also made them lose their rationality. After all, the Great River Reversal Staff's strength was only ranked in the lower middle of the Qingyuan villa, so the place where he lived was a little lower. The speed at which he appeared in front of Li Zhongjiu was slightly faster. It was estimated that even the Great River Reversal Staff himself could not believe that he was killed like this. Fortunately, he directly copied the staff technique not long ago. We, the Haruno 3, will meet you. 3 figures rushed down from the mountain. Looking at the momentum of the 3 people diving down, it was accompanied by bursts of wind sounds, fast and wild, and the murderous aura among them made people shudder. The 3 people rushed towards Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu directly waved his hand, and rewarded the 3 people. Each of them directly burned the three people to ashes. Other than the initial clamor, the three of them were silently burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. Although the disappearance of the three people made some people suspicious and slightly surprised, they all thought that the three people were not strong enough, so they could not blame anyone. At this moment, it was a perfect opportunity to kill Li Zongjio and make a name for himself. As for the three people who were missing, they naturally had to stand aside. That way, there would be one less opponent. I'll use my Qi returning palm to deal with you. Today, my Qi seizing sect will take away all of your elemental energy, Li Zongjio. I'll let you die a painful death. We, the 7 monsters of the brilliant Billow Mountain, will also fight you. A large number of experts swooped down from the top of the mountain. These people were all clamoring, and before they made a move, they all announced their names. It was as if he couldn't make a move if he didn't announce his name. Li Zongjio did not even need to use the desolate heaven essence. Just by relying on his physical strength, he shuttled back and forth between these people, punching them with every punch. He had to destroy all of them. The one who claimed to be from the Qi seizing sect had his yuan bead shattered by Li Zongjio. He was stunned on the spot, and even though he was heavily injured, he did not have the time to care about it. Li Zongjio's fists were actually so terrifying. Bang! 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 The number of people who fell under Li Zongjio's fists was innumerable. The number of experts who rushed down from the top of the Qing Yuan Mountain Manor was at least 200, or even more. They were all famous experts in the pugilistic world. The corpses rushed up from the foot of the Qing Yuan Mountain. Corpses were strewn all over the place, piling up like a mountain. Some of them even had their family heirloom weapons broken. They held them tightly in their hands, but it was useless. Some of them had half their bodies blasted apart, and the remaining half of their heads were still blinking unwillingly. It was such a bloody path to hell. Some people didn't dare to believe it either. Li Zongjio was about to reach the peak of the Qing Yuan Mountain Manor. The real Qing Yuan Mountain Manor was on the platform at the peak of the mountain, and there was a huge manor there. However, before reaching the peak, there was still one more hurdle. This was the gate of hell, and there were more than 20 figures standing there. Compared to the trash below, the 20 figures above were obviously very powerful and outstanding. They did not even think highly of the people below. This person's physical strength is extraordinary. I really want to compete with him. Don't interfere later. A man who looked incomparably strong stared at Li Zongjio and said. At the same time, the muscles on his body were so developed that they looked as if they were made of rock. It made people feel a sense of awe when they saw him. This person was nicknamed the Diamond King in the pugilistic world. He was a true body-tempering powerhouse. In this gate of hell checkpoint, his combat strength could definitely be ranked in the top 5. In fact, his destructive power could almost be ranked in the top 3. It was because this fellow's strength was too terrifying. He had once killed a 7th-grade origin beast with his fists alone. Therefore, this guy's close combat ability was very terrifying. The people around him intentionally avoided the Diamond King. After all, if anyone was ambushed by this guy at close range, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. He's coming. The Diamond King watched as Li Zongjio grabbed the last 2 corpses and walked up. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. One was heaven, one was earth. There were many Yuan monarch powerhouses below the gate of hell, but they could only be considered as low-level powerhouses. However, those overseeing the gate of hell were people who had hopes of breaking through to the Yuan Emperor realm in the future. Some of them were even existences whose destructive power was close to the Yuan Emperor realm. The Diamond King roared, "Kid, hand over your life." Then, he leaped up and his feet instantly exploded on the ground, leaving a crack in the ground. Then, he rushed towards Li Zongjio with his huge body. Li Zongjio threw the 2 corpses at the newcomer. However, as soon as the 2 corpses got close to the Diamond King, they were smashed into 2 by the Diamond King. Bang! Diamond Mountain quaking fist. Li Zongjiu naturally saw that the strength of the person in front of him wasn't ordinary. He immediately took out the desolate heaven essence without hesitation. He smashed it towards the Diamond King. The Diamond King raised his hands in front of him to block. Damn it, why haven't I seen you use this before? The Diamond King blocked with his hands, wanting to resist this move. However, the desolate heaven essence was a weapon that could easily break through the protective Yuan Qi of an Yuan Emperor powerhouse. Bam! Bam! It was like an egg hitting a rock. The Diamond King's body was instantly smashed to pieces. The people above the gate of hell were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The whole place was silent. Even those who had looked down on him before were now taking him seriously. Chapter 766. Who's going? After a moment of silence, Li Zongjiu kept the desolate heaven essence. From the looks of it, he was ready to continue. Therefore, a figure appeared on top of the barrier. Before this person didn't seem to be on top of the defensive wall. With the appearance of this person, a bone-piercing cold wind appeared in the gates of hell. When they felt this cold wind, everyone couldn't help but shrink their necks. His sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding people. When they saw the black shadow appear, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They couldn't even believe their eyes. The Night King. The Night King actually appeared in person. In the gates of hell, he was the #1 existence. In fact, not many people in the gates of hell knew whether this person really existed or not. This was because the people who came later had only heard of the name of the person in front of them, but had never seen him in person. Now that they saw this figure appear, they even had some doubt. Night King, what wind blew you out here? I haven't seen you for many years. A woman with a graceful figure, heavy makeup, and an extremely unbearable fragrance exuding from her body looked at the black figure in front of her and said. In the gates of hell, she was ranked second, Lady Red Scorpion. This was a cruel and merciless woman. When she was young, she suffered misfortune. Later on, she practiced her skills and killed all 300 people in her enemy's family. Such a matter wasn't even worth mentioning. Later on, she came to the Qingyuan mountain villa and could be considered as half-retired. But in fact, she was very fierce. In just a few years, under the situation where the Night King didn't appear, she was almost the peak existence in the gates of hell. However, Lady Red Scorpion also knew how powerful the Night King was. Before she broke through to the Yuan Emperor realm, she didn't dare to compete with the Night King. After all, the Night King's strength was comparable to the Yuan Emperor realm. It was said that this guy had been in seclusion for a period of time and hadn't appeared for a long time. When he appeared this time, there must be a storm. Perhaps, the Night King had already broken through to the Yuan Emperor realm. If that was the case, how terrifying would the Night King be after breaking through to the Yuan Emperor realm? Red Scorpion, you're up. The Night King's words left no room for doubt. Red Scorpion's eyes turned cold. She had been the hegemon of Hell's Gate for a long time, so she was more or less concerned about her reputation. But now, the Night King dared to casually order her around, which put her in a very awkward situation. If she casually obeyed him, wouldn't she lose her prestige and face? However, the Red Scorpion woman was also a smart person. If she made an enemy of the Night King, she would be making an enemy of the entire Qingyuan manor. After all, the Night King was very strong and everyone was willing to listen to him. If she went against Li Zongjiu, she might be able to survive if she found something amiss during the fight and retreated in time. Since it's the Night King's order, this little girl will respectfully obey. Immediately, the woman's eyes flashed with a cold light. She leaped up and without saying a word, stabbed at Li Zongjiu with a dagger in her hand. At this moment, Li Zongjiu had just finished collecting the Diamond King's storage ring. Previously, he had looked down on those people. However, when he reached this place, he realized that these people's strength was not bad. Therefore, there should be a lot of good things in this storage ring. He collected all of them. When Red Scorpion Woman made her move, her sharp and unstoppable aura attracted Li Zongjiu's attention. Red Scorpion Woman's aura had also reached the level of a grade 9 Yuan monarch. As she made her move, the surrounding power seemed to be attracting Li Zongjiu to Red Scorpion Woman. As she made her move, a gust of icy cold air immediately attacked. In front of Red Scorpion Woman, the icy cold air seemed to have turned into a sharp blade, rushing straight at Li Zongjiu. Red Scorpion Woman's sure-kill move, Ice Piercer, has already been cultivated to the Great Completion realm. If I were to face this move, I would have no chance of dodging at all. Someone above the gates of hell exclaimed in shock after witnessing this move. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart, and it was hard to resist. One had to know that the terrifying power in front of him was spreading. He was almost right in front of him. Boom! Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand. To Li Zongjiu, the invisible sharp qi was completely ignored. Given Li Zongjiu's physical quality, he was completely unaffected by the attack of this power. He grabbed Red Scorpion Woman's wrist. At this moment, there seemed to be a light shadow on Red Scorpion Woman's arm that was rapidly moving. It suddenly pierced towards Li Zongjiu's palm. The body of this light shadow was a poisonous scorpion. Moreover, this poisonous scorpion also belonged to Red Scorpion Woman's original spirit. Sometimes, the original spirits of these people were not extremely large in size. There were even various kinds of original spirit. Therefore, when this poisonous scorpion hid in Red Scorpion Woman's body, even the fluctuations it released were very weak. Crack! Although this poisonous scorpion's sneak attack had a miraculous effect, it was not suitable for Li Zongjiu. With a gentle twist of his wrist, Red Scorpion Woman's arm was directly twisted off. That poisonous scorpion, which was overflowing with cold light, also fell to the ground with a thud. Li Zongjiu stomped on it and crushed it into pieces. Ah! Red Scorpion Woman suddenly spat out blood foam from the corner of her mouth. Obviously, the severe pain caused by this whole body was not something she could withstand at all. However, Red Scorpion Woman was also a ruthless person. After a period of severe pain, she suddenly stretched out a sharp spike from her other hand and stabbed it towards Li Zongjiu's head. At such a close distance, he could feel the cold air that was spreading out. Faced with this move, Li Zongjiu also very straightforwardly punched out. He directly broke Red Scorpion Woman's spike and punched the latter's fist. Crack! Red Scorpion Woman's hand was directly crushed. Li Zongjiu almost easily crippled Red Scorpion Woman, but he keenly noticed that there seemed to be someone coming towards Red Scorpion Woman. Although Li Zongjiu's vision was blocked, the movement of the air around him was extremely clear. Voila! All of a sudden, a sword aura came from behind the Red Scorpion Woman. Apparently, the Red Scorpion Woman had sensed the emergence of this power. She immediately turned her head around. No! The sword aura rose and directly cut Red Scorpion Woman in half. It rushed towards Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu had already used the Hidden Dragon skill. He left an afterimage on the spot and appeared dozens of meters away, quietly watching the situation in front of him. Rumble! This sword aura spread out, and a gully that was nearly half a meter deep even appeared on the ground. Red Scorpion Woman had long been cut in half and was lying on the ground. The cut was very smooth, and there was still a force that was rapidly corroding Red Scorpion Woman's body. In just 2 breaths, Red Scorpion Woman's body was completely corroded. She became a pool of thick black substance and was left on the spot. This Night King killed Red Scorpion Woman with a sword. What a domineering poison. Red Scorpion Woman was killed just like that. What a terrifying force! Extremely terrifying. Chapter 767. The one who made the move was the king who was born in the darkness. The Night King. This was because the Night King had not appeared for a long time. Some of the people who joined later had only heard of the Night King's fame, but had never seen the Night King in person. They even suspected that the Night King had been killed by someone. The gate of hell was gradually controlled by the Red Scorpion Woman. The Red Scorpion Woman became the boss here. Although the Night King's position was still reserved on the surface, it was no longer important. The Red Scorpion Woman could not even say a word now. Only those who were still alive had the right to talk about the difference in status. The Night King's sword also told everyone who was the boss here. You're really ruthless. You even killed your own people. Li Zongjiu looked at the Night King in front of him. Li Zongjiu saw a very similar temperament from the Night King. He was ruthless and did not talk much. Unfortunately, the Night King's strength was not worth mentioning in front of Li Zongjiu. Most importantly, the Night King was Li Zongjiu's enemy. In this case, it was even more important to not let the person in front of him live. Leave this place, and I will not kill you. The Night King also felt the threat from Li Zongjiu. Unless it was absolutely necessary, it would be best not to get into a conflict with Li Zongjiu. The reason why he had killed the Red Scorpion Lady with that sword was to establish his might for the people on the other side of the gates of hell, and also to tell Li Zongjiu that he was not someone to be trifled with. The power of that sword was enough to prove his strength. If he wanted to fight, it would not be easy for both sides. I'll give you a chance. Li Zongjiu looked at the Night King and said lightly. The Night King wanted to show off in front of Li Zongjiu. He was really overestimating himself. Kill yourself. When Li Zongjiu said these 4 words, the people watching from above the gates of hell were extremely shocked. Where did this brat get the courage to directly tell the Night King to kill himself? Let's not talk about whether you're a match for the Night Monarch. Even if you're on par with him, or even if you have a 70% chance of winning, you can't just let him kill himself. This really made everyone gasp in amazement, extremely shocked. Very good. When the Night King heard Li Zongjiu's words, he no longer hesitated. For him to say this, it meant that he was prepared. Li Zongjiu's thoughts were very clear. Everlasting darkness. The Night King gripped the pitch-black sword with both hands. At this moment, he seemed to be circulating all the elemental energy in his body and concentrating it on the sword in his hand. Boom! In the next instant, a gigantic creature charged out from the black sword. When this gigantic creature appeared, all the light in the world seemed to be absorbed by it. It rushed into the sky, then quickly swooped down and suddenly landed on the ground. Suddenly, a black wave spread out and directly covered Li Zongjiu. The people watching from above the gates of hell were shocked to find that the figures of Li Zongjiu and the Night King had actually disappeared in an instant. Without any warning, they directly disappeared in front of their eyes. Is this the legendary power of the domain? My God, the power of the domain, isn't that a power that can only be displayed by experts in the late stage of the Origin Emperor realm? The strength of the Night King is probably on par with the 5 giants of the Qingyuan Villa. Feeling the emergence of this power, these people were extremely shocked. If the Night King wanted to kill them, it would be an easy task. They never thought that the Night King would be so powerful. No wonder it was so easy to kill the Red Scorpion. The Red Scorpion almost wanted to challenge the Night King's position in the gates of hell, but now it seemed that the Red Scorpion's strength was not qualified at all. This is the real Night King. With the Night King here, this kid will definitely die. The people above the gates of hell were also extremely shocked. And at this moment, the two disappeared for only a dozen breaths of time, and a muffled sound was heard. From the space above, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and fell in front of the gates of hell at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The figure fell heavily on the ground. His eyes were full of unwillingness, but at the same time there was also a deep fear. His mouth was slightly open, and blood was constantly gushing out from his mouth. When the people saw the person who fell in front of them, one by one they shouted in surprise. The Night King! This can't be real. Everyone saw that the corpse that fell on the ground was already occupied by fear. This person was the invincible expert that they had just mentioned. The expert that they were deeply impressed by. He was only at the Yuan monarch level, but he was able to release such a powerful move and consummate technique. Among all of you, this kid is considered not bad. Li Zhongzhou's figure also slowly descended above the gates of hell. At first, the people did not believe it. However, when they saw the pitch-black sword in Li Zhongzhou's hand, their mouths were so wide open that they could fit an egg in them. That was the sword in the Night King's hand. The Night King's sword. You? What are you trying to do? Someone finally could not take it anymore. Li Zhongzhou's strong oppression had now killed the 3 experts in the gates of hell. Now, Li Zhongzhou had killed them all. With such strength, wouldn't it be enough to make others feel despair? It seemed that no one could resist Li Zhongzhou. Even someone as strong as the Night King could only die tragically here. Even the weapon had been taken away by someone else. I've said it very clearly before. I'm here to destroy Qingyuan Manor. As his voice faded, Li Zhongzhou's eyes immediately changed. An incomparably sharp aura instantly locked onto everyone present. At this moment, there was an extremely clear thought in everyone's hearts. Li Zhongzhou had already become an extremely ferocious monster. Anyone who was targeted by Li Zhongzhou would have nowhere to run. Li Zhongzhou held the Night King's sword and rushed into the group of people. Some people wanted to resist but did not know how to do so. Some people wanted to escape but found that their legs could not move for the time being. The area around the gates of hell was suddenly covered in blood. Anyone who was cut by the Night King's sword was basically corroded by the poison on the sword. Li Zhongzhou casually chose some relatively clean storage rings. After all, some people were too weak. Even if they collected things, they would not be in good condition. Li Zhongzhou did not want to store so much garbage on his body. When the time came, he would throw all these things to Duliani and let her deal with them. Naturally, it would be simpler. After Li Zhongzhou cleaned up the huge Qingyuan villa, he would definitely be able to gain a lot. As for the Night King in front of him, he really overestimated himself. The number of primitive emperor experts who died in Li Zhongzhou's hands was already innumerable. The power of the domain that the Night King developed was actually just a skill of his own original soul. It was not a real domain. It was in front of Li Zhongzhou's bloody soul hell. The Night King naturally understood what a real domain power was. In order to show his respect for his opponent, Li Zhongzhou let the Night King enjoy an extremely painful death. Based on the painful expression in his eyes, it was obvious that the Night King had been treated very well in the domain. Therefore, when Li Zhongzhou gave the Night King a chance, he had to cherish it. Otherwise, he would not have the chance to commit suicide even if he wanted to. As for the people at the gates of hell, none of them would be able to escape. He had already said that he was going to wipe out their families. Naturally, he would not let them go. The massacre continued until dawn. The blood above the Qingyuan Manor had already flowed to the foot of the mountain, forming a stream of blood. It was hard to imagine how painful the blow to the Qingyuan Manor had been. On the mountain peak, Qingyuan Manor, the blades of more than 300 blood strike guards were stained with blood. This was definitely going to be a difficult battle. Rather than rushing down now, they might as well wait for Li Zhongzhou to walk right into their trap. The 3 blood strike guards of the 7 bronze rank wore frosty expressions. Their auras were like ice-cold blades that penetrated their spines. The blood strike guards behind them also looked like they were about to rush into Azura's field. A ray of morning light shone in front of the courtyard. Chapter 768. The 3 blood strike guard commanders raised their heads and looked at the sky. A flock of startled birds took flight and scattered in all directions. Aside from the 3 7 copper blood strike guards, there were 3 other blood strike guards. In front of the 3 of them was an old man over 50 years old. He had a head full of blood-red hair and his clothes were a sinister blood red. There were a total of 8 copper coins embroidered on the weapon at his waist. An 8 copper blood strike guard. A cold light flickered. This person was the founder of the blood strike guard. No one knew his name. Everyone called him Blood Azura. He had been killing people his entire life and had never stopped. The number of people he had killed along the way was uncountable. If all the corpses were to be piled up, they would be enough to fill Luoxia City. All of you, open the door. Blood Azura growled. How could a mere wooden door stop Li Zongjiu, who had killed his way up the mountain? Since that was the case, they might as well open the door. They would let that kid walk into the great Azura formation formed by the 300 Blood Strike Guard. Rumble. As the door was pushed open, everyone stared at the end of the stairs. Although the Blood Strike Guards had killed people like scything flax and were already used to the concept of life and death, there was still an extremely special atmosphere today for some reason. Under this atmosphere, even they couldn't help but feel nervous. Whoosh! The surrounding air seemed to have become extremely heavy. Were you waiting for me? Suddenly, a voice descended from the sky. The door to the courtyard was immediately slammed shut by an invisible force. Then, a figure wielding the Night Monarch's sword charged into the formation of the Blood Strike Guards. No one had expected Li Zongjiu to be so swift and violent. He had completely adhered to the style of not giving any warning and not leaving anyone alive. With a slash of his sword, at least a dozen Blood Strike Guards were instantly affected by the sword energy. That terrifying aura instantly condensed. Boom! Dozens of people were engulfed by the sword energy. Don't panic, get into formation. Blood Azura roared furiously, trying to calm the panicked Blood Strike Guards down. However, Li Zongjiu was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Many people didn't even see Li Zongjiu's figure clearly before Li Zongjiu's sword slit their throat. Bang! 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 One figure after another was sent flying. Even if it was just a small wound, the poison from the Night King's sword would directly corrode the person. On the way here, Li Zongjiu also found some very good herbs, so he refined some venom along the way and then tempered the Night King's sword. The poison on the Night King's sword was 3 times more than before. Pooh! My hand! No, the Blood Strike Guards were like a flock of sheep being slaughtered by Li Zongjiu with ease. The so-called Great Array was difficult to congeal at the moment. One couldn't even find one's location. How was one supposed to set up an array when one couldn't even find one's location? Back off! Blood Azura couldn't help but roar. Immediately, the group of people retreated. However, Li Zongjiu followed after them. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. When they saw this scene, Blood Azura and the 3 7-bronze Blood Strike Guards didn't hold back anymore. With a boom, the 3 of them unsheathed their swords and took the lead in killing anyone who couldn't avoid Li Zongjiu. Finally, the 4 of them surrounded Li Zongjiu. Currently, there were more than 200 corpses lying on the ground, some of which had already rotted away. The remaining blood-robed guards numbered no more than 50. They had never imagined that Li Zongjiu would be so strong. He had killed them all with ease. Blood Strike Guards, whom he had painstakingly nurtured, were cut down like cabbages by Li Zongjiu. Immediately, Blood Shura was enraged. Li Zongjiu, I will let you experience what it means to be a living hell. Blood Azura shouted. When Li Zongjiu heard Blood Azura's words, the corners of his mouth curled up. Is this the hell you're talking about? As soon as he finished speaking, Blood Azura and the remaining Blood Strike Guards were sucked into the bloody soul hell. The surroundings were filled with a terrifying blood aura. This immediately caused the blood-robed guards to panic. At this moment, the ground beneath their feet was covered in blood. Such a tragic scene was incomparably thrilling in the eyes of these people. So much blood aura had gathered. The Blood Strike Guards hurriedly tried to defend themselves. However, the pool of blood beneath their feet seemed to be hollow as it sucked them in. No! Save me! Save me! This is a place with everything. It was clear that the blood field that was spreading in all directions was an extremely terrifying thing to them. They were practically swallowed up by the blood. Pieces of flesh were peeled off from their bodies. This kind of situation caused them to be at a loss. This was because they discovered that their Yuan power was simply unable to resist the invasion of the baleful blood qi. They could only watch helplessly as their bodies melted away. No. The entire blood-soul hell was filled with howls of anguish. However, Li Zongjie was busy dealing with the stronger blood strike guards in front of him. The rest of the weaker blood strike guards were unable to escape death. In the end, they were all reduced to miserable fate. Is this an illusion? Even Blood Azura, who was the strongest among them, was shocked. He was completely unprepared for what was happening around him. However, even if he used his toes to think, he knew that this wasn't an illusion. Li Zongjie, you're courting death. Blood Azura had already decided to use his cruelest move to torture Li Zongjie to death. However, Li Zongjie's figure flashed and charged towards them. The four of them temporarily formed a small defensive circle. Given their powerful Yuan force, no energy would rush in for the time being. However, the miserable state of the bloody soul hell struck their hearts. In addition, the terrifying energy within the bloody soul hell continued to invade their bodies, making their defenses extremely weak. There weren't many chances to kill this kid. This was their only chance. First Azura slash. Blood Azura gathered his strength and slashed towards the sky. The terrifying energy swept out in an instant. Even the bloody soul hell itself trembled slightly. However, that was all it could do. If he wanted to break through the blood soul hell, he would need at least 100 Azura's first slashes to be effective. The bloody soul hell, which had been reformed once again, was now able to display a very strong power. It was enough to easily withstand the energy in front of them. Swoosh! Li Zongjie's figure appeared beside a 7 bronze blood cloak guard. The Night Monarch sword in his hand easily took the life of the blood cloak guard. That person's eyes widened in horror as he stared intently in front of him. This was because this blood soul hell was continuously absorbing his strength. The Yuan power within his body was also involuntarily turned into nutrients for this blood soul hell. Old Bing! The remaining 2 7 bronze blood-robed guards exclaimed when they saw their comrade's body melting on the ground. This place was like an endless hell, and the only outcome for them was death. Moreover, it would be an extremely painful death. It made them despair, and it was difficult to see any hope. Even Blood Azura seemed to be biting his finger and making some strange gestures on his body. It seemed like he wanted to use this method to stimulate the powerful energy in his body. Awaken, Azura Yuan spirit. Finally, in this life and death crisis, Blood Azura released his secret killing move in the face of a disaster. Azura Yuan spirit. Li Zongjie's eyes lit up when he saw a blood-red figure appear on Blood Azura's body. Chapter 769. Interesting. Li Zongjie looked at the changes in the person in front of him, and the corners of his mouth rose. This was because the original spirit released by the Blood Shura was very similar to his blood soul hell. Even their attributes were very similar. For example, Li Zongjie's blood soul hell was a sea, and the Azura original spirit was a drop of seawater. Merging with the seawater would completely increase the power of the seawater. I changed my mind. From now on, you will be the blood ghost of my blood soul hell. Li Zongjie immediately sneered. This guy had accumulated too many killings, resulting in the blood evil spirit all over his body. If he was added to Li Zongjie's blood soul hell, it would be the most suitable. The so-called blood ghost was just a name Li Zongjie used. In essence, these were almost equivalent to puppets controlled by the blood soul hell. You want to enslave me? You think you can? Blood Azura sat on the ground, and the 2 7 copper blood robe guards beside him were also protecting him. The Azura original spirit that suddenly appeared seemed to be very powerful. Being in the blood soul hell, there seemed to be a kind of boiling power, which was not easy to be melted away. The one who spoke was the Azura origin spirit. The Azura origin spirit reached out with his hand, borrowing the power of Li Zongjie's blood soul hell to condense a blood blade in his hand. Interesting. The Azura original spirit became huge and then slashed at Li Zongjie. However, before the blood blade fell in front of Li Zongjie, It was melted by the power of the blood soul hell. It seems that you still don't know the power of this realm. Li Zongjiu casually raised his hand. Then, the huge Azura original spirit was about to continue attacking, but suddenly, a figure attracted its attention. That is... The 2 7-copper blood robe guards suddenly opened their eyes wide. A gigantic blood dragon appeared in front of them. As the huge body of the blood dragon appeared, the terrifying commotion immediately stirred up the power of the blood sea around it. With a light sweep of its tail, it set off a terrifying wave of blood that covered the Azura origin spirit. Boom! The blood dragon swept out once more, instantly wrapping around the Azura original spirit. Pooh! Blood Shura, who had been sitting in his Azura original spirit form, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned deathly pale. Not good, this. When the two of them saw the blood Azura sitting down, a wave of blood soul hell's power invaded and surrounded the blood Azura. Lord Azura, wake up! However, no matter how much they called out, there was no response. The blood dragon coiled around the Azura Yuan spirit's body. The Azura Yuan spirit was in great pain, but the blood Azura was also suffering from a severe blow. Your Lord Azura won't wake up. Li Zongjiu looked at the 2 panicking men and said. The strength of the blood Azura before them was similar to that of the Night Monarch. In Li Zongjiu's blood soul hell, the blood Azura's fate was obvious. If Li Zongjiu wanted to kill the blood Azura, it would be a piece of cake. However, he had a sudden idea to refine the Azura Yuan spirit into a blood ghost that could wander in the blood soul hell. Next time, if there were any ignorant people, he would directly throw them into the blood soul hell and let the blood ghosts of the blood soul hell play with them. There was no need for him to personally take action. The 2 7-copper blood strike guards could only watch helplessly as the blood soul hell surged into a bloody wave and engulfed the demonic blood Azura before them. The Azura Yuan spirit gradually calmed down. The blood dragon original spirit that Li Zongjiu had summoned also aimed its eyes at the 2 of them. It flew down from the Azura original spirit's body. When it looked at the 2 of them, the 2 of them were obviously extremely nervous. Come, let me test my new pet. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and dismissed the blood dragon Yuan spirit. Then, with a thought, the Azura Yuan spirit turned around and locked its gaze on the 2 of them. Boom! Without further ado, the Azura primordial spirit charged forward with a terrifying aura. The 2 men tried to resist, but they were directly enveloped by the Azura Yuan spirit's blade. In just 3 slashes, the 2 men were easily killed by the Azura Yuan spirit. Your power is not bad. I'll call you Blood Ghost number 1 from now on. Li Zongjiu looked at the Azura origin spirit in front of him with a satisfied look in his eyes. At the very least, with the same attributes, the blood Azura's strength would increase rapidly. The changes in the future would definitely be extraordinary. He put away the blood soul hell. Although the courtyard was filled with a strong smell of blood, there weren't many corpses on the scene. All the corpses had been digested by the blood soul hell that Li Zongjiu had just unleashed. After all, they were all people at the sky origin ancestor realm or above. In addition, the blood aura on their bodies was relatively strong. Therefore, Li Zongjiu's collection of corpses was very effective for the growth of the blood soul hell. Killing people was easy, but encountering people who were covered in blood was relatively rare. After all, many experts would try their best to eliminate the smell of blood on their bodies during the process of cultivation. Only by doing so would they be able to have a more stable cultivation path in the future and not have any mental problems. Most of the corpses had been covered up or even digested. However, these corpses were extremely precious to Li Zongjiu. They were a type of raw material that he liked very much. This courtyard was also considered the training courtyard of the Blood Strike Guard. San Tong had probably come from this training courtyard. Li Zongjiu flicked his finger and set the room in front of him ablaze. The Qingyuan Mountain Villa, which was an incomparably tranquil summer resort, was actually burning with raging flames. Boom! Qingyuan Mountain Villa, Grand Council. The Grand Council had been set up. The group of people in the left manor were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The Blood Strike Guard and the others would definitely not be able to resist. The experts in the right manor had already been gathered. Given the strength of the experts in the right manor, more than half of them had already died before the battle had even begun. Now, the people in Zwa Manor were at most giving advice and suggestions. The leader of the left manor was called Jean Pantheon. Originally, Jean was the second most powerful person in the left manor. This person called Jean Pantheon was also an expert in divination. However, in terms of arrays, he was slightly inferior to Jean. When it came to feng shui and calculating dragon veins, Jean Pantheon's strength was still very good. Moreover, Jean Pantheon was one of the first batch of experts by King Qing Yuan's side. Don't panic. I will activate the Great Protective Array. The few of you will guard the base. We will definitely be able to kill this kid. This kid's blood qi is extremely dense. We must draw out his blood qi and release it, causing him to collapse without a fight. Jean Pantheon was dressed in a long robe with stars and moon and held a golden abacus in his hand. His eyes were empty and unfocused. However, when Jean Pantheon's gaze became sharp and dignified, it formed an extremely strong aura. This kind of power, which seemed to come from an unknown world, brought an invisible pressure to Jean Pantheon. Yin Shengwu has been crippled. The 6 of you, together with Taishu, form a formation and guard the east. I will guard the north. Elder Jean, guard the south side. Leave the west side to it, Feng Hui said in a deep voice. Fortunately, Jean Pantheon still didn't know the cause of Jeantian's death. If Jean Pantheon knew that they were the ones who had caused Jeantian's death, he would probably throw them out without hesitation. However, they had all returned. If they could eliminate Li Zongjiu and Jean Pantheon at the same time, they wouldn't need to divide the left and right manors in the future. Everything would be decided by the people of the right manor. In fact, Feng Hui didn't believe in feng shui and fortune-telling. He only believed in himself. If you were a fortune-teller, why didn't you predict that you would die today? Are we really going to let that guy out? When this guy was mentioned, everyone was shocked. Chapter 770. There was even a sense of dread that was slowly creeping in. Are we really going to use that thing? Jean Pantheon also frowned as he looked at Feng Hui. Unless it was absolutely necessary, summoning that thing would definitely be a very dangerous thing to do. Look at our situation and you'll understand. However, if we want to break through the West Gate, we have to break through our 3 stages first. I won't make such a choice until the very last moment, Feng Hui said solemnly. In fact, Jean Pantheon also knew that Li Zongjiu might be extremely powerful. Otherwise, Guanju and Jeantian wouldn't have died tragically under the dragon vein. Jean Pantheon was actually extremely shocked when he heard such grievous news. One of them was an array master, while the other was an primitive emperor powerhouse. Just the death of one of them was already shocking enough. Now that 2 of them had died at once, it was a huge loss for Qingyuan Manor. When he saw a raging fire burning in front of Qingyuan Manor, Jean Pantheon waved his hand. With a wave of his hand, Jean Pantheon signaled for everyone to return to their positions. Get ready to welcome the arrival of the enemy. Now, there were only 6 protectors left in Qingyuan Manor. They were no longer a threat to Li Zongjiu. The 2 protectors who had died outside weren't innocent at all. Great Void's sun-reflecting mirror had already been destroyed by Li Zongjiu. Great Void himself had also been severely injured. Now, he had to follow the 6 protectors and hold down the fort. The situation was extremely dire. Li Zongjiu set the fire in front of him. He glanced in the direction of the backyard. Qingyuan Manor was really a coward. Just as he was about to rush over, his mental energy suddenly discovered that there seemed to be a gap at the bottom of the training courtyard. This should be a prison, right? Li Zongjiu felt that there seemed to be many signs of activity below. Li Zongjiu immediately looked around. The rockery at the side was a hidden entrance, which Li Zongjiu discovered. Immediately, Li Zongjiu stepped forward and smashed his fist on the rockery, creating an entrance. As he walked down the stairs, the surrounding environment was dark and damp. There was no light to speak of. Li Zongjiu ignited a flame between his fingers, illuminating the environment in front of him. Both sides were sealed by cages forged by the mysterious heavens. Within the iron fence, there were countless gazes staring in the direction of Li Zongjiu. Some of these people's gazes were extremely fierce, while others were dull and lifeless. Whoosh! Li Zongjiu flicked his finger and the iron fences in front of him opened. "Give up, you bastards! I, Wei Pingjiang, would rather die than serve the Qingyuan mountain villa." The deep voice of a middle-aged man came from the deepest cage, giving people a feeling that it was as tough as a mountain. Li Zongjiu was stunned when he heard this. Wei Pingjiang? Li Zongjiu was shocked because even Li Zongjiu had not expected that Wei Pingjiang would actually appear here. As a member of the Xingyan dynasty, the young people of this generation had all grown up listening to Wei Pingjiang's story. It was rumored that Wei Pingjiang had started practicing martial arts at the age of 3 and had already become a Yuan adept expert at the age of 5. He had become a Yuan general at the age of 13. At the age of 15 or 16, he had already joined the Green Dragon Army, one of the 4 trump cards of the dynasty, and his strength had reached the Yuan ancestor level. He had become a Yuan monarch elite at the age of 20 and had directly become the commander of the 1st Cavalry Division of the Green Dragon Army. In the army, he had the reputation of being brave and good at fighting. He was also an extremely talented war genius. Before Li Zongjiu had entered the Foggy Snow Alchemy sect and was still the young master of the Li family, he had naturally yearned for Wei Pingjiang's achievements. After entering the Foggy Snow Alchemy sect, there had been no more news. Then, he had heard that Wei Pingjiang had died in battle in the Demon Ridge of the Wasteland. The Demon Ridge of the Wasteland was filled with Yuan beasts and many elites. Furthermore, they often launched sneak attacks on the Xingyan dynasty. The Green Dragon Army was stationed here to resist the Yuan beasts in the Demon Ridge, as well as some attacks from the demon race. The people who should have died on the battlefield had unexpectedly appeared here. Li Zongjiu was also rather surprised. After all, Wei Pingjiang's strength was still very good. Even in the later stages, Wei Pingjiang had been able to reappear after the destruction of Qingyuan Mountain Villa. However, during that period of time, Li Zongjiu was still struggling in an environment. He didn't know much about the encounters of the famous people in the world. It could even be said that he didn't care much about these things. "You are Wei Pingjiang?" Li Zongjiu arrived at the prison cell and discovered that there was a person shackled in 3 layers of shackles. When he saw the person before him, Li Zongjiu was clearly a little surprised. A genius warlord of a generation was now in such dire straits. Wei Pingjiang was clearly only a middle-aged man and only a few years older than Li Zongjiu. However, just like Li Zongjiu, Wei Pingjiang did not look like an expert at all. He was clearly just a very dispirited middle-aged man. "Where did you come from? I've never seen you before, little thing." Wei Pingjiang looked at Li Zongjiu in disdain and realized that Li Zongjiu was only a child in his teens. Could it be that Qingyuan Mountain Villa had no other choice but to let such a child torture him? If that was the case, then Qingyuan Mountain Villa was really a piece of trash. They still wanted Wei Pingjiang to work for them with such a level of skill. It really made him laugh his head off. "You're still so arrogant even after having your shoulder blades pierced." As expected of Wei Pingjiang, Li Zongjiu looked at Wei Pingjiang's state. This guy had probably been captured for 2 years. However, under these 2 years of torture, he actually did not surrender or compromise. This made Li Zongjiu very impressed. However, Li Zongjiu did not like people being too arrogant in front of him. Even this legendary figure was the same. In the past, People like you had some qualifications to jump around in front of me, Li Zhongjiu. But now, people like you no longer have such qualifications. When Wei Pingjiang heard Li Zhongjiu's words, he was somewhat puzzled. What was this kid talking about? Was he stupid? In the next second, he saw Li Zhongjiu raise his hand. Then, a sharp aura easily cut off the metal chain behind Wei Pingjiang. Bang! In many years, this was the first time Wei Pingjiang left the chain. When Wei Pingjiang landed on the ground, he even felt that the heavy shackles on his back had been removed. He felt as if he had been released. Obviously, Wei Pingjiang even thought that he was dreaming. When he was captured by these people, he thought that there was a chance for him to escape. But later on, he gradually fell into despair. This was because the mastermind behind this seemed to be very powerful. Even Wei Pingjiang's family couldn't find any clues. Therefore, even if they knew that Wei Pingjiang was still alive, it was extremely difficult, let alone find out where Wei Pingjiang was. This elixir will help with your injuries. I want to see how far you can go. Li Zhongjiu looked at Wei Pingjiang with the attitude of an expert. Suddenly, Wei Pingjiang felt as if he had been enlightened. Could it be that the outside world had become like this in just 2 years after he was captured? From the looks of it, a teenager seemed to have broken into the secret dungeon of Qingyuan Mountain Villa. All the prison cells were opened. Among these people, there were many who had previously dominated a region, or people who had very special talents in a certain area. After being caught, if you were unwilling to work for Qingyuan Manor, then you would be beaten up and tortured endlessly. Looking at the elixir on the ground and hesitating, Wei Pingjiang raised his head and saw Li Zhongjiu turn around and leave. When he left, Li Zhongjiu gave everyone in the cell a grade 5 elixir. No matter what attribute the elixir was, when it reached grade 5, it would have the effect of recovering yuan power and healing injuries. Chapter 771. The people in the dungeon were not clear about the situation, but there were some who knew what was going on. Moreover, they were suddenly released. For them, this was a rare opportunity. Some of the people who knew what was going on recognized that the grade 5 pill in their hands had extraordinary effect. They immediately swallowed it. Wei Pingjiang also directly refined the elixir. His cultivation base had been sealed for nearly 2 years. Fortunately, Wei Pingjiang's cultivation base was relatively strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to survive until now. While he was refining the elixir, Wei Pingjiang was also thinking about who that brat was. Some people had already rushed out and found that the surroundings were a sea of fire. Although there weren't any corpses on the ground, experienced people could tell at a glance that this place had experienced a great massacre. Many people ran down the mountain directly. As they ran down the mountain, they saw the corpses all over the ground and immediately understood that someone had destroyed Qingyuan Mountain Villa. Could it be that Qingyuan Mountain Villa was attacked by someone? They even dared to attack Qingyuan Mountain Villa. What kind of person is this? Many people were extremely shocked. They didn't even dare to believe their own eyes. The scene they saw was actually the Qingyuan Villa being engulfed by the raging flames. I never thought that I would be able to see the light of day again. Some people directly knelt down in front of the sky and earth. They sighed inwardly. Being able to escape with their lives and breathe the fresh air of the outside world was an extremely precious thing for them. Many people also refined the elixir on the spot. They didn't know the dangers of the outside world, so it was more important to ensure their own strength first. That way, even if they encountered some special circumstances, they would be able to ensure that they had a certain chance and the ability to resist. They wouldn't be caught before they could rush out. In that case, wouldn't this be a waste of this opportunity? My yuan power. This elixir. Wei Pingjiang opened his eyes. Within his eyes, there was an extremely incredulous glint. As he looked at his hands, he felt the surging yuan power that had already recovered in his body. This immediately caused Wei Pingjiang and himself to become excited. This was because Wei Pingjiang was shocked to discover that his Yuan power had actually reached the peak of the Yuan monarch realm after accumulating for 2 years. General Wei, we don't want to die blindly in such a situation. We'll listen to what you say next. A few figures stood in front of Wei Pingjiang. Some of these people had just been caught, and some had been caught for even longer than Wei Pingjiang. However, they were all famous experts in the underworld before this, and each of them had their own specialties. Now they were inexplicably rescued by someone. It was inevitable that there was some sort of trap in this. Wei Pingjiang was a famous war god. It wasn't just because he was strong, but also because of his leadership and commanding ability. Therefore, those who were slightly smarter would stand on Wei Pingjiang's side without hesitation and wait for Wei Pingjiang's orders. Since everyone thinks highly of me, I will definitely do my best, Wei Pingjiang said with a trembling voice. The cellmates in the prison cell also knew of Wei Pingjiang's strength and perseverance. After all, they had all seen Wei Pingjiang endure some torture, but Wei Pingjiang had endured all of it. He was indeed worthy of being the commander of the Green Dragon Army's 1st Cavalry Regiment. He had received the title of God of War when he was young, and even now, he was still very powerful. However, when these people rushed out, they were shocked to find that Qing Yuan Mountain Villa had already been burned down. There were no guards around. Some people were shocked when they saw the countless piles of corpses on the road at the foot of the mountain. The scene that appeared before their eyes was already extremely impactful to them. They're all dead. Wei Pingjiang's face was also full of shock. When he recalled that young man, he seemed to be very strong. It seemed like all of this had a lot to do with that young man. Since the guards are dead, we will bid farewell here. We will meet again in the underworld. Wei Pingjiang cupped his hands towards these people. These people were also eager for freedom. With such a good opportunity, they would be able to obtain freedom if they left directly. Of course, they were extremely excited. However, when they saw Wei Pingjiang, they were also puzzled. General? Are you going to stay here? The young man who saved me, I want to know who he is. Wei Pingjiang glanced at the depths of Qing Yuan Mountain Villa. Now that his strength had recovered, Wei Pingjiang's confidence had also greatly increased. The mysterious young man, Li Zongjiu, had saved Wei Pingjiang's life. He would repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. Wei Pingjiang would definitely not let them have an easy time in Qing Yuan Mountain Villa. Boom! Just as Wei Pingjiang and the others were talking, an extremely strong shock suddenly came from the depths of the villa. It was as if the surrounding energy was rapidly fluctuating and attacking. The bricks on the ground seemed to have been shaken to the point that they flew up. Then, they fell back to their original positions. When Wei Pingjiang and the others saw this, they also looked towards the depths of the villa. They're still fighting. Immediately, Wei Pingjiang's figure also leaped forward and rushed towards the front. Some of the people who rushed out with Wei Pingjiang also turned and rushed down the mountain. Although they hated Qing Yuan Mountain Villa to the bone, they didn't have the guts to stay and fight against Qing Yuan Mountain Villa. However, there were also 3 people who chose to chase after Wei Pingjiang. Qing Yuan Mountain Villa killed my family. I can't let them go. That's right. Qing Yuan Mountain Villa killed my lover. In this life, Qing Yuan Mountain Villa will not rest until one of us is dead. My entire family was massacred by Qing Yuan Mountain Villa in order to force me to cultivate the Heaven's Hatred Blade. Since these people are looking forward to my Heaven's Hatred Blade so much, I can't let them down. A white-haired man's eyes were filled with sorrow. His body also emitted a bone-piercing sorrow. People couldn't help but guess what kind of despair he had experienced. At this moment, in Qing Yuan Mountain Villa, Jean Pantheon and the others were really in the midst of a fierce battle. The scene of frenzied killing came from the fierce resistance of the enemy, which also made them clench their teeth. Damn this kid! How terrifying is he! The array is about to break. Behind Taishu, of the 6 great Qin Yuan Manor protectors, only 3 of them were still able to barely stand. The other 3 were directly beaten until their bodies exploded and they died on the spot. Tai Su and the remaining 3 protectors used their own strength to fuse into the array, forming a Tai Su longsword. However, Li Zhongjio's desolate heaven essence was able to shake their Tai Su longsword to the brink of shattering it. Sometimes Li Zhongjio would smash it several times in a row. It was as if the Tai Su longsword was shattered into pieces. Pung! Tai Su was using all his strength to circulate his Yuan Qi when he suddenly felt a chill behind him. He turned his head. The 3 protectors behind him had already turned into a pile of meat paste. Their blood splattered on Tai Su's body, resulting in such a situation. How can this be? Tai Su was shocked. In the next moment, Tai Su saw a huge golden palm coming down from outside the array. Boom! When the palm came down, Tai Su hurriedly retracted his strength and dodged into the distance. He didn't even have the chance to block it and could only flee in panic. Li Zhongjio's palm was only executed based on his intuition. After all, Li Zhongjio was still trapped in the array and couldn't find the exact location of these people. Tai Su dodged in a panic, but in the end, one of his legs was still hit by the palm. Immediately, his leg exploded. My leg! Bam! The leg was like a bubble, disappearing from the body of the Great Void. Jean Pantheon sensed the situation of Tai Su and the others, and his heart immediately sank. The east side has been broken. Feng Hui, hurry up and bring Taishu back. Jean Pantheon held an abacus in his hand. He himself was guarding the north side of the array, and at the same time controlling the array. Chapter 772. At this moment, Li Zhongjio was indeed trapped within the formation. However, the array's attacks were unable to harm Li Zhongjio at all. To Li Zhongjio, this did not pose any threat at all. However, it would take some time for him to walk out of the array. That guy who condensed into a sword should have been severely injured by me. Li Zhongjio had just randomly chosen a direction and made a small attempt. Who knew that he would really be hit by him? That guy could only blame himself for being unlucky. Suddenly, a huge abacus fell from the sky. It was as if a mountain had smashed down. Li Zhongjio stood in his original spot. He might have been smashed into a cripple. However, Jean Pantheon had miscalculated. With a wave of his fist, he sent the abacus flying. Following that, Li Zhongjio also found a direction in the vast expanse and quickly rushed over. This position. It was also the west side of the array. Originally, they had gathered everyone's strength to trap Li Zhongjio in the array. Then, Li Zhongjio would be like a turtle in a jar, with only death awaiting him. However, they did not expect Li Zhongjio's resistance to be so strong and powerful. Boom! A 6-eared fire monkey as tall as a mountain suddenly leaped and appeared in front of Li Zhongjio. Roar! The 6-eared fire monkey spat out a terrifying flame at Li Zhongjio, instantly engulfing Li Zhongjio. The flames swept over, forming a sea of fire. However, the 6-eared fire monkey's ears twitched slightly, as if it had caught on to something. In the next second, it saw Li Zhongjio break through the flames in front of it. Rising from the endless sea of fire, he raised the desolate heaven essence and smashed it down on the 6-eared fire monkey's head. However, in the eyes of the 6-eared fire monkey, Li Zhongjio was like a tiny ant. When it saw Li Zhongjio's staff coming down, it raised its hand and grabbed Li Zhongjio. Then, it threw Li Zhongjio to the ground. Boom! The surging power seemed to have trapped Li Zhongjio's body. With a loud sound, Li Zhongjio was thrown to the ground. Li Zhongjio, do you really think that you can destroy Qin Yuan Manor? Feng Hui's voice sounded. Upon closer inspection, it was the 6-eared fire monkey that was speaking. The 6-eared fire monkey was Feng Hui's original soul, which was equivalent to Feng Hui's incarnation. Therefore, it wasn't strange that it could speak. It seemed that after throwing Li Zhongjio to the ground, Feng Hui had become rather confident. A huge abacus abruptly turned into power and instantly covered the land in front of him. 1. Then, the surroundings seemed to have formed a huge maze, constantly obstructing Li Zongjiu's footstep. The maze that appeared was also formed by the golden abacus. Li Zongjiu wanted to destroy the maze, but he found that the power above was too terrifying. There was no way to rush out. If you want to break my heavenly golden abacus, I'm afraid you need to be a 5th-grade primitive emperor. Jean Pontien's voice rang out from within the array. Jean Pontien's voice sounded very proud and confident. He had absolute confidence that Li Zongjiu wouldn't be able to rush out of the heavenly golden abacus. Boom! Suddenly, flames surged over from the front, crazily roaming within the maze. Such a terrifying power was rapidly approaching. When he saw the flames coming, Li Zongjiu could only support his own yuan power. Boom! The power of the 6-eared fire monkey's flames was also very terrifying. Otherwise, Feng Hui wouldn't have been able to grow to his current state. The flames continued to strengthen Li Zongjiu, who was trapped in the flames, didn't seem to move at all. Feng Hui and Jean Pantheon were overjoyed when they saw this. They had finally trapped Li Zongjiu. They had to make this arrogant Li Zongjiu pay the price. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu would think that their Qingyuan mountain villa was a gathering place for trash, where he could come and go as he pleased. At this moment, a golden light suddenly burst out from the sea of fire. When the golden light emerged, it was like a golden arrow piercing through the air. Then, Li Zongjiu's figure finally broke free. Boom! Li Zongjiu's golden light extinguished the sea of flames in front of him. What is that? The two of them looked through the eye of the array and saw a huge object filled with golden light emerge. When they saw this scene, they were both shocked. That's a golden dragon, the golden dragon origin spirit. When Li Zongjiu's golden dragon true spirit was released, he no longer felt the pressure around him. The flames of the 6-eared fire monkey posed no threat to Li Zongjiu. What a broken thing! Li Zongjiu flew up and punched out. The power of the golden dragon original spirit instantly exploded in front of him. Boom! The maze formed by the so-called heavenly gold abacus was instantly shattered by Li Zongjiu's punch. The heavenly gold abacus was blown to pieces. Jean Pantheon, who was outside the array, spat out a mouthful of blood. The heavenly gold abacus was considered a natal treasure for him, but it was destroyed by Li Zongjiu with just one move. After destroying the heavenly gold abacus, Li Zongjiu rushed forward. The 6-eared fire monkey lifted its leg and landed. However, Li Zongjiu's punch was imbued with the power of the flight of the golden dragon. It sent the 6-eared fire monkey flying. Whoosh! The 6-eared fire monkey's huge body fell to the ground, unable to get up. Li Zongjiu leaped again and landed on the 6-eared fire monkey's head. He stared into the 6-eared fire monkey's eyes. It was as if he could see Feng Hui in front of him through its eyes. What are you trying to do? Feng Hui's body trembled slightly when he saw Li Zongjiu's actions. He had no idea what Li Zongjiu was going to do, but he could guess that Li Zongjiu was going to do something terrifying. The last thing Feng Hui saw through the 6-eared fire monkey's eyes was Li Zongjiu's cold smile. Pfft! Feng Hui immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, Feng Hui's face turned ashen, as if he had just lost his son. My 6-eared fire monkey! Feng Hui cried out. Feng Hui also suffered a huge blow from this incident. The death of the 6-eared fire monkey would be a huge blow to Feng Hui's strength. Now, the best moves of these two experts had been destroyed by Li Zongjiu. It was hard to accept. Feng Hui, who was filled with grief and indignation, revealed a trace of determination in his eyes. Li Zongjiu, you forced me to do this. In his grief and indignation, Feng Hui took out a pitch-black key from his bosom. Just by looking at it, one could tell that this key had a ferocious aura. Feng Hui quickly got up and opened a manhole cover. With a leap, he seemed to have descended a distance of nearly 50 meters. Finally, 50 meters underground, a stone door made of the extremely precious black gold stone appeared. The black gold stone's special characteristic was that it was hard. Another special characteristic was that it could isolate auras. It could isolate the auras of the inner and outer world. It was obvious that this prison cell was built with black gold stones. Li Zongjiu, you asked for it. Feng Hui felt very happy when he thought about how Li Zongjiu was going to be torn to pieces by the thing inside. As he thought about it, he quickly inserted the key in his hand into the keyhole of the door and turned it gently. Gotcha. Chapter 773. Wei Pingjiang and the other three rushed up to the roof, but they discovered that the area in front of them had already been enveloped by a terrifying power. It was difficult for outsiders to enter. It's the power of a formation. They actually activated the mountain protecting formation. It seems like these people from the Qing Yuan Villa have met a tough opponent. The white-haired man from the Heaven Hatred Blade seemed to be quite knowledgeable. With just a glance, he determined that this was within the range of the mountain protecting formation of the Qing Yuan Villa. After the formation was activated, the people inside couldn't come out, and the people outside couldn't enter. They'll only remove the formation when the people inside die. Wei Pingjiang said in a deep voice. Let's wait here for a while. The four of them also meditated on the spot. While waiting for the situation to change, they were also trying their best to recover their yuan power. Only after adjusting their condition to the peak would they have enough strength to fight against these people. Otherwise, they would just be throwing their lives away. However, since these people dared to barge into the Qing Yuan Villa and even forced out the mountain protecting formation, it was enough to prove that these people's strength wasn't simple. They didn't know where these people came from. Could it be that they were people from the Xingyan dynasty's imperial court who came specifically to deal with the Qing Yuan Villa? While Wei Pingjiang and the others were waiting here, suddenly, they raised their heads and saw dark clouds surging in the sky. It was originally daytime, but it was just past noon. The appearance of these dark clouds in the sky was clearly somewhat unusual. Not good. I heard before that there seems to be a devil sealed beneath the Qingyuan mountain villa. Demon? What's a demon? When Wei Pingjiang was captured, he had also heard people say that the Qing Yuan Villa seemed to be a gathering place with extremely deep resentment. Moreover, there was an extremely terrifying demon sealed under the Qing Yuan Villa. As for what this demon wasn't transformed from a human. It was a real demon that was incomparably bloodthirsty. The root of the matter could be traced back to a long time ago. However, the matter at that time had nothing to do with the present. The final result was that it led to the defeat and extinction of the demon race. However, some demons with extremely deep resentment couldn't be killed so easily. The human experts could only seal them and find a specialized person to watch over them. The Qing Yuan Villa was built on the Qing Yuan Mountain to suppress this demon. The huge Qing Yuan Villa, in addition to the 3 cities below, actually formed a set of true demon-suppressing formation. And now, this incomparably terrifying and incomparably ferocious demon was about to emerge from the ground. The seal was directly lifted. Terrifying demonic energy seemed to be gushing out crazily from the ground. Even Li Zongjiu, who was inside the formation, was stunned. Demon energy? When Li Zongjiu felt the aura of the demon race, he was also startled. The calamity of the demon race only broke out in the later years of Li Zongjiu's life. Back then, Li Zongjiu was the main force that annihilated the demon race. Many of his treasures were also obtained from the demon race. Therefore, when Li Zongjiu felt the demon energy, he was naturally incomparably familiar with it. Even back then, when he used the evil soul eye, it was during a battle with the demon race that he accidentally discovered that he could use such a move. This was originally something that happened 1,000 years later. However, the demon energy had unexpectedly appeared in advance. It's just a small demon. After feeling this aura, Li Zongjiu wasn't very nervous. However, He was extremely curious about the appearance of the demon energy. Could it be that everything he had done had triggered the calamity of the demon race and caused it to break out in advance? It doesn't matter if it breaks out. If these stupid demons really dare to come out and cause trouble, I'll really annihilate them, Li Zongjiu thought to himself. As he was thinking about it, he saw a figure that was nearly 10 meters tall. It walked out of the thick white fog, carrying an extremely heavy iron axe on its shoulder. This iron axe had a few cracks on it. From the looks of it, this giant's appearance was similar to that of the bear man. It was panting heavily. Its eyes were as big as copper bells as it stared directly at Li Zongjiu in front of it. A ferocious aura erupted. Feng Hui and Jean Pantheon could be considered the last of the resistance. There was also a half-crippled Great Void expert lying behind them. It had to be said that these three people were the last people left in Qingyuan Manor. As for the maids and servants, they would basically hide if there was a problem. This ancient demon's strength is comparable to that of a 7th-grade origin emperor. With this ancient demon, it's enough to smash Li Zongjiu into pieces. Although Jean Pantheon also knew the danger of the ancient demon race, he was still in the face of such a ferocious Li Zongjiu. Moreover, Li Zongjiu had broken Li Zongjiu's heavenly golden abacus not long ago. That was a weapon that he had spent his entire life to create. Now, it had been destroyed by Li Zongjiu. It could be said that he hated Li Zongjiu to the core. He couldn't wait to chop Li Zongjiu to death under his feet. The ancient demon race. Li Zongjiu will definitely die. Prepare a trap. After this demon kills Li Zongjiu, we'll lock him back, Jean Pantheon said in a low voice. If they released something that wanted to destroy them in order to get rid of Li Zongjiu, it would be very bad for them. Now, even if they killed Li Zongjiu, it would be difficult to make up for the loss of Qingyuan Manor even with Li Zongjiu's life. Just by recruiting so many experts, in addition to the prisoners in the dungeon, the many years of planning could be said to have been destroyed. This made Jean Pantheon furious. There was no way to salvage the situation. If the villa lord came out of seclusion and saw the ruins of the Qingyuan villa, what kind of thoughts would he have? They also wanted to inform the manor lord of this news, so that he could come out of seclusion sooner. However, King Qingyuan was in seclusion. There was no way for outsiders to contact King Qingyuan, who was in seclusion, so they could only be anxious that Li Zongjiu should be dead. This was because the aura of the demon clan was like a kind of poison to origin qi cultivators. There was simply no way to resist the invasion of this poisonous gas. Furthermore, it would bring about an extremely troublesome and deep-rooted injury. It was not something that could be easily removed. Therefore, they did not dare to come into close contact with this ancient demon. Instead, they directly threw this ancient demon into the formation. They let it fight with Li Zongjiu. Even if Li Zongjiu used all of his means, it was impossible for him to be the ancient demon clan's opponent. Boom! Just as the two of them were discussing whether to open the array's eye to take a look, suddenly, the array disc in front of them was destroyed. It was as if it had exploded on the spot. It even gave Jean Pantheon a fright. How could the array disc explode? Whoosh! A black wind blew past. When Feng Hui raised his head and saw the scene, his body froze on the spot. He could not believe what he was seeing. What's wrong with you? Jean Pantheon was confused when he saw Feng Hui's dazed gaze. However, as soon as he turned his head, he saw a huge axe falling towards him. Boom! The domineering axe chopped down on Jean Pantheon's head. Bang! Jean Pantheon looked like a pile of dog poop that had been flattened. There was no sign of life left. This is impossible. Seeing Jean Pantheon's fate, Feng Hui suddenly let out an extremely tragic cry. This was because the one who killed Jean Pantheon was the ancient demon that he had released. This was supposed to be the last line of defense, the last trump card. Who would have thought that this ancient demon clan would turn against him? No, this ancient demon clan is being controlled by that brat. At this critical juncture, Feng Hui still managed to spot Li Zongjiu, who was walking behind the devil, at a glance. He was walking leisurely, as if he was taking a stroll. When he saw Li Zongjiu approaching, Feng Hui's heart was filled with despair. Li Zongjiu waved his hand gently, and the ancient demon clan raised the axe in its hand again. Boom! Chapter 774. Feng Hui had been entrenched in Qing Yuan Mountain Villa for such a long time. Now, he was buried by the soil of Qing Yuan Mountain Villa. The power of the ancient demon's axe was incomparably domineering. It directly shattered more than half of Qing Yuan Mountain. When such a terrifying power landed on a person's body, there was not even the slightest bit of pain. Even Tai Su, who was lying on the ground, was directly crippled. When the array formation shattered, Wei Pingjiang and the others also quickly rushed in. They wanted to see what exactly was going on in the Qingyuan villa. However, all they saw was a large piece of ruins and two figures standing on the ground. One of the figures was 5 feet tall, and the axe in his hand was also 3 feet long. Just looking at it made one feel a kind of fear that seeped into one's bones. The ancient demon clan member seemed to have caught a whiff of Li Zongjiu's scent and turned his head abruptly. Naturally, Li Zongjiu also saw Wei Pingjiang behind him. "What are you doing here? Are you not afraid of death?" Li Zongjiu said. At this moment, Wei Pingjiang and the others looked at the ancient demon in front of them, the mess around them, and the few lumps of meat on the ground. They immediately understood that Li Zongjiu had actually beaten up Qing Yuan Mountain Villa to such a state. There was actually no one else at the scene. Everything was done by Li Zongjiu. It was truly shocking and horrifying. Li Zongjiu's strength was actually so terrifying. You destroyed Qing Yuan Mountain Villa. This ancient demon, Wei Pingjiang naturally knew of the existence of this ancient demon. Wei Pingjiang's Green Dragon Army had always been fighting against the demon clan. It was not surprising that he knew of this ancient demon. However, wasn't this ancient demon the seal of Qing Yuan Mountain Villa? Why did it now seem like it was controlled by Li Zongjiu? However, before Li Zongjiu could reply to them, the ancient demon once again turned around and looked at the cave behind the courtyard. If they hadn't destroyed all the houses in the villa, they would have died. Even then, he wouldn't be able to see the cave at the back of the mountain. There were 2 words carved on top of the cave: Forbidden Area. "You don't want to come out? Then I'll force you out," Li Zongjiu said calmly. With a thought, the ancient demon controlled by Li Zongjiu once again raised the axe in his hand and chopped at the cave. Boom! A terrifying aura blew out the cave in front of him. Then, he saw a figure sitting cross-legged on a stone platform. He was wearing a white shirt and overcoat. As he sat there, his aura seemed to be extremely solemn and dignified, causing ordinary people to not dare to approach him. Just one look at it would make one feel like kneeling down. He looked dignified. There was also a purple light protecting his body. When the ancient demon race's thunderclap axe landed on the purple protective light, it didn't even budge in the slightest. Of course, Wei Pingjiang and the others immediately saw the figure. They were shocked and stared at the figure in front of them with their eyes wide open. The 3 of them gnashed their teeth in hatred. Although the killing of their family members was probably not ordered by this person, it was also because of this person's protection that the people below could be so arrogant and despotic, and do such things. Therefore, the person in front of them was the real culprit. King Qin Yuan. This person is King Qin Yuan. I'm going to fight with him. Are you stupid? You'll die in vain if you rush up. Tianhen Yidao almost rushed up directly. Fortunately, Wei Pingjiang stopped him. Wei Pingjiang knew the strength of King Qin Yuan. He was a genuine primitive emperor expert. There was a reason why the Saint Flame Empire was able to prosper for such a long time. The bloodline of the imperial family was extremely powerful. Especially the bloodline and talent of the previous generation, it was so powerful that it was heaven-defying. It was rumored that the cultivation of the Saint Flame Emperor had already reached the sovereign realm. As the younger brother of Emperor Xingyan, King Qing Yuan naturally had his own ability to survive until now. Even if his cultivation wasn't as good as Emperor Xingyan's, it wouldn't be too far off. The reason why Qing Yuan Villa was able to reach its current scale and strength was because of King Qing Yuan standing behind it. It was the middle-aged man in front of them. His hair was slightly white, and his clothes were simple and plain. When he was interrupted in his cultivation, he slowly opened his eyes. It was just a look, but it was like a power that penetrated through the ages. It immediately made Wei Pingjiang and the others feel a burning sensation in their hearts. It was as if the blood in their bodies would spurt out in the next moment. Phew! Only by forcefully circulating the elemental energy in his body did he manage to temporarily suppress the agitation in his body. However, their faces were also filled with incomparable horror. Just this gaze alone was enough to make them feel as if their bodies were boiling. If they were to get closer and make any movements, wouldn't their bodies explode and die in a matter of minutes? Is this the pressure of the primitive emperor realm? Although Wei Pingjiang was a genius, there was still a long way to go before he could break through to the primitive emperor realm. Who knew how long it would take to reach King Qing Yuan's level? Li Zongjiu also focused his attention on King Qing Yuan. Li Zongjiu didn't care about these people before. Although Li Zongjiu's current cultivation was only at the 9th grade Yuan monarch realm, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill any Yuan monarchs below the 3rd grade. With the help of the desolate heaven essence, he could resist a 4th grade or even a 5th grade Yuan monarch. If it was a 6th grade primitive emperor, it would be a little more strenuous. His chances of winning would be around 80%. This would depend on the situation. If the other party wanted to leave, Li Zongjiu wouldn't be able to stop him. If it was a 7th grade primitive emperor, the chances of winning would be 50-50. If Li Zongjiu wanted to leave, the 7th grade primitive emperor wouldn't be able to stop him. He might even have to pay a greater price. With such terrifying combat strength, it was no wonder that he didn't care about the people from Qingyuan Manor. In Li Zongjiu's eyes, these people were just stepping stones. He was already invincible in his previous life. In this life, he should be overbearing. 8th grade primitive emperor? Li Zongjiu said slowly when he sensed King Qingyuan's aura. It was indeed out of Li Zongjiu's expectations. Although he was surprised, the ancient demon in front of him was also a pleasant surprise. But if he wanted to kill someone, he had to be quick. After all, Li Zongjiu's evil soul, I couldn't control him for long. When the time was up, the ancient demon would regain his senses and kill anyone he saw. With a wave of his hand, King Qing Yuan removed the defensive barrier in front of him. The defensive barrier turned into a golden pearl and fell into King Qingyuan's hand. Then, the pearl turned into a ray of light and stuck to King Qingyuan's body, turning into a golden robe with black edges. Elemental pearl. And it was a defensive type. That made it even more precious. Li Zongjiu. King Qingyuan looked at the young man in front of him and spat out these 3 words. Wei Pingjiang and the others, who were not far away, frowned. They weren't familiar with the name Li Zongjiu. Then, they looked at Heavenly Hatred Dao. After all, Heavenly Hatred Dao was only captured a few months ago. Maybe he had heard of Li Zongjiu's name in the underworld before. However, Heavenly Hatred Dao also shook his head blankly, indicating that he had never heard of Li Zongjiu's name. Li Zongjiu was also very surprised that King Qingyuan actually knew his name. It seemed that his reputation wasn't small. That's right. Chapter 775. Li Zongjiu replied, which made King Qing Yuan nod involuntarily. What enmity do you have with my Qingyuan manor? How did you end up in such a state? King Qing Yuan scanned the place with his mental strength. He immediately sensed that the entire Qingyuan manor was empty. Other than a few servants, there was only one survivor left. Yin Shengwu, who was seriously injured and still unconscious. At this moment, Yin Shengwu was still at death's door. Emir Li Zhongjie had directly turned Qingyuan Manor into such a state, which made King Qing Yuan extremely surprised. Although Qingyuan Manor was something he had built out of boredom, it was still considered a painstaking effort. After all, this was his ambition. Now that it had been turned into such a state by Li Zhongjie, how could he bear it? Even if it was something he had casually made, as long as it belonged to King Qing Yuan, an ordinary person like him could not easily destroy it. Otherwise, it would be a provocation to King Qing Yuan's dignity. How could King Qing Yuan let him off? There is no deep hatred. If you want to blame someone, blame the feng shui of your Qingyuan manor. Li Zhongjie said slowly. King Qing Yuan's eyes revealed a trace of murderous intent, but it was quickly suppressed. At this moment, King Qingyuan was naturally very upset. However, the cultivation technique he cultivated was telling him that he had to keep a clear mind and not get angry at will. Only by doing so would he be able to reach a higher cultivation level and continue to break through. King Qing Yuan would only be able to reach a higher level and realm on the path of cultivation when he was truly at ease and at ease. However, King Qing Yuan seemed to be thinking too much. Li Zhongjie's next sentence directly made King Qing Yuan feel as if he was about to explode on the spot. I'll give you a chance. Kill yourself. It will be more dignified. Li Zhongjie's words were very sincere. Although it might be a little difficult for Li Zhongjie to fight an 8th-grade origin emperor with his current strength, the person in front of him was King Qing Yuan, someone Li Zhongjie must kill. Therefore, no matter what cultivation realm Li Zhongjie had, King Qing Yuan would still kill him. Even if he wanted to escape, he would not have any chance. King Qing Yuan was stunned, then he looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter was somewhat arrogant and disdainful. Ha ha, you want to kill me? Li Zhongjie, I can turn your family into ashes with a flick of my finger, not to mention Emir Li Zhongjie. I won't kill you today. I will cripple you and let your family members die one by one in front of you. In the end, I will kill everyone in your city. Leave no one alive. Immediately, an extremely terrifying baleful aura was released from King Qing Yuan's body. At the same time, the expression on King Qing Yuan's face became even more ferocious. It was completely different from his previous elegant and calm appearance. It seemed that King Qing Yuan's appearance just now was all an act to stabilize his Tao heart. Who knew that he would meet a tough guy like Li Zhongjie, who was simply brainless? You want an 8th-grade origin emperor to die in front of you with just a sentence? The power of your words seems to be a little too great. Although these people are just a bunch of trash, they are still under my name. It's not up to you to kill them. Do you think that by hypnotizing an ancient demon clan, you can compete with me? Let me tell you, you are not worthy. King Qing Yuan immediately shouted in a low voice. The power in his body instantly burst out. Like a gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves, it rushed towards Li Zhongjie in an instant. As the wind whistled, it also crushed the gravel and other things in front of it into pieces. Go! Li Zhongjie was not in a hurry to make a move himself. He wanted to see how capable this guy was first. The ancient demon roared in a low voice and took a step forward. Demonic chi was released, shattering the fluctuations in front of him. Not far away, Wei Pingjiang and the others felt the sharp aura. Their expressions suddenly changed. Let's retreat quickly. With their strength as Yuan kings, they were not even comparable to an ant in front of an 8th-grade origin emperor. If these two great gods really fought, it might cause a destructive storm that could easily crush them on the spot. Therefore, it was better to leave as soon as possible. However, even if they reacted quickly, they were still directly sent flying. 2 of them also vomited blood. In the end, the 4 of them also flew away, not daring to stay in the same place for too long. If they continued to stay here, they would definitely be crippled by the fluctuations of the battle. That Li Zhongjie, can he live this? Everyone looked at Wei Pingjiang. However, Wei Pingjiang's face was also filled with shock. an 8th grade origin emperor and a young man in a decisive battle. Who would have a higher chance of winning? The outcome of the battle was also very obvious. There was no need for too much guessing. However, in the hearts of Wei Pingjiang and the others, there was still a trace of hope. Perhaps the origin of this young man is definitely not simple. In front of Li Zongjiu, the ancient demon roared in a low voice and rushed in front of him, blocking the terrifying aura released by King Qin Yuan. However, King Qin Yuan did not stop there. He immediately flipped his wrist, and the golden bracelet wrapped around his wrist was directly peeled off with a swoosh. With a snap, it appeared in King Qin Yuan's hand and turned into a golden longsword. One sword break the golden body. The sword in King Qin Yuan's hand abruptly slashed towards the ancient demon. The metal elemental energy released by the sword seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. It could even be said that no one could withstand the sharpness of the sword. Clang! With a fierce collision, the axe in the ancient demon's hand was directly cut in half. Boom! The ancient demon's hand sank as King Qin Yuan stepped on the ancient demon's wrist. In the next moment, the sharp metal element sword aura easily cut through the ancient demon's neck. Bang! Suddenly, the ancient demon's head flew out. At the same time, a terrifying pillar of blood immediately spurted out from the broken neck. Rumble! The ancient demon's body fell down with a loud bang. The only thing you can rely on is so weak, King Qin Yuan said indifferently as he looked at Li Zongjiu with one hand behind his back and a sword in his other hand. Seeing this, Li Zongjiu only waved his hand lightly and stored the ancient demon's body in the blood-soul hell. Such a good demon's blood should not be wasted. Moreover, Li Zongjiu also discovered that his blood-soul hell had activated an incredible power that could revive people. If Li Zongjiu was willing, he could revive all the creatures buried in the blood-soul hell. Of course, after being revived, these people would directly become the blood-soul hell and would all listen to Li Zongjiu's orders. Domain? King Qin Yuan glanced at the ancient demon's body that disappeared behind him. When he looked at Li Zongjiu again, the world under his feet suddenly changed, as if it was covered by a force. When he raised his head to look at the sky, he found himself in Li Zongjiu's blood-soul hell. Is this the trump card you're relying on? King Qin Yuan smiled disdainfully. Chapter 776. Li Zongjiu's figure did not disappear. He stood not far from King Qin Yuan and looked at him indifferently. With King Qin Yuan's strength, killing this ancient demon was naturally an easy task. The weapon in his hand was also an extremely powerful weapon. So the Tianxin sword is in your hands. Li Zongjiu looked at the weapon in King Qin Yuan's hand. In any case, it was a peerless divine weapon ranked 17th on the Xingyan dynasty's divine weapon ranking. These peerless divine weapons were not created by the people of this era. The craftsmanship on it was not something that could be achieved by the current technology. Therefore, when Li Zongjiu saw this sword, his heart was slightly moved. It would definitely sell for a good price. In the past, Li Zongjiu did not know where these peerless divine weapons came from. However, now that he knew that there was a sacred martial realm outside the wilderness, he understood that these things were most likely passed down from the sacred martial realm. To be able to recognize the Tianxin sword, who is your master? Although King Qin Yuan was in Li Zongjiu's bloody soul hell, he did not feel the slightest bit nervous. It was as if he had a card up his sleeve. With a sword in hand, no matter where he went in the world, he was fearless. I'm a lone wolf, so you don't have to worry about revenge. If you still have any trump cards, you'd better use them now. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. Li Zongjiu advised. Even when facing an 8th grade primitive emperor, his imposing manner was not the slightest bit weak. Just hearing it made people unhappy. This brat could be said to be very courageous. He could actually act so pretentiously in front of King Qin Yuan. Since Li Zongjiu had said it himself, King Qin Yuan was even more unscrupulous. Even if your master's background is extraordinary, I, King Qin Yuan, am not necessarily afraid. Don't forget that King Qin Yuan is a member of the imperial family. No matter what kind of atrocities he has committed, his identity as a member of the imperial family is a protective talisman. Very well, then go to hell. King Qin Yuan bellowed. The Tianxin sword in his hand emitted a radiance that resembled a thunderbolt exploding in the sky. The sword released tens of thousands of sword qi that rapidly swept towards King Qin Yuan. Boom! A terrifying sword qi swept over. Upon seeing this, Li Zongjiu gently waved his hand. The blood spirit power easily wrapped around the ferocious sword aura. At the same time, a ferocious aura suddenly came from behind King Qin Yuan. Roar! It turned out to be the blood devil of the blood soul hell. With a loud bang, it locked King Qin Yuan's entire body. Strange thing. King Qin Yuan had the form elemental jewel protecting his body, but it only blocked his line of sight slightly. Furthermore, his posture looked slightly unsightly. How can something like this be called a domain? Today, this king will let you experience what is called the true power of a domain. Immediately, King Qin Yuan also unleashed his own power. Although Li Zongjiu was still young, his strength was not to be underestimated. Since that was the case, King Qin Yuan had to take him seriously. Boom! From within King Qin Yuan's body, a golden domain power suddenly attacked, as if it was going to break open a new world in Li Zongjiu's domain. It directly broke the power. The surrounding blood color faded away, and King Qin Yuan's golden light world emerged. In the current situation, Li Zongjiu's domain was naturally unable to compete with King Qin Yuan's domain power. It was not that his comprehension of the domain was insufficient, but that his strength had not reached King Qin Yuan's level. After all, there was a huge gap between them. The blood soul hell around him faded away. The blood devil also collapsed without a fight. In this world filled with golden light, it was as if its body was constantly being pierced by sharp arrows. The domain power of an origin emperor powerhouse emerged. King Qin Yuan originally wanted to get rid of Li Zongjiu directly, but the talent that Li Zongjiu displayed made King Qin Yuan feel that he was being challenged. When his figure appeared, the terrifying power instantly crushed Li Zongjiu. This is the true domain. My golden mountain world. The ground under Li Zongjiu's feet was also golden. Behind King Qin Yuan there was a huge golden mountain. Golden mountain. Everything that entered his eyes was a sea of gold. Even Li Zongjiu's head was suspended with many golden mountains. That lousy thing of yours is worthy of being called a domain? It was no wonder that King Qin Yuan was so disdainful. The domain that King Qin Yuan cultivated was indeed more mature and perfect than Li Zongjiu's. However, Li Zongjiu's domain was not a true domain. It was a hell forged by the hell technique. Although it looked similar, it was actually not the same thing. You can die without regrets now that you can see my true domain. Golden Mountain Fall, King Qin Yuan said indifferently. Then, a terrifying power rose from the world of Golden Mountain. The Golden Mountain in the sky suddenly smashed down towards Li Zongjiu. If such an enormous mountain was completely composed of gold, its might would definitely be unstoppable. Boom! The Golden Mountain instantly smashed onto Li Zongjiu's body. The dust that was raised was all golden. In this world, there will be 5 people who can block my edge. King Qin Yuan's eyes revealed an unprecedented domineering aura and arrogance. A mere Li Zongjiu wanted to step on King Qin Yuan's head. How could such a thing happen? In just one move, Li Zongjiu was killed. There was no challenge at all. King Qin Yuan was about to withdraw his domain when he suddenly saw the falling golden mountain in front of him shaking slightly. The huge golden mountain was lifted up by a huge force in the next moment. Boom! A golden dragon that was hundreds of feet long emerged and wrapped around the golden mountain. It seemed to have the domineering aura of a dragon crouching on Mount Tai. However, the golden dragon roared at the sky, and then a terrifying power condensed. Boom! The entire mountain of gold was easily crushed. Another dragon shadow appeared. Li Zhongjiu stepped on the blood dragon and his figure rose slightly, accompanied by the golden dragon. The 4 origin spirits had devoured the power of the origin Qi dragon vein and reached an extremely peak state. It could be said that they did not have to worry about food and clothing anymore. Through that crazy absorption, it also directly made these 4 great primordial spirits become incomparably strong. Normally, these 4 great primordial spirits were also just cultivating all the time. However, they had never properly unleashed their power to have a real massacre. Now they finally had a chance. The Blood Dragon Origin Spirit and the Golden Dragon Origin Spirit appeared. Even King Qin Yuan was stunned for a moment. 2 Dragon Clan Origin Spirits? King Qin Yuan was stunned when he saw the origin spirits behind Li Zhongjiu. Twin origin spirits were one thing. However, Li Zhongjiu was actually a twin Dragon Clan origin spirit. That's surprising, Li Zhongjiu said faintly. With a wave of his hand, another wave of vast power surged out. White Dragon Origin Spirit. The power of 3 origin spirits appeared at the same time. The edge of King Qin Yuan's Golden Mountain was even on the verge of collapse. Chapter 777. The pressure of the 3 dragon sovereigns almost caused the Golden Mountain world to collapse. At present, they didn't even need to make too many moves to destroy the Golden Mountain world. King Qin Yuan finally faced Li Zhongjiu seriously at this moment. Triple Life Origin Spirit. Cold sweat even appeared on King Qin Yuan's forehead. After cultivating for so long, he had seen a lot of twin life origin spirit. However, these twin life origin spirits were basically one good and one bad. The quality of the main origin spirit might be okay, but the quality of the other origin spirit was completely unsightly. Sometimes it was even worse than a first-level origin beast. Therefore, it wasn't easy for a powerhouse to emerge from the twin life origin spirit. His Qin Yuan manor had done some research before, but in the end, he found that the disadvantages of twin life origin spirits outweighed the advantages. The probability of 2 powerful origin spirits appearing was very low. The situation of triple life origin spirits was even rarer. Seeing the 3 Dragon Clan origin spirits displayed by Li Zhongjiu at this moment, King Qin Yuan didn't dare to imagine it. How could he believe that origin spirits could be so powerful? 3 Dragon Clan origin spirits, are you the young master of the Dragon Clan? You, who are you? King Qin Yuan asked in a trembling voice. This matter was definitely not trivial. When the 3 Dragon Clan origin spirits were released, King Qin Yuan already felt a little pressure, causing him to become serious. Sunset City, Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu officially announced his name. In the next moment, the blood dragon's soul under him also roared. The 2 flying dragons wrapped around Li Zhongjiu's body to protect him. At this moment, they also carried the power of heaven and earth and madly attacked. King Qin Yuan sensed Li Zhongjiu's intention and immediately released a golden light, directing the Golden Mountain in the sky to fall down. With a roar, the Golden Dragon rushed toward the Golden Mountains. Although the Golden Mountain was hard, it was like a pile of tofu when it came into contact with the Golden Dragon's claws. It was easily crushed. Boom! Boom! Golden Dragon Yuan Long's attack was straightforward and domineering. The Tianxin sword in King Qin Yuan's hand slashed out once again. So what if you have 3 origin spirits? Your strength is only SOSO. It's not impossible to kill you. It just so happens that King Qin Yuan has just obtained a set of secret techniques on how to extract the origin spirits from the bodies of others. King Qin Yuan thought. Li Zhongjiu, you've delivered yourself to me. Behind King Qin Yuan, a golden one-horned earth dragon appeared. Its body was huge, and the horn in front of the one-horned earth dragon looked like a drill used to cut through mountains. The golden dragon true spirit swung its tail and slapped the single-horned earth dragon into the ground. At this moment, the 2 great origin spirits also started fighting. They continued to clash with each other. Boom! Boom! King Qing Yuan was not idle either. The heavenly Xian sword in his hand clashed with Li Zongjiu's desolate heaven essence. From time to time, there would be violent shock waves that would spread out in all directions. The white dragon true spirit directly cut off King Qing Yuan's control over the Golden Mountain world. As a result, the effect of the domain on him was reduced to the minimum. This caused King Qing Yuan to be unable to control the Golden Mountain that was floating around him. The blood dragon true spirit also roared out, its sharp claws rolling. It caused King Qing Yuan's flesh and blood to boil incessantly. This caused King Qing Yuan to feel incomparable torment. Clang! After a sudden collision, the heavenly Xian sword was also completely shaken away. Whoosh! The heavenly Xian sword in King Qing Yuan's hand flew out. What? Even King Qing Yuan was shocked. What was the origin of the weapon in Li Zongjiu's hand? It was actually able to send his heavenly illumination sword flying. Such a divine weapon is wasted on you. King Qing Yuan immediately roared. As his palms flew out, the single-horned earth dragon that was fighting with the golden dragon crazily attacked and suppressed the golden dragon. At the same time, King Qing Yuan's aura also soared. Domain augmentation, Buddha's Fury Golden Body. This was the move that King Qing Yuan had been practicing recently. Buddha's Fury Golden Body, the anger of a Buddha could flatten the 4 seas. The golden light that continued to spread from all directions also caused King Qing Yuan's strength to rapidly condense. The sudden change in his body also caused King Qing Yuan's body to continuously grow larger. He was like a golden Buddha that was sitting on the spot. Die! King Qing Yuan's body was shining with golden light, looking like a man made of pure gold. After appearing, King Qing Yuan immediately turned his palm, carrying the power to shatter space, and smashed it towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! A terrifying airwave was set off on the ground. The moment the airwave soared into the sky, it also gave off a feeling of destruction. Mountain flipping golden seal. A voice suddenly came from behind King Qing Yuan. It turned out that the palm just now did not hit Li Zongjiu, but was just an illusion created by the white dragon's origin spirit. When King Qing Yuan turned his head, he saw a huge palm coming toward his face. Boom! At this moment, King Qing Yuan's huge body was also directly slapped to the ground. A mouthful of golden blood spurted out. The mountain-toppling golden seal was a genuine Saint-Tier Yuan skill. It was not so easy to resist it, not to mention that King Qing Yuan had yet to reach the Supreme Being realm. However, King Qing Yuan was not bad. Under this move, he was actually not slapped to death by Li Zongjiu. The golden dragon suddenly pressed one of its claws on the back of the earth dragon, and the other claw directly pulled out the earth dragon's head and sent it flying. Bang! The single-horned earth dragon immediately fell to the ground, losing its power and light. Li Zongjiu, how dare you destroy my origin spirit? King Qing Yuan immediately roared, and a terrifying explosive force instantly shattered the barrier set up by the white dragon true spirit. Immediately, the power of the domain restored King Qing Yuan's buff. However, after King Qing Yuan let out a furious roar, he saw Li Zongjiu's golden dragon true spirit tear the earth dragon apart in no time. It even bit the energy into its mouth and swallowed it whole. Li Zongjiu! King Qing Yuan was filled with grief and indignation. This single-horned earth dragon was his origin spirit. If his origin spirit was damaged, his strength would be greatly reduced. He was unwilling to see such a scene. If he wanted to restore the power of his origin spirit in the future, he did not know how much strength it would take. However, in Li Zongjiu's view, King Qing Yuan did not have to worry about this problem at all, because he would not live past today. Chapter 778. You destroyed my origin spirit. Don't even think about leaving today. Become my new origin spirit in my domain. In King Qing Yuan's heart, he naturally coveted Li Zongjiu's 3 great Yuan spirit. If he, King Qin Yuan, could obtain the help of these 3 great Yuan spirits, it was not impossible for him to sit on the throne. With a wave of his hand, the Tianxin sword returned to his hand. Another vigorous golden sword aura blasted towards Li Zongjiu. It seemed that the power of the domain had been directly mobilized, making it difficult to resist this terrifying sword. Dodge! Li Zongjiu naturally knew that this move was difficult to resist, so he directly let the Blood Dragon Origin Spirit tear a crack in the Golden Mountain world. Under the protection of the other 2 Origin Spirits, Li Zongjiu's figure also rushed out of the crack. King Qin Yuan's sword missed. Seeing Li Zongjiu's action, he immediately roared in anger. Want to leave? This king never said that you could leave. King Qin Yuan immediately chased after Li Zongjiu with his sword in hand. However, Li Zongjiu had already escaped from the Golden Mountain world. King Qin Yuan, who was below him, followed closely. His speed was also extremely fast, and he was rapidly approaching Li Zongjiu. You can't escape. Just when King Qin Yuan thought that he was about to capture Li Zongjiu, he saw Li Zongjiu's figure suddenly disappear. At the same time, King Qin Yuan also felt a terrifying force coming at him. It seemed to be an invisible force. When he turned around, he saw an extremely small flying dagger flying towards him. King Qin Yuan immediately stretched out his hand and caught the flying dagger in his hand. The terrifying mental strength contained in the flying dagger also made Qin Yuan manner sober up at this moment. Mental attack. However, in the next moment, King Qin Yuan exerted a little force with 2 fingers and immediately broke Li Zongjiu's vast flying dagger into 2 halves. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the cold glint in King Qin Yuan's eyes turned into astonishment. He lowered his head to look at the changes below, and a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Domain! Impossible! With my domain, it's impossible for your domain to appear. King Qin Yuan sensed the power in his body. When the bloody soul hell appeared again, he was immediately shocked. Under normal circumstances, there would only be one domain within a certain area of space. It would not be possible for 2 domains to appear at the same time. If one was strong and the other was weak, it would definitely be suppressed, or even defeated and swallowed up. Therefore, in a battle between primitive emperors, if the power of one's domain had been destroyed and defeated, it was basically equivalent to a failure. Furthermore, his Golden Mountain domain was still below and had not been withdrawn. How was it that Li Zongjiu was able to unleash his domain so easily? Welcome to hell. Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed with a cold light. At this moment, King Qin Yuan suddenly felt as if his body was being locked down. His body was suddenly unable to move, and a gap of less than half a second appeared in his mind. However, in this gap of less than half a second, Li Zongjiu had already seized the opportunity. The desolate heaven essence in his hand. He threw it out with all his might. A head-on blow. I have Yuan power to protect my body. You can't hurt me. In fact, King Qin Yuan had already regained consciousness. After all, he was an 8th-grade primitive emperor. Even with Li Zongjiu's evil soul eye, it was not an easy task to control him. However, even after regaining consciousness, it did not mean that he had enough strength to block this attack. Therefore, he could only rely on his own body to resist for a while. Boom! King Qin Yuan's mind was in a state of chaos. His body was sent flying. Li Zongjiu chased after him with the desolate heaven essence in his hand. King Qin Yuan's Yuan power was broken, but the desolate heaven essence was able to exert such power, causing King Qin Yuan to be severely injured. However, he was not seriously injured, but the shock force was slightly stronger. When King Qin Yuan regained some of his consciousness, he still found himself unable to move. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the golden dragon was coiling around him. One had to know that the golden dragon had used such a move to shatter a golden mountain in his Golden Mountain world. At this moment, when he saw the golden dragon appear, his heart sank. If this were to continue, the bones might even be crushed to pieces. The golden dragon's strength was indeed powerful. Below, in the blood soul hell, the blood demon, who was born from the smelting of the ancient demon clan, suddenly rose and trapped King Qin Yuan, making him unable to move. Li Zongjiu's desolate heaven essence, which contained the power of the great wilderness divine mountain, fell with a boom. Boom. The blood demon's hand was broken. But at the same time, King Qin Yuan was also blasted to the ground with a bang, falling into a pool of blood. Swoosh. Li Zongjiu's body fell. It was just a momentary opportunity, but it was seized by Li Zongjiu. His pursuit of victory had caused King Qin Yuan to lose his chance. Li Zongjiu only had one chance to kill King Qin Yuan. However, with years of battle experience, Li Zongjiu firmly grasped this opportunity. King Qin Yuan's body fell to the ground. At this moment, his body was in tatters, and he had suffered great injuries from the heavy impact. The Xing Yi jewel on his body had also shattered. After all, the coiling power of the golden dragon was not something that could be easily resisted. Even though this golden dragon was only at the level of a mere 9th-grade Yuan monarch, its power was still there. It was not difficult for it to challenge someone of a higher level. Boom! The blood dragon landed and pressed its claw on King Qin Yuan's head. He, the dignified King Qin Yuan, was now in the hands of someone else. Moreover, his head was pressed to the ground by someone, no, by a dragon. Isn't this the great King Qin Yuan? You're actually lying on the ground, waiting for someone to bring you breakfast, right? Li Zongjiu said mockingly as he squatted beside King Qin Yuan. King Qin Yuan could only look at Li Zongjiu through the gaps between the blood dragon's claw. At the same time, he was rapidly recovering his Yuan power and strength. He had to kill Li Zongjiu. Otherwise, he, the great King Qin Yuan, would not even have this little bit of face left. How would he be able to survive in the world in the future? However, in the next second, King Qin Yuan felt a pain in his abdomen. Li Zongjiu directly stabbed his hand into King Qin Yuan's abdomen. As he circulated his Yuan power, he plucked out King Qin Yuan's origin bead. This was even more vicious than taking away the heart. You! What did you do? King Qin Yuan was shocked. His eyes were trembling as he looked at Li Zongjiu. The only useful thing on your body is this origin bead. Thank you. Li Zongjiu waved his hand. The blood dragon's origin spirit also let out a low roar before entering Li Zongjiu's body and hiding. The blood soul hell was also removed. The origin bead of an 8th-grade Yuan monarch was a superior auxiliary material used to refine elixirs. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending Sunset City and my Li family. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zongjiu lifted his foot and stomped on King Qin Yuan's head. Boom. Chapter 779. Qingyuan Villa. The smell of blood filled the sky. When these people rushed out of Qingyuan Villa, when Wei Pingjiang and the others rushed out of Qingyuan Villa, they all made public the crimes committed by Qingyuan Villa. Many of the family members of the important officials in the imperial court also had matters related to the Qin Yuan manor. In addition, the Dingkuan province magistrate also reported that the Qin Yuan manor had private military forces and even violated the law with martial arts. As a result, the Qin Yuan manor was sealed up by the Sacred Flame Emperor. Emperor Xingyan also sent people to bring King Qingyuan back for interrogation. From this point, Emperor Xingyan's behavior, it was clear that he was shielding his younger brother. Even if it was his younger brother, he still left a slight chance. He only ordered people to bring King Qingyuan here, but did not directly order for him to be executed on the spot. However, the strange thing happened. Qingyuan Villa, from top to bottom, was completely wiped out. The whereabouts of King Qingyuan were still unknown. The entire Qingyuan mountain villa was also burned into ruins by this fire. Those who survived were only the blood-robed guards who were still carrying out missions outside. However, these people were now being hunted down by experts from all over the world. Some of the officials and forces that Qingyuan Villa had bribed were also seized at this moment. Once they were found out, their entire family would be executed. This incident could be considered the biggest purge since the founding of the Xingyan dynasty. Qingzhou City, City Lord Mansion. Fatty Wang Songji, as the City Lord of Qingzhou City, had been hanging his head on his belt ever since Li Zongjiu took away his reserves of gold, silver and jewels. However, when he found out that Li Zongjiu had really destroyed Qingyuan Villa, he felt that his life was in danger. Wang Songji felt that his entire body was about to collapse. His life was saved. However, Wang Songji also understood that once the Qingyuan Villa fell, there would definitely be a lot of people coming to find trouble with them. Therefore, Wang Songji packed his belongings overnight and prepared to leave Qingzhou City. Although he was very reluctant to give up the position of the city lord, his life was really important. He had to save his life first. A long time ago, Wang Songji had already used the change in his duties to prepare an escape route for himself. He even prepared a real household registration. Obviously, Wang Songji knew that today's situation would happen. Sigh, I really can't bear to give up my former status and power. Just as Wang Songji was about to leave his city lord mansion, he turned around and saw a figure standing behind him. This mysterious appearance gave Wang Songji a fright. Big king, spare my life! Wang Songji immediately knelt on the ground and looked at the person who walked out in front of him. He could already feel that his body was about to be burnt. I heard that the entire Qingyuan Villa was burned down by this ferocious person. Although the outside world was now guessing who exactly did it, Wang Songji did not know. Could it be that Wang Songji did not know? Besides Li Zongjiu, who else could it be? Therefore, when Wang Songji saw Li Zongjiu appear behind him, he was immediately scared out of his wits. Where are you going? Li Zongjiu looked at Wang Songji and said indifferently. I'm just going back to the countryside for a walk. Wang Songji immediately wiped off his sweat. Wang Songji did not expect Li Zongjiu to turn back. Could it be that the miserable state of the Qingyuan Villa was not enough for Li Zongjiu to vent his anger? Could it be that Li Zongjiu could not find the Qingyuan Villa's treasury? Do you want to live? Li Zongjiu naturally did not care about Wang Songji's words. He directly took out the map of Dingquan province from Wang Songji's cupboard. Yes, of course. Great hero, if you have anything to say, just say it. I, Wang Songji, will definitely do it for you. Wang Songji immediately understood that Li Zongjiu had something to do with him. However, looking at the map, he did not know what Li Zongjiu wanted to do with it. Encircle the rest of the Qingyuan Villa's territory, Li Zongjiu said. With Li Zongjiu's identity, he destroyed the Qingyuan Villa and even killed King Qingyuan. Emperor Xingyan's attitude, Li Zongjiu was not clear. However, if the Emperor Xingyan wanted to avenge his brother, then even if the Xingyan dynasty was at its peak, Li Zongjiu would not mind overturning the Xingyan dynasty. If the Xingyan dynasty was tactful, Li Zongjiu would naturally not continue to pursue the Emperor Xingyan's mistakes. However, there must be some remnants of the Qingyuan Villa. After all, the tree was big and its roots were deep. Therefore, Li Zongjiu might as well be a good person to the end and destroy all these bases. This, Wang Songji was stunned. He never thought that Li Zongjiu would look for him for such a thing. Marking all these places was an extremely huge project, because the Qingyuan Villa's layout had been set up for a long time. However, Wang Songji still marked all the places that he knew. Within the cities in this region, most of the officials have already been bribed by the Qingyuan manor. However, since the Qingyuan manor has already fallen, they have lost the funds to bribe them. These people will probably not continue to help the Qingyuan manor. These are the locations of the 4 big workshops, which are equivalent to the production line of the Qingyuan Villa. This is the Yuan Beast Workshop, this is the Bright Thunder Workshop, this is the Ghost Doctor Workshop, and this is the 1000 Machine Workshop. If you go there, you must be very careful. The workshop owners of these 4 big workshops are not simple people. When it came to the 4 workshops, Wang Song knew that he was extremely nervous. One must know that if the people of the 4 big workshops came to find him, Wang Songji would be dead for sure. Li Zongjiu put away the map and looked at Wang Songji. He glanced at Wang Songji. "You stay here." After saying that, Li Zongjiu directly jumped and disappeared from the place. It's over. I should go or not?" Wang Songji plopped down on the stool. Li Zongjiu's remarkable ability was basically needless to say. Wang Songji had already received the news that the castellans of the other 2 cities had already been killed. Now that Li Zongjiu had burned down the Qingyuan villa, what else could Li Zongjiu not do? Even if he took advantage of this opportunity to escape, Li Zongjiu would definitely have a way to find him. If someone knew that it was Wang Songji who leaked the news, then Wang Songji's end would be the same. He would be assassinated by the people of the Qingyuan villa. The degree of danger was still very high. Wait a minute, the Qingyuan villa has been fucking destroyed. Why should I be afraid? Wang Songji suddenly patted his head. Of course, these people used to be incomparably awe-inspiring, so even if something happened now, for Wang Songji, it was like a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. But now, the Qingyuan villa itself could not even protect itself. If these people wanted to step into his territory and cause trouble for him, then Wang Songji, of course, would take them all down and then report to the imperial court. After thinking it through, Wang Songji's whole body shook. The majesty and aggressiveness of the castellan also appeared on his body in an instant. "Men, search the city for me. If you find any rebels from the Qingyuan villa, take them down immediately." Chapter 780. Eagle Beak Ridge. If one were to look at the entire Eagle Beak Ridge from above, the shape of the ridge would look like the beak of an eagle. Although it was a dead end, it was definitely a place that was easy to defend and hard to attack. In the depths of the forest of Eagle Beak Ridge, there was a secret manor. The surroundings of the manor were heavily guarded. From time to time, the sounds of birds and beasts could be heard. The name of this place was Yuan Beast Workshop. Qingyuan Villa recruited many talent. Naturally, there would be a group of special talents who could control Yuan Beast. If they could form a strong Yuan Beast army, just like the Black Eagle Flag people, they would be the Black Eagle Yuan Beasts that were mobilized from Yuan Beast Workshop. Apart from the headquarters of Qingyuan Villa, the most threatening place would be this place. At this moment in Yuan Beast Workshop, because of the destruction of the Qingyuan Villa, the 4 masters of the 4 districts had gathered together. They were discussing such a big matter. After all, the owner had been destroyed. However, they still needed a way to survive. Moreover, their intuition told them that the enemy of Qingyuan Villa would not let them off easily. The 4 masters of the workshop had all gathered together. Among them, Lei Gong's face was the gloomiest. Now, Lei Gong finally knew who the person who did this was. However, Lei Gong didn't dare to believe that this brat could really burn down the entire Qingyuan Villa by himself. It was simply a devastating disaster. Even until now, Lei Gong still hadn't realized what was going on, and he kept mumbling to himself. How could it be? How could it be that brat? This is impossible. Back then, the highest craftsmanship of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop, the thunder-bursting sword and the thunder-slashing blade, had been snatched away by Li Zongjiu. Because of this matter, Lei Gong had killed his way to Sacred Flame Royal City to find trouble with Li Zongjiu. However, at that time, even with his own strength and the power of the thunder-bursting sword, he was still defeated by Li Zongjiu. If it was not for the intervention of an Origin Emperor expert in Qingyuan Villa, Lei Gong would have died. Who would have thought that such a situation would occur in such a short period of time? What kind of grudge does Li Zongjiu have against Qingyuan Manor? The 4 masters of the Elemental Beast Workshop sat in the meeting hall. The master of the Elemental Beast Workshop, Yun Ran. Now that everyone had gathered in his Yuan Beast Workshop, he naturally had to show his strength. After all, the defensive power of the other places wasn't that strong. Even the strength of these people wasn't as strong as his Yuan Beast workshop. Now, he naturally had to make arrangements. Yun Rant's brows were almost pressed together. Why we're targeting Qingyuan Villa is naturally not important. What we need to discuss now is how we should deal with this fellow if he comes knocking on our door. The owner of the Ghost Doctor Square was called Living Tomb. The name Living Tomb was probably given by the Ghost Doctor Square itself. Although it sounded scary, the Living Tomb's medical skills had reached a transcendent realm. Among the medical experts of the present age, the Living Tomb's reputation was at least in the top 5. I didn't even notice that something like this was happening. The owner of the Thousand Machine Workshop, Su Baichuan, was also vexed. The purpose of the Thousand Machine Workshop was to collect information from all over the world. At the same time, it was also to do some publicity work. After all, the public was ignorant. As long as the public was fooled in the process, there would be no problem. Therefore, Thousand Machine Workshop's job was to guide these ordinary people to cover up the truth and cover up the truth with one hand. Su Baichuan should have known about Li Zhongjiu's movements long ago. However, Li Zhongjiu's movements were too fast. From the time he destroyed the 8 bannermen to the time he killed his way to Qingzhou City and other places, it only took 3 days. How could anyone react in time? Even if Su Baichuan had noticed it, it was already too late. It had already reached the point where no one could use him. The 3 big cities at the foot of Qingyuan Mountain had basically been destroyed. The Qingyuan Villa had the strongest power, but it still had no way to resist Li Zhongjiu. Although the 4 of them were sitting there peacefully, they felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. It was as if their heads would be taken off at any time. No matter what, there is only a way out if we fight to the death, Lei Gong said coldly. Previously, he had already had a conflict with Li Zhongjiu. Regardless of whether these people died or not, as long as Lei Gong was here, he would be killed as soon as he arrived. Therefore, Lei Gong had to instigate these people to form a united front with him. Even the villa master was killed by this person. Do you think he will let us go? Su Baichuan, tell me, are there any survivors in the Qingyuan villa? Lei Gong said to Su Baichuan. Su Baichuan shook his head regretfully. Not a single survivor. A person who could do such a crazy thing. Could it be that you still expected this person to sit down and chat with you? Don't think too much. The Qingyuan villa was attacked. It must be Li Zhongjiu who used some kind of trick. Now we just have to be vigilant and take advantage of this opportunity to capture Li Zhongjiu's family. We don't have to be afraid that Li Zhongjiu won't obey us, Lei Gong said coldly. Among many things, Lei Gong had already done his research. Li Zhongjiu's only weakness was his family. As long as they captured Li Zhongjiu's family members, Li Zhongjiu would definitely not dare to act rashly. The living tomb of the ghost doctor was slightly moved. Just as he was about to open his mouth to support, he heard a voice in the empty hall. Oh? You want to capture my family members? You're quite considerate. When this voice sounded, Su Baichuan and the others immediately felt as if the black and white impermanence had come to their door. It was as if the great demon king from hell was walking towards them. Moreover, it was as if an entangled and powerful resentful ghost had appeared. At the door, a person slowly walked in. This person was Li Zhongjiu. Even the guards outside the door did not notice that Li Zhongjiu had quietly entered their main hall. Li Zhongjiu! Lei Gong exclaimed, as if he wanted to shout out the fear in his heart. The other 3 also felt their chests tighten, and immediately felt as if they were about to suffocate. A powerful aura descended upon them. These 4 masters, which one of them was not an overlord that could swallow the world. They all had their own status in the Jianghu, and they had their own strength to be proud of. However, in front of Li Zhongjiu, they were completely like weak babies. Their lives were already in the hands of Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu, you. Before Lei Gong could finish speaking, he saw Li Zongjiu's figure suddenly appear in front of Lei Gong. He directly raised his hand and directly lifted Lei Gong up. He tightly choked Lei Gong's neck, causing Lei Gong's face to turn red. Lei Gong also wanted to use his own Yuan power to break through Li Zongjiu's restraint. However, the Yuan power was unable to condense in his body. It had been completely blocked by Li Zongjiu. What a powerful strength! The other three could only watch this scene quietly from the side. In any case, Lei Gong was a grade 9 Yuan monarch. However, he was unable to resist Li Zongjiu's strength. It was almost impossible for him to defeat Li Zongjiu. Ugh, Lei Gong continued to struggle, but everyone could clearly feel his pain. His strength was slowly disappearing. In the end, Li Zongjiu only used a slight force to break Lei Gong's neck. Lei Gong's corpse fell to the ground, powerless. Who else said that they were going to capture my clansmen? Li Zongjiu said slowly as he wiped his hands and glanced at the remaining three people. Chapter 781. The atmosphere at the scene became extremely silent. Right now, Li Zongjiu had killed one of them the moment he appeared. He had strangled Lei Gong to death. This kind of behavior was also full of deterrence to them. Lei Gong wasn't wrong when he said that Li Zongjiu would kill someone just because of a disagreement. Li Zongjiu would never let him go. Thus, his actions could be considered to have verified what Lei Gong had said. Li Zongjiu, we have no enmity with you. We only have a cooperative relationship with Qingyuan Villa. Yun Ran, the owner of the Yuan Beast Workshop, said at this moment. This was the excuse that Yun Ran had thought of long ago. Otherwise, what else could they do? Could it be that they had to fight to the death with Li Zongjiu? They didn't even have the slightest chance of winning. Also, we firmly disagree with what Lei Gong said. The matters of the underworld should be settled by the underworld. We will never involve our wives and families. This is the most despicable thing. Yun Ran naturally had a plan when he said this. Even if he couldn't survive today, he hoped to use these words to persuade Li Zongjiu not to kill his wife and children and not to implicate his family. Li Zongjiu nodded as he listened. Then, he sat on Lei Gong's chair. Yun Ran's eyes lit up when he saw Li Zongjiu's actions. He naturally understood Li Zongjiu's intention. There was room for negotiation. Yun Ran clapped his hands immediately. Someone, prepare the tea. Drag this thing out. Immediately, a maidservant came forward to make tea. In addition, 2 Yuan Beast Workshop guards came forward and directly dragged him out. When the 2 guards saw the corpse, they were shocked. Wasn't this the owner of Lei Gong? How did he turn into a corpse in the blink of an eye? It was frightening. However, the current situation was extremely delicate. The 2 of them didn't even dare to breathe heavily as they dragged Lei Gong's corpse away. When I came here, I had already burned down the Bright Thunder Craftsman workshop. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and a hot plaque fell on the floor with a bang. It was the plaque of the Bright Thunder Craftsman workshop. Obviously, Li Zongjiu was telling the truth. This is the second stop. Since all of you are here, I don't have to run around. It must be said that the distance between the 4 workshops was not very close. If one were to travel in all directions, it would take a lot of time. Please advise me, Brother Li. Su Baichuan had met many people and knew many things. Seeing Li Zongjiu's attitude, he knew that Li Zongjiu was here to negotiate. Otherwise, he would have killed all of them. After all, according to Su Baichuan's information about Li Zongjiu in Thousand Machine Workshop, Li Zongjiu was never hesitant. He did things swiftly and decisively without the slightest hesitation. I have a grudge with Qingyuan Villa. Naturally, I will destroy it. However, since you have left Qingyuan Villa, I will not make things difficult for you. Li Zongjiu said slowly. He took a sip of the tea that the maid had just brought. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, these people didn't hesitate at all. Qingyuan Villa has nothing to do with us. My Ghost Doctor Workshop and Qingyuan Villa are not familiar with each other. There is nothing to talk about. My 1,000-machine workshop is also an independent camp. We will give information to whoever pays us. Qingyuan Villa has already been destroyed. Naturally, it has nothing to do with my 1,000-machine workshop. The attitudes of these 3 workshop masters were also incomparably firm. When they said this, they didn't even blink. Every word they said was sonorous and forceful. Qingyuan Villa had only used force to control them. Of course, they had also channeled a large amount of their own funds to allow them to develop. That was why they had the current technology. However, in order to survive, even if it was for some benefits, they could directly betray them. To them, this was nothing out of the ordinary. When one went out and roamed the Jianghu, one had to know how to react when the situation was not good. Li Zongjiu saw the attitude of these people, and wasn't surprised at all. All right then. In the future, you will move to Sacred Flame Imperial City and work for me. Li Zongjiu opened his mouth and said. When they heard Li Zongjiu's words, the expressions of the 3 immediately changed. Originally, they thought that after leaving Qingyuan Villa, they would more or less have a sense of freedom. With their powerful strength, they would have more or less had the opportunity to grow and even earn more benefits in such an environment. Now that they had finally gotten rid of Qingyuan Villa with great difficulty, Li Zongjiu came to recruit them in the blink of an eye. Whether it was good or bad, no one could say for sure. However, if the 3 of them were to work for Li Zongjiu, they would more or less feel a little uncomfortable. Who would be willing to be under someone else? Brotherly, if there is any business cooperation, you only need to tell us. My Yuan Beast Workshop. Before Yunran could finish his words, Li Zongjiu directly waved his hand. A golden longsword flew out from Li Zongjiu's control. Bang! This golden longsword directly nailed Yunran to the chair. Yunran's eyes stared at the golden sword that was stuck in his body. Tian Xian's sword. The other 2 almost stood up from their seats. When they saw the Tian Xian's sword, the 2 of them also understood that Li Zongjiu might have killed King Qin Yuan directly. Otherwise, how could he have obtained the Tian Xian's sword? This was King Qin Yuan's personal sword. Now that it had appeared in Li Zongjiu's hands, Yunran only slightly expressed his unwillingness and didn't have the chance to say anything else. There are quite a lot of people who want to replace you. Think about it carefully. As Li Zongjiu's voice faded, a well-dressed young man walked in from outside the door and directly walked in front of Li Zongjiu. Yuan Beast Workshop's Lu Yong greets young lord. Lu Yong was considered the number 2 person in Yuan Beast Workshop. At the same time, he was also a genius in Yuan Beast Workshop. He was a talent that Yunran had painstakingly nurtured. However, no one knew how long it would take for Lu Yong to take over Yuan Beast Workshop from Yunran. Moreover, Yuan Beast Workshop might not be directly passed to him. After all, Yunran also had a child. When Lu Yong appeared, the other 2 understood that Yunran was destined to die today. Moreover, he had become a good example to set for others. Get up. Take care of Yuan Beast Workshop and leave the base here. As for the other key personnel, report to me at Sacred Flame Royal City in a month's time. Li Zongjiu said slowly. Naturally, it was very clear that he wanted Lu Yong to take care of everything. If anyone wanted to rebel, they would have to act accordingly. Any uncertain factors must be eliminated. Otherwise, Lu Yong would be useless. Yes, young lord. The 2 of you don't have any other opinions, right? Li Zongjiu looked at Living Tomb and Su Baichuan. Ling Ren's heart tightened. The meaning was very obvious. Even if the 2 of you were unwilling, there were still ways to take over your subordinate. You wouldn't be able to escape. Lu Yong also got up and looked at the 2 of them. Workshop masters, there shouldn't be any big problems, right? Looking at Lu Yong's eyes, it was obvious that they wouldn't be able to leave Yuan Beast Workshop if they didn't express their attitude today. It's naturally our wish to be able to follow the young lord. Su Baichuan quickly got up and said. The other living tomb also got up and bowed to Li Zongjiu. After living for so long, He had never seen such a ruthless young man. It was as if he had control over their life and death. From the beginning, the fate of these people had been controlled by Li Zhongjiu. There was no chance for them to do it again. That's good. I'll wait for you in Sacred Flame Royal City. Li Zhongjiu stepped forward and pulled out the heavenly Xian sword. Then, he turned around and left Yuan Beast Workshop. Farewell, young lord, Lu Yong said respectfully in the direction where Li Zhongjiu left. Chapter 782. After Li Zhongjiu left, the two of them turned to look at Lu Yong. Naturally, he knew that Lu Yong had seized the opportunity when he had suddenly popped up. Kid, you really know how to seize the opportunity. Su Baichuan glanced at Lu Yong. It was no wonder that Li Zhongjiu could enter this place without alerting anyone. It was obvious that there was a spy in this place. Soon, there would definitely be a bloodbath in this Yuan Beast Workshop. Su Baichuan and Living Tomb could not help but exclaim in surprise. Youngsters nowadays were really ruthless. Li Zhongjiu left the Eagle Beak Ridge and checked the map. He wasn't too far away from the destination he was planning to go to. I have to get a spaceship when I return. It's a waste of time to fly around by myself every day. Snow Eagle Mountain Range. When Li Zhongjiu's figure approached the vicinity of the Snow Eagle Mountain Range, he also saw the deep cold air sweeping over from the distant mountain range. From time to time, there would also be relatively strong hurricanes sweeping across the sky. Deep Freeze Snow Eagle. It was definitely a well-known existence among the flying Yuan beasts. The temperature would drop rapidly at high altitude. Many flying Yuan beasts were unable to fly at high altitude. However, the Deep Freeze Snow Eagle was considered a top-notch existence among the flying Yuan beasts. It could at least soar to an altitude of 90,000 meters. As a rank 5 Yuan beast, it was not weak at all. In some aspects, the Deep Freeze Snow Eagle even surpassed some rank 6 Yuan beasts. However, given the Deep Freeze Snow Eagle's talent, it was very normal for it to break through the rank 6 Yuan beast. Boom! A figure swept across the sky at low altitude. It was a warning to Li Zhongjiu not to get close to the area where they were. Just the figure in front of him was already giving off a feeling as though the sky was falling from the sky. One could not help but feel terrified. Oh? Peak rank 5. It's not far from rank 6. It's you. Li Zhongjiu immediately executed the hidden dragon art. His body soared into the sky and chased after the Deep Freeze Snow Eagle. As his body soared, he caught up with the Deep Freeze Snow Eagle. The Deep Freeze Snow Eagle sensed Li Zhongjiu's appearance behind it. Then, a look of disdain appeared on its face. It immediately turned around and circled around Li Zhongjiu. Its claws directly grabbed at Li Zhongjiu. Boom! The attack missed. Although Li Zhongjiu's body was in the air, he was still able to move freely. He easily landed on the back of the Deep Freeze Snow Eagle's body. The Deep Freeze Snow Eagle carried Li Zhongjiu and soared into the sky. If Li Zhongjiu wanted to kill the Deep Freeze Snow Eagle, he had countless chances to do so. However, Li Zhongjiu's goal was to take the Deep Freeze Snow Eagle away. Hence, he had to subdue it first. Li Zhongjiu stood on the back of the Deep Freeze Snow Eagle. He allowed the Snow Eagle to carry Li Zhongjiu into the sky. Boom! They flew past the tens of thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. The temperature in the surroundings dropped rapidly. The Snow Eagle seemed to be ascending vertically. Very few meta-beasts could do this. It was obviously trying to show Li Zhongjiu how powerful it was. However, Li Zhongjiu stood on the Snow Eagle's back. He grabbed the Snow Eagle's feathers with one hand. His body did not move at all as he soared into the sky. Boom! Finally, the Deep Freeze Snow Eagle seemed to have reached its limit. It was about 80,000 meters above the ground. Nothing could be seen clearly below it. It did not even know how many layers of clouds it had penetrated. Even the Deep Freeze Snow Eagle's wings were starting to form a thin layer of frost. If this continued, its body would probably be frozen solid. Although the limit was 90,000 meters, It also depended on the situation. If the situation was sudden and the preparation was not sufficient, it would be very difficult to reach 80,000 meters. That's it. Li Zhongjio's body was protected by the obsidian fire. High up in the sky, the Yuan Qi was so thin that even Yuan monarchs could not use it. However, this was not a problem for Li Zhongjio, as he had an extremely terrifying Yuan Qi hell in his body. Back then, Li Zhongjio could not absorb all of the Yuan Qi dragon vein's energy. Hence, he used all of the energy to open up this hell. This hell was filled with Yuan Qi and could provide Li Zhongjio with an endless supply of Yuan Qi. As long as Li Zhongjio was still breathing, this Yuan Qi hell would continue to supply him. As his strength increased, the power of this Yuan Qi hell would also gradually increase. Li Zhongjio naturally would not let the deep freeze snow eagle go so easily. Li Zhongjio immediately released his Yuan Qi. The terrifying energy immediately carried the deep freeze snow eagle and continued to soar upward. Boom! The deep freeze snow eagle struggled with all its might. In the end, it could only watch helplessly as this person carried it up to a height of 100,000 meters in the sky. Even the deep freeze snow eagle had never reached such a height. Although its body was already frozen stiff, its eyes still remembered everything. This made the deep freeze snow eagle feel as if it was dreaming. However, if this continued, it would not have the chance to open its eyes again. Its physical strength continued to decline, and it could even feel its vitality rapidly disappearing. The deep freeze snow eagle, the overlord of the sky, had actually fainted in the sky. If news of this were to spread, it would be a disgrace. Li Zhongjio guessed that this fellow was about to die. He directly brought the deep freeze snow eagle down to the ground. 100,000 meters in the sky was naturally nothing to Li Zhongjio. Powerful Yuan Qi protected his body. Back then, Dragon Island was located at an altitude of 100,000 meters above the ground. It took Li Zhongjio a long time to find the location of Dragon Island. Then, he defeated the 4 supremes of the dragon tribe. In order to break through to the absolute saint realm, Li Zhongjio was willing to do such a thing. Li Zhongjio looked in the direction and brought the unconscious deep freeze snow eagle down to Luoxia City. From this height, as long as he found the right direction, he would be able to reach the city. There was no need to fly again. Boom! Even though they were falling from the sky, it still took nearly an hour. Bang! The deep freeze snow eagle's body had already melted in the air. However, the stiff parts of its body had yet to recover. Finally, when it was about to hit the ground, it struggled to get up. Even so, as he struggled, the deep freeze snow eagle smashed into the ground. Who's there? A long trail of frost was left behind in the forest. This long trail of frost immediately alarmed the people of Thousand Horse City, who were guarding this place not far away. Immediately, they rushed out one after another. The one leading them was Feng Qingyu. Because Li Zhongjio seemed to have caused some trouble outside, Feng Qingyu had no choice but to guard the surrounding road. Otherwise, who knew how many people would come looking for trouble? It's me. Li Zhongjio looked at Feng Qingyu and said indifferently. Feng Qingyu frowned when she saw Li Zhongjio. Why did you fall from Tiantian's sky? Feng Qingyu signaled the people behind her to relax. Li Zhongjio was one of them. I promised you before. Rank 5 Yuan Beast. Chapter 783. Just as Li Zhongjio finished speaking, he saw a huge figure stumbling out of the forest. As it shook its feathers, it suddenly regained its senses. It wasn't that it didn't want to fly, but it couldn't move its wings now. The previous soul-stirring scene was too much for it. That terrifying scene had shocked it. Be on guard. The surrounding soldiers immediately became alert. The bows and sabers in their hands were all aimed at the deep freeze snow eagle. When Feng Qingyu felt the deep freeze snow eagle's aura at close range, she was also extremely shocked. The deep freeze snow eagle's aura was too strong. A peak rank 5 meta beast. With such a huge body and those valiant and handsome wings, People could not help but want to go up and touch them. This is a deep freeze snow eagle. Feng Qingyu couldn't believe her eyes when she saw the deep freeze snow eagle. Among the wind attribute meta beasts, the deep freeze snow eagle was considered one of the best. Although its combat strength wasn't outstanding, its wind attribute and terrifying endurance were extremely outstanding. Yes, you. If you don't want to die in vain, take the initiative to sign an elemental soul contract with her. Li Zongjiu glanced at the deep freeze snow eagle beside him. The deep freeze snow eagle saw that there were so many humans who overestimated themselves and aimed at it with weak weapons. It immediately roared a few times, as if it felt that its dignity as a king was being greatly challenged. However, Li Zongjiu's words made the deep freeze snow eagle tremble. After all, the deep freeze snow eagle had just experienced how terrifying Li Zongjiu's power was. No human had ever been able to reach such a high altitude. Even the deep freeze snow eagle couldn't reach such a high altitude. Li Zongjiu's strength had completely surpassed it. Therefore, the deep freeze snow eagle admired Li Zongjiu very much. However, when it heard that it was going to sign an elemental soul contract with this weak human, it became excited. The deep freeze snow eagle was instantly excited. Beep! A sharp cry pierced through the night sky, almost rushing towards the sky. The deep freeze snow eagle's actions startled Feng Qingyu and the others. But after letting out a shriek, the deep freeze snow eagle lowered its noble head to Feng Qingyu. There wasn't even anything to think about. If it did not lower its head, everyone knew what would happen to it. Li Zongjiu would definitely not let it go. As a peak class 5 soul beast, the deep freeze snow eagle's intelligence wasn't low. Therefore, he quickly made a decision. Anyway, Li Zongjiu was so powerful, and this human seemed to have a good relationship with Li Zongjiu. In the future, there would be someone to protect him. Becoming the original soul of a human was better than being killed like this. If it was unwilling, the deep freeze snow eagle would not doubt that Li Zongjiu would kill it in an instant and find another one. This is real? Feng Qingyu even suspected that her eyes were playing tricks on her. Recently, Feng Qingyu was on the verge of a breakthrough. Therefore, she was in a dilemma as to what kind of soul beast to find. Feng Qingyu didn't have a strong background. She was able to reach her current position as a commander through her own efforts. If she were to find the great commander, he would at most help her capture a beginner class 5 soul beast. That would be very good. She couldn't possibly ask the general for help because of such a small matter. Feng Qingyu didn't have the guts to do so. How could she trouble the general for such a small matter? As for what Li Zongjiu had said previously, that she could raise any conditions, Feng Qingyu had just said it casually. She hadn't expected Li Zongjiu to take it seriously. Just like that, in broad daylight, he brought a grade 5 peak soul beast down from the sky. Moreover, he had made the soul beast sign a contract with her. This way, she would be able to gain even more benefits. It was rare to hear of a soul beast signing a contract on its own accord. How did Li Zongjiu do it? Could he be some kind of soul beast king? Li Zongjiu's method was to use his powerful strength to subdue the deep freeze snow eagle. Nature worshipped the strong, and the soul beasts were even more so. They clearly knew the importance of this and the power of the strong. How could an ordinary person be able to reach a height of 100,000 meters? Ku, the deep freeze snow eagle muttered. Feng Qingyu had yet to place her hand on it. Could it be that she wasn't willing to sign a contract with it? Hurry up. I still have time to protect you personally, Li Zongjiu said. An opportunity to become stronger was right in front of her. Feng Qingyu didn't want to be pretentious. If she had to look for it herself, she wouldn't be able to find a stronger and more suitable soul beast even if she had a great encounter. Feng Qingyu nodded. Then, she bit her finger and drew a contract symbol on the deep freeze snow eagle's head. Finally, she placed her head on the deep freeze snow eagle's head. Buzz. Yuan power released from nature immediately wrapped around Feng Qingyu and the deep freeze snow eagle. Li Zongjiu observed the emergence of this power. It was born in nature. It was born in this world. What a powerful world! He lifted his head and looked at the sky. Even though they had broken through a height of 100,000 meters, the sky was still under the sky. The process of forming the contract was extremely quick. The deep freeze snow eagle's body turned into a ray of light and surged into Feng Qingyu's body. Initially, Feng Qingyu was not used to it. However, as her body shook, she quickly absorbed it. At the same time, the terrifying power in her body started to condense. I'm about to break through. Previously, Feng Qingyu was only at the peak of the origin ancestor level. After absorbing the energy of the deep freeze snow eagle, her strength would definitely break through. As for how far she could break through, that would depend on her own potential. The surrounding Yuan power was also vibrating continuously. Many soul beasts in the distance could feel the powerful Yuan power fluctuation. If they ate this Yuan power fluctuation, they would definitely be able to increase their strength. However, just as they approached, they discovered that there was actually an extremely powerful existence in the vicinity. Therefore, any intelligent Yuan beast would directly turn around and leave. There were also some soul beasts that didn't know what was good for them. However, they were all blocked by Li Zongjiu's Yuan power. Buzz. Li Zongjiu directly sent those soul beasts flying. No soul beast dared to approach within a radius of 500 meters. Rumble. In the middle of the night, a powerful shock wave soared into the sky and rolled towards it. In an instant, it seemed as though a king had descended within a radius of 100 miles. At that moment, all the living creatures prostrated themselves. They could feel the birth of a king. Why does it feel so strange? Li Zongjiu had a strange feeling when he saw Feng Qingyu break through. It seemed as though Feng Qingyu's breakthrough wasn't simple. To be able to trigger such a huge shockwave and cover such a vast area with her aura, Feng Qingyu's strength wasn't simple. Feng Qingyu opened her eyes. At this moment, Li Zongjiu also sensed a glint flashing across Feng Qingyu's eyes. Then, it hid deep within Feng Qingyu's body. Will inheritance? Li Zongjiu was slightly surprised when he saw Feng Qingyu. Naturally, the ray of light that flashed away couldn't escape Li Zongjiu's eyes. It seemed as though Feng Qingyu's background wasn't simple. Those who could use the inheritance secret technique weren't ordinary clans. Grade 4 Yuan King. Your talent is pretty good. Li Zongjiu stepped forward and said, I don't have anything to congratulate you with. Take this 1000 beast portrait as a gift. Feng Qingyu did not stand on ceremony and received the 1000 beast portrait. Thank you. Chapter 784. There's no need to thank me. I snatched it anyway. Li Zongjiu waved his hand. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Come and find me if you need anything in the future. Li Zongjiu said. Feng Qingyu nodded her head. She seemed to have become even more aloof after her breakthrough. Li Zongjiu did not care about this. Feng Qingyu was sincerely helping the Li family. Therefore, Li Zongjiu would naturally treat Feng Qingyu as a friend and treat her with sincerity. After Li Zongjiu left, Feng Qingyu gathered energy in her palm once again. His cultivation, which was originally a grade 4 Yuan monarch, was rising rapidly. Grade 5 Yuan monarch. Grade 6 Yuan monarch. Grade 7 Yuan monarch. It was only after she broke through to grade 7 Yuan monarch that the rising aura gradually slowed down. It turns out that I have such a deep blood feud on my shoulders. The will of the inheritance had also told Feng Qingyu about her background. Everything she had been searching for was also contained in the will of the inheritance. At this moment, she finally understood everything clearly. If I want to take revenge, I need to be even more powerful. Feng Qingyu glanced around. It seemed like the current situation and the surrounding environment were no longer suitable for her to continue staying. The enemies she would have to face would be extremely terrifying. Li Zongjiu's figure flickered and returned to Luoxia City. It was currently early in the morning in Luoxia City. Li Zhongjiu's figure landed on the tallest building in Luoxia City as he looked at the morning sun that was about to appear. This was a library. Li Zhongjiu had ordered people to protect this library. Therefore, the view from here was just nice to have a panoramic view of the beautiful scenery of Luoxia City. Although Li Zhongjiu had been the evil lord in his previous life, and was powerful enough to kill anyone, no one was willing to stay here and accompany him to watch such a scene. Even Li Zhongjiu could not suppress his feelings. However, things were different in this life. His family was still alive and his friends were still alive. His enemies, or even those who would become his enemies, were all dead. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu was finally in the mood to appreciate such a beautiful scene. In the morning, Li Zhongjiu sat on the roof of the library and looked up at the sunset. He almost fell asleep on the roof. When he returned to the Li family again, everyone in the Li family was still running around to spread the news. However, the Li family seemed to be quite busy now. Due to the mining of the black iron ore, all sorts of things were happening one after another. Therefore, the Li family could be said to be very busy now. Even Li Tianqing merely greeted Li Zhongjiu. What else could there be to talk about between father and son? As long as they lived peacefully, that was enough. Therefore, when he saw Li Zhongjiu, he only said a few words and then went to do his own thing. It's really busy. Li Zhongjiu could not help but scratch his head. However, he did not intervene in these matters. After all, Li Zhongjiu also needed to slowly grow from a small family to a big family. Along the way, they also needed to constantly verify an experience. The growth of a family was much more difficult than the growth of an individual. Therefore, when Li Zhongjiu saw that the Li family could enter such a state, he was quite gratified in his heart. San Tong, in the future, you will follow my father and protect him well. Li Zhongjiu summoned San Tong. San Tong and Tian Fei also returned to Luoxia City. Although they were naturally worried about Li Zhongjiu going to Qingyuan Manor alone, for San Tong, he could only worry about this matter. He could not even intervene in it. His strength was far from enough. Even if he wanted to protect Li Zhongjiu now, it was impossible. Therefore, staying in the Li family was naturally the best choice and the best place to settle down. However, letting San Tong protect Li Zhongjiu's father showed that he was very optimistic about San Tong. After all, this was Li Zhongjiu's father. Entrusting his father's life in San Tong's hands was enough to prove his trust in San Tong. Yes, young master. How is your injury recovering? In the last battle, Tian Fei was seriously injured and even almost died. It was still quite dangerous. Although Tian Fei's strength was ordinary, he could also reach the Origin Emperor realm if he cultivated for a few years. It wasn't easy to recruit a few Origin Emperor experts from the central region. If Tian Fei's strength was really not enough, as long as he followed Li Zhongjiu, it would be very difficult for him to break through even if he did not want to. Young master, there is no big problem. Well, that's good. Rest here for a few days. After a few days, the Dark Horse Elixir meeting will begin. You will come with me at that time. Li Zhongjiu said. Tian Fei was extremely touched. Back then, he had offended Li Zhongjiu, but now Li Zhongjiu was actually treating him with such generosity. This was something that Tian Fei could not believe. A person like the young lord was a true expert. Moreover, Tian Fei had also experienced the sincerity between people during his stay in the Li family. The people of the Li family did not have the slightest intention of ordering Tian Fei around. Even the Li family head took care of Tian Fei many times when he saw him, which made Tian Fei feel very touched. Tian Fei was even willing to die for Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu did not know that Tian Fei was thinking about so many things in his head. Die for me? You must be crazy. Later, Li Zhongjiu also visited the pilot that Zheng Haoran had specially trained for the Qilin battleship. In order to be able to operate the Qilin battleship more freely, Zheng Haoran and the others spared no effort in training the pilot. 50 disciples were selected from the entire Li family to be trained. As the strength of the Li family grew, some of the branches that had left in the past also came back to recognize their relative. This kind of thing was inevitable. The return of the clansmen was naturally the beginning of the Li family's strength. This is the heaven and earth spinning device. In the control room of the battleship, you are likely to encounter enemies coming from all directions. Therefore, even when the view is spinning, you have to quickly and accurately find the direction of the enemy. Zheng Haoran personally guided the training of the Li family's disciples. Li Zongjiu watched from the side and did not disturb. Hey, this girl also came to participate in the training. Li Zongjiu saw a beautiful figure among the Li family's disciples. Wasn't she his cousin, Li Yan, who had taken care of him when he was young? Li Yan's pointy little face was drenched in sweat. When her feet stepped into the heaven-spinning earth-spinning device, she was also upside down, spinning around in all directions. Li Yan was also training hard to become the pilot of the Qilin battleship. Only in this way could he protect his family and prevent his family from being attacked by others again. In fact, in the hearts of the Li family's disciples, they were being guided by the correct ideology. If they wanted their family to prosper, they had to constantly strengthen and train hard. Only by doing so would they be able to face even more powerful enemies in the future. Only then would they be able to live up to their reputation of being defeated. Not many of the Li family's disciples would continue to enjoy such a comfortable environment. Usually, when such disciples appeared, they would be thrown out for a good trial without Li Tianqing's order. Chapter 785. The Li family was also idle for a period of time. Li Zongjiu refined a lot of elixirs. At the same time, he also sorted out some of the cultivation techniques and technique. When he was free, he found someone to pass them down. During this period of time, he was also waiting for the Xingyan dynasty's attitude to change. Obviously, the Xingyan dynasty had acquiesced to this matter, which made Li Zongjiu somewhat puzzled. There must be a problem. Li Zongjiu frowned. Emperor Xingyan's brother had died, but he didn't express anything. Even an ordinary person wouldn't have such a reaction. However, in such a peaceful situation, Li Zongjiu was more than happy to see it. No matter what schemes and plans you have in the future, at least you can be calm now. Li Zongjiu will take it as you are sensible and won't pursue the matter. If he had the cultivation of his previous life, not to mention King Qin Yuan, even Emperor Xingyan would have to fucking come out and kneel in front of him to apologize. His leisure days flew by quickly. Li Zongjiu also stayed in Luoxia City for nearly half a month. It helped Li Tianqing's cultivation to directly rise to the 6th grade of the Origin Ancestor realm. Now, the strength of the Li family was comparable to that of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. Of course, this was without any external help. Otherwise, with just the strength of the 3rd grade, it could easily kill the entire Fog Snow Alchemy sect. It was precisely because of his strength that he was able to display. The rise of the Li family in Luoxia City, and even in Dingquan province, was already unstoppable. The pilots of the 10 Qilin warships had also completed the preliminary training. The following strengthening and consolidation training only needed to be self-aware. It had to be said that people with martial talent learn these things very quickly. In just over half a month, they had already mastered these things. Among them, Li Yun's level improved rapidly, which made Zheng Haoran sigh constantly in the process. Why didn't the Zheng family have such a talent? Although there were relatively few. The composition of the talents in the big families was actually more or less the same. If there were more people, the probability of some geniuses appearing would be higher. After all, the base number was huge. However, the resources they enjoyed were different, so the status and level they could achieve were also different. The main thing was still to see how many resources could be used on one's body. If one was served with all kinds of medicinal pills from birth, or even if one only needed to concentrate on cultivation, the time and opportunities to cultivate would naturally be more, and the possibility of becoming an expert would naturally be greater. Of course, there were no absolutes in the world. Sometimes, an overly comfortable environment would cause people to become depraved. Only with sufficient motivation would these people be able to constantly move forward. The Li family had gradually paid attention to this aspect. Li Tianqing was not a short-sighted person. The reason why Li Zhongjiu could grow to such a level in the future was also because of Li Tianqing's influence. Even though the family was rich now, it would never make any disciple feel satisfied. They had to improve their strength in order to enjoy the corresponding resources. The notice of the 100 Medicine Pavilion had been sent to Li Zhongjiu. 3 days later, they would gather in Black Horse Town. At the same time, there was also an invitation letter. It was the invitation letter of the Black Horse Elixir Gathering. This elixir gathering from Black Horse Town was not difficult for Li Zhongjiu, but it was also a gathering that only happened once every 10 years. It was able to gather all the high-quality elixirs in the world. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu did not need to run around in this Black Horse Elixir Gathering. He could directly collect all the high-quality elixirs in one fell swoop. "I am going out. What are you doing?" Li Zhongjiu saw that Li Yun seemed to be ready, and she was already standing outside Li Zhongjiu's house. "Of course I am protecting you. You are now an important person in our Li family." Li Yun looked at Li Zhongjiu and teased him. Li Zhongjiu almost laughed out loud. "With your skinny arms and legs, you want to protect me? I am now the only person in the Li family who can freely pilot the Qilin battleship. The head of the family has already ordered me to protect you. If you have any objections, then go directly to the head of the family." Li Yun looked at Li Zhongjiu's mocking expression, and she suddenly felt angry. This little guy's strength had grown, and his skin was also itching. "You can pilot the Qilin battleship?" Li Zhongjiu was surprised. This Qilin battleship was such a big guy, but Li Yun's thin and weak appearance, could she pilot it? "Sorry, I am now the captain of this Qilin battleship." Li Yun proudly straightened her chest and looked at Li Zhongjiu. This was also the reward system given by the Li family. Whoever could successfully pass this exam and become a qualified captain, then he would be able to own a Qilin battleship. Now, Li Yun had become the first captain of the Li family. She could be regarded as a pioneer of the Li family. However, the first captain directly sent the Qilin battleship to Li Zhongjiu's side. Obviously, Li Tianqing was very concerned about Li Zhongjiu's protection. Li Zhongjiu was also very clear about this. Therefore, when he looked at Li Yan's face, it was as if she had come to look for him with an imperial sword. He immediately nodded helplessly. "All right, then let's go out and have a look." Li Zhongjiu did not object to this behavior. After all, the people of the Li family couldn't always stay in this small Luoxia city. Someone had to go out and see the world so that they could be used in the future. Although it was good to go out and explore, the outside world was after all dangerous. Obviously, it would be safer if Li Zhongjiu went out with them. Hearing Li Zhongjiu's agreement, Li Yun's face suddenly showed a surprised expression. "I'll go and prepare now." In fact, Li Yun had also looked for Li Tianqing before, but Li Tianqing did not say that she must follow Li Zhongjiu. Li Tianqing, who was familiar with Li Zhongjiu's character, naturally knew about Li Zhongjiu's temper. Therefore, he only said that Li Yun should strive for it herself. If Li Zhongjiu agreed, then he would let Li Yun follow him. Li Zhongjiu also understood that this girl had tricked Li Zhongjiu. This suddenly made Li Zhongjiu speechless. "Tian Fei, get ready. We'll set off after lunch." "Yes, young master." In the afternoon, a Qilin battleship swept over the sky of Luoxia City with a boom. In the beginning, it was still a little shaky. It even gave people the feeling that it was about to fall as it swayed. But after that, it became stable. It was the first time it was carrying out a mission, so it was a little nervous. This made Li Yun a little excited. Li Tianqing was in the courtyard of the Li family, looking at the Qilin battleship in the sky, and his heart was filled with emotions. With Li Zhongjiu in the Li family, there was no need to worry about not being able to roam the world. Chapter 786. The Li family's roaming ship rose into the sky. Tian Fei and Li Yan were the only ones accompanying them on this trip. The captain of the ship was Li Yan. Tsk Tisk, he's actually using the Qilin warship as a means of transportation. How rich! Jing Haoran and some other members of the Jing family were naturally amazed when they saw Li Zongjiu's actions. It was simply admirable. Not many people could be as rich as Li Zongjiu. At first, the speed of the wanderer was average. After all, the sky wasn't clear for thousands of miles. In the sky there would often be some unexpected situations, such as some hovering birds, some chaotic airflow, and so on. Those were very dangerous things. Sometimes one could even accidentally pass by the battlefield of some expert. That was the most ridiculous thing. Even if one wanted to avoid it, they might not be able to. Then there were bandits. Whether it was in the sky or on the ground, there were bandits everywhere. Some bandits were also good at fighting in the air. They had the idea of robbing the passing ship. However, such people generally had some strength. After all, people who could sit in a ship were mostly better than people who rode horses on the ground. If they were not strong enough, it would be difficult for them to compete with the people in the sky. However, the Jing family's Qilin warship was famous. When they saw the warship passing by in the sky, even some bandits could not help but hurriedly hide. If they were targeted by the Qilin warship, they might be wiped out. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the bandits on the road. After all, these bandits were worried about themselves. The Qilin warship quickly swept across the sky of Dingquan province. Li Yun, who was in the cockpit, also looked at the scene in front of her with interest. Although Li Yun was a few years older than Li Zongjiu, her knowledge and experience were pitifully little. She had always been trying to refine pills in the family. Now, she finally had the opportunity to leave the family and even directly leave Dingquan province. This was simply unimaginable. That's Scarlet Flame Mountain. We have entered the territory of Scarlet Cloud province. Li Zongjiu's figure appeared in the cockpit. When he saw Li Yun's excited face, he felt a sense of accomplishment. In his previous life, Li Yun's cousin had never seen the outside world before her death. She had never walked out of Luoxia City. Now, she finally came out. If Li Zongjiu did not have a powerful force in this life, the Li family's fate would probably be similar. Therefore, for Li Zongjiu, all of this was an extremely fortunate thing. Although in the process, there were many unrelated people who were implicated because of this, Li Zongjiu did not care. If you could not survive, it was your own lack of ability. If everyone needed to be taken care of by Li Zongjiu, then Li Zongjiu would not be a saint. Living in this world, how could there be so many opportunities to care about the life and death of other people? Just these things were enough for Li Zongjiu to have a headache. The blazing flames of Scarlet Flame Mountain were still fine during the day, but once night fell, one would be able to see the clouds blotting out the sun. At least within a radius of 10,000 miles, it would be an absolutely magnificent scene of burning clouds. This Black Horse town happened to be in the territory of Scarlet Cloud Province, the land of the 13 provinces of the Xingyan dynasty. If one were to say which region's people had the most explosive character, then it would undoubtedly be the Scarlet Cloud Province. In this Scarlet Cloud Province, more than 80% of the cultivators were of the fire attribute. Therefore, the number of alchemists was also the highest in the province. Fighting was also a common thing. Although the number of alchemists born in this place was relatively high, alchemists rarely liked to stay in the Scarlet Cloud province. This was because, after learning alchemy, it was a bit too rude to look at these people. At the same time, there was a very important reason, and that was that in the Scarlet Cloud province, it was very difficult to produce some precious spirit herbs. After all, even the air was filled with a dry and hot feeling. Very few spirit herbs could survive in such an environment. As for those special fire attribute medicinal herbs, they were also very rare. After all, they were some special examples. This was the reason why the alchemists were not willing to return here. However, the Black Horse Alchemy Gathering was held once every 3 years. At this moment, in the Scarlet Cloud province, there were many alchemists gathering. Black Horse Town was usually in a state of seclusion. At this moment, the alchemists who had already arrived would stay in the vicinity of Blackfire City. Although the price of the inns in Blackfire City would rise to a terrifying level, after all, the people who came and went were all alchemists. Since they were alchemists, how could they be shabby? Just a few words of praise from these people, and they were basically willing to book the entire inn. After spending a day and a half on the road, in the morning of the second day after departure, Li Zhongjiu and the others appeared in the vicinity of Blackfire City. When they arrived at this place, Tian Fei looked at the map in his hand and frowned. "Young lord, you must be careful here. In the Scarlet Cloud province, there is a sect called the Ardent Earth sect. It has a good relationship with the Mystic Yuan sect. The sect master of the Ardent Earth sect is the sworn brother of the sect master of the Mystic Yuan sect," Tian Fei reminded. Not many people knew about Li Zhongjiu's incident in the Qingyuan villa, so Tian Fei was not very clear about Li Zhongjiu's strength. At this moment, since they had arrived at such a place, it was very likely that they had entered the site of the Ardent Earth sect. When Li Zhongjiu was in the Sacred Flame Royal City, the Mystic Yuan sect did not directly kill him because of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. However, it did not mean that after leaving the Sacred Flame Royal City, the Mystic Yuan sect would not use other methods to deal with Li Zhongjiu. For example, the Ardent Earth sect. In the Scarlet Cloud province, it was definitely a second-class sect, and its strength was definitely not weak. "Got it." Li Zhongjiu nodded. The Qilin battleship landed outside Blackfire City. After all, if such a large warship were to be driven directly to the city gates, people who didn't know would think that they were attacking them. Although Li Zhongjiu was strong, he wasn't an unreasonable person. In essence, he was still a person who liked to keep a low profile. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu let the Qilin battleship land less than 200 meters away from the gate of Blackfire City. For a moment, the soldiers of Blackfire City were extremely nervous. Could it be that someone was coming to attack them? They did not know who the person who walked down from the battleship was. Fortunately, the person who came quickly kept the battleship. The huge 100-meter battleship disappeared into thin air. Even if it was stored in a storage ring, it would probably require a very high-grade storage ring. Otherwise, it would not be easy to store such a large battleship. Originally, one needed to pay to enter the city, especially since Li Zhongjiu and the other two were foreigners. Of course, they had to extort a huge sum of money from them. However, the battleship of Li Zhongjiu and the other two reminded these people. Obviously, these people were not simple people. If they were careless and offended them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even the guards at the city gate let them pass. The three of them entered the bustling Blackfire City. Chapter 787. Why do the people of Blackfire City look so ferocious? Li Yun looked at the appearance of these people. Either they had bad intentions, or they looked as if they would fight with their lives if they approached them. Their eyes were full of drama. For Li Yan, this was the first time she had seen such a scene. After all, in Luoxia City, the folk customs were relatively simple and honest. Even the surrounding cities were relatively friendly to the people there. But when she saw the people in front of her, she was a little puzzled. "Who sees you as unfriendly?" Li Zhongjiu asked. "Look at that bald-bearded man. His face is fierce, as if I have snatched his wife." Li Yun could not help but say. Li Zhongjiu also looked over. Beside the bald-bearded man, there were also a few fierce swordsmen. At first glance, it was obvious that they were bloodthirsty playthings. When he felt Li Zhongjiu's gaze, the bearded man smiled coldly. He pointed his thumb at his neck, as if he was showing off to Li Zhongjiu. "Go and cut off his thumb," Li Zhongjiu said. Before his voice fell, he saw Tian Fei's figure rush out. Li Yun only had time to see Tian Fei suddenly move forward. She did not understand what Tian Fei was going to do, but Tian Fei's figure had already returned to the team. Ah! The bald man on the opposite side of the road suddenly screamed. He covered his thumb with all his might. Blood was gushing out from his finger. Tian Fei's speed was so fast that the bald man did not have time to react. Brothers, kill him! The bald man did not care so much. He did not expect that in Blackfire City there would be someone who dared to take the initiative to provoke him. He wanted to let these arrogant foreigners know what it meant by a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its old haunts. Li Yun did not even know what happened. She saw the 4 people opposite her, one after another, draw their swords. Tian Fei did not say anything and rushed out again. This time, his fingers formed a sword. He directly waved his fingers and broke the swords in their hands. Clang! 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 The sound of the swords falling to the ground was shocking. What? The swordsmen were stunned. Then, Tian Fei gave each of them a slap, directly knocking out a few teeth in their mouth. The bald man was about to rush out and fight with Tian Fei, but the sword in Tian Fei's hand moved at an amazing speed. Chi! The sword directly stabbed the bald man's shoulder. Baldy couldn't stop himself and rushed forward, allowing the sword to pierce through his shoulder. Ah! It was such a bloody scene. The bald man's expression was enough to see how painful the sword was. Tian Fei did not take the lives of these people. It was easy to kill a few scumbags. If he took these people seriously, wouldn't it make him look very stingy? Naturally, Li Yan was stunned by what she saw. She did not understand why Tian Fei suddenly took action to teach these people a lesson. Great hero, please spare our lives. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. The big man hurriedly said. If he delayed any longer, his arm would be completely crippled. Therefore, the bald man quickly begged for mercy. If he was sent to the medical hall a little later, he would be in big trouble. Get lost. Tian Fei withdrew the sword in his hand, looked at the group of people in front of him, and said indifferently. Li Yun still did not understand. She looked at the people around her and saw that some people's gazes had begun to change. The outside world is different from Luoxia City. In the outside world, you must have strength. Otherwise, anyone who comes here will want to eat you. Li Zongjiu told Li Yun this simple truth. When the 3 of them first walked on the street, they were not telling others that they were rookies in the underworld, come and bully them. This was the reason why these people looked at them with such a gaze. After seeing Tian Fei's strength, these people also knew how powerful Tian Fei was. Naturally, they didn't dare to act recklessly. Therefore, all of them turned their gazes to other places. Li Yun nodded thoughtfully. After all, Li Yun's cultivation was only at the Yuan Master Realm. Until now, she had not broken through to the Yuan General Realm. It could be seen that Li Yun's cultivation talent could only be considered ordinary. The 3 of them walked directly into an inn. Li Zongjiu and Tian Fei could endure the hunger, but Li Yun might not be able to endure it. Moreover, they were not in a hurry now. Since they had nothing to do, they might as well find a place to sit down and have a good meal. Please come in. Our restaurant has the best roasted beef and roasted lamb. How many do you need? The waiter came out with a list and said directly. Li Zongjiu glanced at the waiter when he heard that. What kind of restaurant is this? Why are you so extravagant? You even roast a whole lamb and a whole cow. Just some home-cooked dishes will do. After saying that, the 3 of them sat down directly. The waiter also knew that these people could not be fooled. Therefore, he wiped the table and asked them to wait a moment. I say, have you heard? This year's Dark Horse Elixir gathering is not simple. Just the few old monsters in the Qiyun Prefecture seem to be showing signs of coming out of seclusion. Is it that exaggerated? Those few seniors have retired for so many years. How could they participate in this Dark Horse Elixir gathering? Sigh, I said that you are ignorant. Those 5 old monsters, of course, will not participate in this dark horse elixir gathering. After all, their strength has reached the peak. However, their disciples need to be trained. Some time ago, I heard from my friends that a few young people with extraordinary strength have already entered the Black Fire City. These young people are very likely to be the disciples of those old monsters. Is it true? How can the words of the flying leopard be false? Li Yun heard that these people seemed to be talking about some amazing people. However, after all, she had little experience in the Jianghu. After hearing this, she quietly moved closer to Li Zongjiu. Who are they talking about? They seem to be very powerful. Li Zongjiu moved the cup. They are just 5 cowards. They said that they are the 5 alchemy saints in the Qiyun prefecture. However, in reality, they are so scared that they do not dare to come out of seclusion. Li Yun heard Li Zongjiu's words and nodded her head in realization. Li Zongjiu did not hide his words at all. Many people around heard it and looked at Li Zongjiu in shock. Obviously, they were extremely shocked by Li Zongjiu's words. But a young man stood up and smashed the teacup in his hand. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Who dares to insult my master? Chapter 788. Li Yun didn't expect that she just casually asked a question. It actually caused a disturbance, and it seemed that these people were not to be trifled with. That made Li Yun have a feeling of shrinking her body. Why was the outside world so dangerous? Li Zongjiu didn't speak, and Tian Fei directly stood up. He walked up to the man who looked taller than the rest. This man was still wearing the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's alchemist robe. Looking carefully at the mark on his body, he was actually a 4th-grade alchemist. This young man's age seemed to be less than 25 years old. He was actually a 6th-grade alchemist, which almost made everyone surprised. This child is actually so young, and he is already a 4th-grade alchemist. Is Master really the disciple of the Crimson Cloud 5 Saints? There is no mistake about the 4th-grade alchemist. This is the proof of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. The disciple of the Crimson Cloud 5 Saints, this child's future achievements will be limitless. When the surrounding people saw this young man, they also exclaimed. They were quite impressed with the strength of this young man, and at the same time, they were also quite envious. These 3 little guys are going to be miserable. The disciple of the Crimson Cloud 5 Saints is not to be trifled with. The young man was called Gao Yuan. Originally, Gao Yuan had been in this inn, listening to the people around him guessing his identity, and also revealed a mysterious color. After all, he was the disciple of the Crimson Cloud 5 Saints, but he didn't know that the person they were talking about was now sitting in front of them. This kind of feeling was very good. Listening to it, it was a day. Until just now, there was actually someone who insulted his master, and actually said that his master was a coward, hiding in the depths of the mountains, not daring to come out. Then, he could also use this opportunity to teach the person in front of him a good lesson, and at the same time, logically show his identity, and accept the worship of these people. Moreover, Gao Yuan also saw the young lady at the opposite table. Her appearance was extremely sweet, and she also had the aura of an alchemist. However, her grade was not very high. Since that was the case, it was a good opportunity for him to display his strength in front of these people. There were 2 other people at Gao Yuan's table, a man and a woman. These 2 people were disciples of a very powerful local sect. The 3 of them were also having some exchanges here. After all, an alchemist like Gao Yuan would naturally attract many people to try to rope him in. Brother Gao Yuan, don't be impatient. I am very curious. What kind of person can be so ignorant? The man sitting at the side also stood up. At the same time, he inadvertently revealed the symbol of his robe. It's the elite disciple of the Ardent Earth sect. I didn't expect there to be so many crouching tigers and hidden dragons in this tiny inn. The Ardent Earth sect is the #1 sect within a 1,000-mile radius. Even the major forces in the Black Fire City have to pay tribute to the Ardent Earth sect regularly. Tian Fei stood in front of these people and looked at them expressionlessly. If these people were touched, Tian Fei would not hesitate to throw them out. I advise you not to act rashly, Tian Fei said. What elite disciples of the Ardent Earth sect! In Tian Fei's eyes, they were all trash. Even Tian Fei, who was a core disciple of the Mystic Yuan sect, had a much higher status than the disciples of the Ardent Earth sect. There were many layers of difficulties and dangers between a first-rate sect and a second-rate sect. What a joke! This is the first time that I, Meng Xinghua, have heard that someone dares to threaten me in the Black Fire City. Meng Xinghua immediately sneered, and he suddenly circulated his Yuan power and attack. Gathering the energy of the grade 9 Yuan ancestor realm in his body, he directly clawed at Tian Fei. It was obvious that he wanted to crush Tian Fei's throat with this move. This brat was really ruthless. He did not hold back at all. When Tian Fei saw this, he snorted coldly. He stretched out his hand and easily caught Meng Xinghua's 5 fingers in his hand. Then, he gently pressed his wrist down. Crack! Meng Xinghua's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Die for me. However, although Meng Xinghua felt the pain of his 5 fingers and wrist being broken, he did not immediately cry out. Instead, he continued to wave his hand, clenched his 5 fingers into a fist, and directly punched towards Tian Fei's head. Bang! Before this punch could be exerted, Tian Fei had already punched Meng Xinghua's face. Immediately, blood spurted out from his nose. At the same time, this punch probably smashed Meng Xinghua's head quite hard. Meng Xinghua's body staggered, and he directly retreated before fainting on the spot where he stood. You're courting death. Seeing that Tian Fei had injured Meng Xinghua, Gao Yuan could no longer sit still. His palms faced each other, and a ball of flame appeared in his hands. Boom! That terrifying flame suddenly condensed. Looking at the flame in Gao Yuan's hands, it was actually a beast flame of a high grade. It's the purple wisteria silver fire flame. Someone recognized the flame in Gao Yuan's hands and immediately exclaimed in shock. At the same time, an extremely envious look appeared in his eyes. Die for me. Gao Yuan directly transformed the purple wisteria silver fire flame into a fire vine, which directly swept towards Tian Fei. If they were of the same age, they would definitely be shocked by the power of such a powerful flame. However, Tian Fei's strength far surpassed Gao Yuan's. Tian Fei gently pushed his palms outwards, and the terrifying fire vine was directly blown back. With a smack, it directly hit Gao Yuan's face. Bang! Gao Yuan's body was instantly sent flying by this whip. He was simply at a disadvantage under his own whip. When the surrounding diners saw that the disciple of the 5 Crimson Cloud Saints and the elite disciple of the Ardent Earth sect had been defeated by this young man, they immediately attracted countless gazes. Who is this person? How can he be so strong? From the aura I saw just now, this kid is at least at the Yuan King realm. Is he really that awesome? How many rounds does this count? Didn't you see that young man who has been sitting and eating peanuts? This young man is probably the real deal. He didn't even bat an eyelid when such a big matter happened just now. In the underworld, it didn't matter if one was not strong enough, but one had to have a good eye. Some people naturally saw that Li Zongjiu was the real expert at a glance. Tian Fei could only be considered as Li Zongjiu's bodyguard. Therefore, the crowd was also guessing the identity of Li Zongjiu and the others. Now, there was only one woman sitting at the opposite table. It wasn't that this woman was unfathomable and could remain calm in such a situation, but it was because she had reacted too quickly. Originally, this matter should have been left to these men to deal with. However, who knew that these 2 men would be directly knocked to the ground, and one of them would be directly sent flying? Do you know who you sent flying? The woman finally mustered all her strength and slowly spat out this sentence. However, Tian Fei did not answer and sat back down. Obviously, he did not take this woman seriously. This was still a demeanor he had. Li Yun lowered her head and smashed the chopsticks in her mouth. The current situation was more or less because of her. She had only asked 2 questions along the way and had directly caused 2 problems. Although Li Zongjiu had dealt with them forcefully, if this continued, there would definitely be big trouble. She knew that many little things made a mickle. Therefore, Li Yun simply stopped talking. Remember, the people of the Li family roam the underworld. If people don't offend us, we won't offend them. If someone wants to offend you, you don't have to be suspicious. Just knock them down. When you meet these pretentious people, you have to completely knock them down. Otherwise, they will think that the people of the Li family can be bullied by anyone. Li Zongjiu said slowly. The waiter quickly served a table of dishes. Obviously, he had seen the scene just now. However, since these were the bills of the broken tables, naturally, they would be handed to the losing party. Even the elite disciples of the Ardent Earth sect dared to hit them. How could these people be simple? Chapter 789. Li Yun nodded her head in understanding. Previously, when she came out, she was indeed filled with curiosity about the underworld. But now, it seemed that one needed to have sufficient strength to be able to roam the underworld. Otherwise, it was very likely that she would be knocked down by others, and it would be very easy for her to encounter danger. For Li Yan, such a matter was very profound for her. She also thought that in the future, she would have to cultivate well. If she really could not do it, she would at least need to hire an expert to protect her. However, this meal was obviously not going to be a peaceful one. The female disciple of the Ardent Earth sect directly carried her companion away and helped Gao Yuan, who was outside the door, up. Originally, Gao Yuan was prepared to rush in and have a life-and-death duel with Tianfei, but he was stopped by the female disciple. It was already very miserable for him to be beaten out just now. If he rushed in and was beaten out again, wouldn't he be humiliated twice? However, Gao Yuan would definitely not let this matter pass so easily. This matter, I will definitely ask my master to make a decision. Gao Yuan's eyes were filled with cold light. He looked at Li Zongjiu's direction and unwillingly wiped the dust on his body. Just you wait. The diners in the inn also sat at the side with great interest. Even after they finished eating, they did not leave. Instead, they ordered a few more bottles of old wine and waited for the next good show. Gao Yuan was directly thrown out of the inn. Meng Xinghua was directly punched until his face was like a flower blooming. If he could swallow this mouthful of wine, he would be an elite disciple for nothing. The inn's shopkeeper was also quickly calculating the abacus in his hand. After seeing this, the waiters below also came up curiously. "Shopkeeper, what do you think you are doing here?" "Huh?" The shopkeeper directly pressed the abacus in his hand and glared at the waiter. Only then did the waiter realize that he seemed to have said something wrong and hurriedly blew on his mouth twice. "I'm calculating how many tables and chairs will be damaged after this fight. Hurry up and replace those empty tables with the old ones that had problems. Don't break my new tables," the shopkeeper hurriedly said. "Brother, do you think those people who just left will call their parents here?" After Li Yun was full, she raised her head and looked at Li Zongjiu. During the meal, Li Yun did not say much. However, after this question was thrown out, before Li Zongjiu could even answer, Li Yun had already felt a fierce aura directly attacking the entrance of the inn. Suddenly, the entire inn's people directly felt an extremely strong pressure. "Oh, isn't this shopkeeper Tsang? What kind of wind blew manager Tsang to our small store?" When the shopkeeper raised his head and saw an old man dressed in black walking in, he suddenly quivered. The identity of the person in front of him was not simple. He was the shopkeeper of Black Fire City's Heavenly Pill Pavilion branch. With Black Fire City's geographical environment and location, it was not a simple matter to manage the alchemist business in Black Fire City. However, the shopkeeper of Black Fire City's Heavenly Pill Pavilion branch was a ruthless person. When he came here, He directly formed a good relationship with a few large sects and directly made the Heavenly Pill Pavilion the leader of a joint force. In this way, it was naturally against the rules of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. However, it directly raised the local alchemist business to a very complete and regulated level. Originally, Black Fire City was a mess. However, under Song Yan's management, everything was organized neatly. Moreover, he had tied the various forces into a tight rope. As long as Song Yan gave the order, there would be at least 5 or 6 sect leaders who would jump out to help Song Yan kill people. Therefore, when Song Yan came here, the shopkeeper was immediately shocked. What kind of situation was this that even Song Yan was alarmed? Get lost! Song Yan directly waved his hand and sent the shopkeeper flying. Behind him, a few more people walked in. One of them was wearing a black robe. His entire body was covered under the black robe. Although his body was skinny, it gave people the feeling of a furnace. One could clearly feel that this black-robed person's body contained a powerful force. If it was released, it would be as terrifying as a volcanic eruption. When they saw the black-robed figure appear, the surrounding diners could not help but move their butts away. They subconsciously wanted to distance themselves from the person in front of them. "Who is it that injured my disciple?" The black-robed old man's voice was hoarse. However, it was obvious that it contained a wave of anger. After that, Gao Yuan also walked out from behind the old man. There was a sinister look in his eyes. However, his heart was already blooming with joy. He could not wait to beat Li Zongjiu and the other two to death on the ground. Li Zongjiu knocked on the table. He said to Li Yun, "For people who don't know what's good for them, don't waste your energy next time. Just kill them directly. That's the cleanest way." Li Yun listened to Li Zongjiu's teachings and felt that it was strange. There was no specific conflict, but he directly escalated to killing people. Wasn't this a little too careless? "Master, it's that table of adulterers." Gao Yuan pointed at Li Zongjiu's table and said, "You have no manners. Who are you calling adulterers?" Li Yun originally thought that Li Zongjiu's methods could not be so cruel and immoral. However, when she heard Gao Yuan's insulting words, she immediately slammed her hand on the table. Her anger soared to the heavens. At this moment, she wished that she could take action herself and teach the person in front of her a lesson. Impudent! When the black-robed old man saw Li Yun stand up and curse his disciple for having no manners, he was at least half apparent. Wasn't this pointing at his nose and scolding him? Immediately, a terrifying wave of yuan qi surged from the old man's body and blasted towards Li Yun. Li Yun naturally could not block the old man's attack. Tian Fei was the first to stand up. With a swoosh, he threw the chair he was sitting on forward. Bang! The chair was smashed into pieces. In the blink of an eye, Tian Fei was already standing in front of Li Yun with the Heavenly Xian sword in his hand. Although the Heavenly Xian sword's forging strength was not bad, it was not invincible. It was not easy for it to enter Li Zongjiu's eyes. In any case, Tian Fei was by his side as a bodyguard. Therefore, he handed the Heavenly Xian sword to him. The Heavenly Xian sword's powerful aura split the old man's aura into two, easily breaking it apart. When the old man saw the Heavenly Xian sword in Tian Fei's hand, he could clearly feel the extraordinary power of the sword. Instantly, his heart turned cold. It seemed that the identities of these brats were not simple. However, so what if they were not simple? Putting aside the fact that he had the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's manager by his side, his reputation as the pill saint of the Qiyun prefecture was not just for show. At the very least, he had the strength to back it up. No matter which prefecture you were from, it was useless in the Qiyun prefecture. If you were from the Qiyun prefecture, then there was no need for him to be afraid. In the Qiyun prefecture, he had never been afraid of anyone. When he thought about how powerful he was in the Qiyun prefecture, the old man straightened his back and stared at the person in front of him. "Brat, Take this sword as the interest to compensate me. As his voice faded, an extremely terrifying flame rose from the old man's body. On his sleeves, there seemed to be a light blue flame dancing. Deep Sea Netherworld Flame. Chapter 790. When this wisp of flame appeared, the surrounding air seemed to have become extremely dark and gloomy. Seeing this situation, the surrounding diners involuntarily tightened their clothes. At the same time, they were also afraid that the flames would land on their bodies. It's the Nether Pill Saint. Deep Sea Netherworld Flame. I never expected that young man to be the disciple of the Nether Pill Saint. I heard that the Nether Pill Saint's Deep Sea Netherworld Flame can silently freeze a person's vitality. Although it is a flame, it is colder than the 1,000-year ice. Someone exclaimed in amazement. Li Yun was also a little nervous because the person in front of her was not someone to be trifled with. Don't worry. Sit down. Li Zongju waved his hand. Tian Fei, chop off one of his arms. Li Zongju ordered. After receiving Li Zongju's order, Tian Fei's eyes became extremely fierce. Although the Deep Sea Netherworld Flame was very strong, the Nether Pill Saint's strength was similar to his. They were both 5th-grade Yuan monarchs, with the Tianxin sword in his hand. He was able to suppress the Nether Pill Saint. Tian Fei immediately swung the Heavenly Xian sword in his hand forward. Boom! The Tianxin sword's sharp sword qi immediately rushed towards the Nether Pill Saint. The Nether Pill Saint immediately released the Deep Sea Netherworld Flame in his hand. Clang! When the sword qi and the flame collided, it immediately released a powerful shock wave. As the two of them fought, their auras were extremely intense. After exchanging a few blows, the Nether Pill Saint realized that he was unable to take down Tian Fei. He immediately became anxious. This was such a shameful matter. Oh no! The Nether Pill Saint accidentally revealed a flaw, which was immediately seized by Tian Fei. The Nether Pill Saint slashed his sword at the arm. When Song Yen saw this, he immediately waved his hand and a surge of energy shot towards Tian Fei. Although Tian Fei was prepared for this kind of power, he was still caught off guard. He only had enough time to use his sword to block in front of him. An extremely overbearing force instantly blasted Tian Fei's body. Tian Fei was blasted away along with his sword. He was sent flying out of the inn. Plop! Li Yun suddenly opened her eyes wide. So far, Li Yun only knew that Tian Fei was very strong, but he had never been defeated. But now, he was sent flying by someone. Of course, he was nervous. After all, whether Li Zongjiu could fight or not was still a problem. The Nether Pill Saint heaved a sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, he was almost taken down. Fortunately, Song Yen had intervened. How dare you attack a guest of my Heavenly Pill Pavilion? Men, take him down. Song Yen exuded the aura of an official. In Blackwater City, Song Yan's status was indisputable. Even if the city lord came, he would have to show him some respect. As for the two of you, come with me as well. Song Yen signaled the Nether Pill Saint not to take action for the time being. After all, it was inevitable that there would be risks if they took action. With their status in the underworld, there was no need for them to take risk. They immediately looked at Li Zongjiu. If Li Zongjiu refused, they could only do things according to the official rules. They would directly ask someone to take Li Zongjiu back. You? Li Zongjiu looked at Song Yen and said disdainfully. As for Tian Fei, who was sent flying, Li Zongjiu did not care whether he was dead or not. If he was dead, he would kill the person in front of him and let him be buried with him. I am the manager of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Master Nether is an important member of my Heavenly Pill Pavilion. You say that I am not qualified to take you away? If you know what's good for you, follow us obediently. Otherwise, you will be executed on the spot. Song Yen said coldly. He was already so old. If he had to take action every time to establish his prestige, it would be too tiring for him. He could casually move his finger and countless experts would be mobilized. Then you come. Li Zongjiu waved his hand. Li Yun, who was beside him, looked at Li Zongjiu nervously. Can he do it? The Li family's influence here did not seem to have any influence. She guessed that these people did not know the Li family's name. Since she was not familiar with the place, it was inevitable that such a situation would occur. Therefore, Li Yan was also very nervous. Even if she loved him, she could only rely on Li Zongjiu. Alas, it was all her fault. The Jianghu was too dangerous. There is no need for Manager Tsang to take action to capture a few thieves. I did not expect that there would be someone in Black Fire City who dares to take action against the people of my scorching earth sect. This protector would like to see who exactly is it. Just as he was speaking, the door of the inn was directly crushed by a powerful force with a bang. The broken door frame was simply a heart-wrenching sound in the eyes of the inn's staff. Did they have to be so arrogant? It was as if a group of robbers had barged in. However, they could not afford to offend these people. Therefore, they could only endure for now. The one who walked in was a man wearing a dark red robe. His eyebrows were also fiery red in color. Seeing such an appearance, the surrounding people were shocked. It's Protector Huo Mei from the Scorching Earth sect. It is said that this person is extremely protective. Not only that, I also heard that this person is best at torture. I heard that this person created the fire needle stimulation method. No one can withstand the torture of his acupuncture method. Why is such a ruthless person here? When Li Yan heard about the origin of this person, she became even more nervous. What should she do? This person seemed to be even more powerful. Moreover, he seemed to be the elder of the sect of those people just now. This time they were done for. If it was only one or two people, perhaps Li Zongjiu could handle them. However, he had offended 3 parties. Moreover, these 3 parties seemed to be in cahoot. If they joined forces, how could Li Zongjiu be their opponent? If Protector Huo Mei is going to take action, then this old man naturally does not need to worry. Tsang Yan suddenly smiled. This was Tsang Yan's position in Black Fire City. In Black Fire City, he did not even need to take the initiative to summon people to protect him. This was how powerful he was. Long, why don't we pay some money? Li Yun whispered in Li Zongjiu's ear when she saw that the other party had the advantage in numbers. Although they might not be able to win in a fight if they were to talk about compensation, their Li family could take out a lot of money to compensate. This time, Li Tianqing had also specially given them a sum of money to settle some troubles outside. There were so many people present, which one of them was not an expert. Li Yan spoke in a low voice, but to them, her voice was as deafening as a thunderclap. Moreover, Li Yun's words directly made the 3 of them explode on the spot. You are courting death, stinky girl. Huo Mei suddenly flew into a rage. He was the dignified protector of Ardent Earth sect. This kind of matter could be settled with money. However, before Huo Mei could take action, he directly felt that there seemed to be some movement in front of him. When he looked carefully, he saw a shadow directly rushing towards his face. Pa! A bright red handprint appeared on Huo Mei's square face. Be careful with your words. Chapter 791. Huo Mei was caught off guard and was slapped by someone. The one who slapped him was, of course, Li Zongjiu. The slap on Huo Mei's face was loud and clear. At the same time, Huo Mei's mouth was filled with blood. Immediately, Huo Mei was burning with rage. At this moment, he could no longer care about anything else. He only had one goal, which was to kill Li Zongjiu in front of him. You're courting death. Huo Mei slapped towards Li Zongjiu with a palm that contained extremely pure flame energy. It was a move that he casually used, and it was the top yuan skill of the Ardent Earth sect. Raging Fire Cloud Palm. However, the palm energy had not yet landed on Li Zongjiu, and its power had not even been released. Li Zongjiu pointed at Huo Mei's palm. Qi. In an instant, Huo Mei's power was like a deflated balloon. The yuan qi in his body dissipated instantly. In the next second, Li Zongjiu grabbed his arm, and slammed him over his shoulder onto the ground. Bang! A large crack appeared on the ground. What? Song Yen didn't expect this little brat to make a move so quickly and take down Protector Huamei in an instant. One had to know that Huamei's combat strength was among the top 10 in Ardent Earth Sect. God's Wrath. A terrifying firestorm immediately brewed between Song Yan's palms. Li Zongjiu opened his mouth and blew out a mouthful of air. Boom! It was as if a terrifying storm had swept across the scene, blowing the flames in Song Yan's hands towards the Nether Pill Saint. Fortunately, the Nether Pill Saint was not an ordinary person. He reacted in time and dodged to the side while activating his Yuan Qi defense. However, this sudden fire also burned the Nether Pill Saint quite a bit. I'll capture that stinking girl first. Since he had already made his move, there was no need to wait any longer. Immediately, the Nether Pill Saint leaped and rushed towards Li Yun. It was this stinking girl who wanted to use money to humiliate them. Naturally, the Nether Pill Saint could not tolerate it. Therefore, the Nether Pill Saint had long wanted to tear Li Yun's mouth apart. Li Zongjiu looked like a ruthless person. He might as well capture Li Yun first. He did not believe that this kid would not obediently submit. However, as soon as he said this, the Nether Pill Saint had a bad premonition. He had originally wanted to rush towards Li Yun, but the back of his collar had been grabbed by someone. Whoosh! The Nether Pill Saint was thrown away. At the same time, Li Zongjiu pointed at an acupuncture point on the back of his neck. His body instantly stiffened and he could not move at all. He was thrown away as if he was a person without any cultivation foundation who was ruthlessly smashed to the ground. Bang! Master! Meng Xinghua shouted when he saw the situation. When the Nether Pill Saint fell to the ground, he seemed to have spat out a mouthful of blood. Coupled with the sound of cracking, it seemed like several of his bones had been broken. Song Yen had never expected this. Li Zongjiu's skills were extraordinary. Huamei, who was lying on the ground, wanted to get up, but Li Zongjiu directly chopped down with his foot. Pfff! The blood spurted out like a fountain. You should recognize this thing. Li Zongjiu casually threw a token to Song Yen. Song Yen originally thought that Li Zongjiu had thrown out some hidden weapon, but when he saw the aura of the token, he felt a little familiar and reached out to catch it. However, when Song Yen caught it, he already knew that it was an identity token. He immediately understood Li Zongjiu's intention. Li Zongjiu had finally revealed his identity. This kid probably did not know how much trouble he would cause by doing what he did. Did he really think that his identity would allow him to move unhindered in Blackfire City? What this is. When Song Yen carefully looked at the identity token in his hand, his eyes suddenly widened. Even his hands began to tremble. Nether Storm! I'm going to kill you, kid! The Nether Pill Saint, who had recovered, swallowed an elixir to temporarily suppress his injuries. Then, he directly threw a big move at Li Zongjiu. There seemed to be a flaming storm brewing between his palms. Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, stood still. Song Yen did not hesitate at all and directly slapped at the Nether Pill Saint. Stop! The Nether Pill Saint did not have much defense against Song Yen. In addition, he already hated Li Zongjiu, so when Song Yen attacked, he did not have time to block. Song Yen hurriedly threw out a palm and immediately sent the Nether Pill Saint flying. Boom! The Nether Pill Saint's whole body crashed in the direction of the stairs. At the same time, the power between his palms quickly spread out in all directions. Bang! 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 In an instant, the whole inn was in a state of chaos. All the tables and chairs were directly sent flying. Most of the onlookers were directly blasted away. Ouch! Ah! Screams came from all around. Manager Tsang, what is the meaning of this? When Meng Xinghua saw that Song Yen had actually sent his master flying, he was extremely puzzled and immediately roared out in anger. You have no right to speak here. Song Yen waved his sleeve, and without even looking at Meng Xinghua, he sent Meng Xinghua flying. Song Yan, cough, what is the meaning of this? The nether pill saint was lying on the ground. Being interrupted in an instant was very harmful to his body. He hurriedly ate an elixir to calm himself down. What the nether pill saint did not understand was why Song Yan would suddenly turn around and deal with him. When the palm landed on his body just now, it was only a small shock. Most of it was the backlash of his own move. The nether pill saint, who had just adjusted himself, saw his disciple being sent flying by Song Yan in the blink of an eye. Was Song Yan crazy? Shut up. Men, arrest these people who offended the honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion. Lock them up in the dungeon and wait for my orders. Song Yan ordered. Immediately, a group of people from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion rushed in from outside the house. They quickly captured the nether pill saint and the unconscious protector Hua Mei on the ground. They directly took them away. I did not know that the honorary elder would come. Song Yan did not treat you well, please forgive me. Just a second ago, he was so aggressive that he was determined to kill Li Zongjiu. In the next second, he was incomparably respectful to Li Zongjiu. Instead, he bent his body and bowed to Li Zongjiu. Everyone who saw this scene widened their eyes and dropped their jaws. Some people even pinched their own arms, wondering if they had seen wrongly. How could such a thing happen? I didn't hear wrongly, right? Honorary elder? The honorary elder of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion? The Heavenly Pill Pavilion has the position of an honorary elder? Everyone had different opinions, but whether there was such a position or not, they only needed to look at Song Yan's face to know. With Song Yan's identity and status in Black Fire City, how could there be such a big reversal? How could there be such a huge reversal? There must be something fishy going on. Li Zongjiu listened to Song Yan's words and said indifferently, "Since you are guilty, slap yourself 20 times before you leave."